Wait, something is not right. Li Shiyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. With his boss's ability, he should know that the person on the bed wasn't him. Shouldn't his boss have left quietly? Additionally, his eldest cousin brother would not be able to detect his boss's presence too, as his eldest cousin brother didn't practice any physical skills. It had to be said that Ling Lan's powerful image was etched deeply into the minds of all the members. At the same time, Li Lanfeng disguised himself well. Li Shiyu's suspicion arose again. Ling Lan knew that Li Shiyu was suspicious, but she didn't plan to explain, as Li Lanfeng should be the one explaining. The study turned quiet again. As Li Shiyu was deciding if he should insist on getting to the bottom of the matter, Li Lanfeng, who was also Li Mulan, entered with a tray. There were 3 cups of hot tea on it. He passed the first cup to Li Shiyu before walking to the study table. He placed the tray on the table and walked towards Ling Lan with the 2 remaining cups. He passed 1 cup to her and sat down beside her. Li Shiyu was speechless. Did his boss manage to seduce his eldest cousin brother in a single night? No, it's not seducing, it's attracting. Wait, no, that is not right too. Whatever it was, he didn't feel happy thinking about what had happened. Ling Lan realized that Li Lanfeng's actions were too natural. It was a habit that accumulated over the years. It was hard to change within a short period of time. Ling Lan sighed. If Li Shiyu was not blinded by disbelief and frustration, he would be able to see through the disguise. No, the truth was, Li Shiyu unconditionally believed in Li Mulan. Hence, he never thought that Li Mulan would lie to him. How could Li Mulan bear to trick such a good little brother? How could he bear to trick him for so long? Ling Lan started to support Li Shiyu. She reprimanded Li Mulan in her mind for what he had done once again. Ling Lan looked at Li Mulan with an unhappy expression. Li Mulan gave her a helpless look. That year, he was so focused on defying his fate, so he didn't care about Li Shiyu. By the time he regained his senses, Li Shiyu had already walked on the path of no return. He felt remorse about Li Shiyu's situation. The 3 of them drank their tea silently for a while. Li Shiyu was not as calm and patient as Ling Lan and Li Mulan. Hence, as expected, he was the first one to break the silence. So, what is your relationship with my eldest cousin brother, Regiment Commander? When did you know my eldest cousin brother? Ling Lan and Li Mulan didn't talk much, but their silent interaction showed how close they were. Anyone with a brain could see that there was something going on between them. Ling Lan remained quiet. Li Mulan slowly raised his head. His expression was no longer gentle. There seemed to be a sarcastic expression on it. My stupid little brother, you still can't see it? What a bad opening speech. Ling Lan was speechless. When facing his closest little brother, Li Lanfeng, who always had a clear mind, turned stupid. He chose the worst method to solve the problem. Ling Lan could almost imagine how these 2 brothers would fall out and never talk to each other again. As expected, Li Shiyu widened his eyes as he looked at the change of attitude in his eldest cousin brother. He cursed in his heart. Where did his gentle and warm eldest cousin brother go? Li Mulan shook his head. He stood up and slowly walked towards Li Shiyu. He bent down slightly and smiled. Military Doctor Li, don't disappoint our leader. Li Shiyu's face changed. This tone, this voice, this expression. He was familiar with it. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Li Lanfeng. As expected, you are my stupid little brother. Li Lanfeng smiled gently and touched Li Shiyu's forehead. Li Shiyu felt a cold finger landing on his forehead. He suddenly remembered how his eldest cousin brother always pulled him up whenever he falls down and then tap his forehead while saying, "Stupid little brother." Li Shiyu's eyes turned red. He stood up immediately and pushed Li Mulan away. He shouted, "Yes, I'm stupid. That's why I believed in your lies. That's why I thought that you are sick and worked so hard towards becoming a military doctor." He looked at Ling Lan furiously. You two knew the truth, only I didn't. Do you all think that it's funny to watch an idiot working so hard for something non-existent? Humph. Ling Lan's cold voice entered Li Shiyu's mind. It calmed his anger down. If your brother didn't meet me, his ending would be just like what you imagined, Ling Lan replied indifferently. She decided to help Li Lanfeng. She could tell that if she let Li Lanfeng handle this on his own, the result would be disastrous. She didn't want the two important members on her team to be in conflict. Hence, she had no choice but to step in. Since she was unable to escape from this responsibility, it's better for her to solve it directly. Ling Lan preferred to solve things immediately. She didn't like to drag it until the end like Li Lanfeng. Li Mulan looked at her with gratitude. Indeed, he didn't know how to face Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu had already calmed down. He recalled what his eldest cousin brother had told him when he came back. Seems like not everything was a lie. However, Li Shiyu still felt his heart aching. It was not because of the lies. It was because all these while, his eldest cousin brother, Li Mulan, had been beside him. Yet, he didn't tell him anything. If he didn't bump into his eldest cousin brother and his boss today, would he be hidden from the truth his whole life? Wouldn't he really become a stupid little brother in Li Mulan's eyes if that was the case? Although Li Lanfeng wanted to tell you the truth before you came back, this can't be solved with just an apology. Ling Lan suddenly changed her tone. Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu suddenly realized that they were pulled up from their seats. In the next moment, they realized they had arrived in front of a huge door. They knew where this door would lead to. It would lead them to the training area of the Li family's house. At this time of the night, the training area was extremely quiet. The door suddenly opened. The lights inside lit up, revealing a spacious training area. Li Mulan and Li Shiyu were not surprised that the door and lights opened. Everyone in their team knew that their boss was an ace hacker. A force pushed them into the training area. Ling Lan stood at the door and coldly said, "We are soldiers. We don't need any nonsense with words. Settle your feuds with your fists." The moment she finished speaking, the door closed with a bang. Only Li Mulan and Li Shiyu were left in the training area. "Since our boss gave his order, come, my stupid little brother. Use me to vent your anger." Li Mulan had walked to the center of the training area and he smiled at Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu clenched his fist. "I will. If I don't leave a mark on your face with my fist, how can I repay the lies you told me?" Ling Lan stood near the door. She heard a huge commotion inside and knew that the two brothers had started their fight. To prevent the guards from hearing the noises, she used her domain realm ability to block the area, preventing any sounds from leaking out. Boom! Li Shiyu landed on the ground heavily. Li Mulan touched his cheek which got scraped by Li Shiyu's fist and smiled sarcastically. "Are you planning to defeat me like this?" "Ah!" The badly bruised Li Shiyu climbed up from the ground and rushed forward again. Li Mulan spoke as he dodged the attacks. "Your physical skills didn't improve much. You have been lazy, my brother. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have to ignore my physical skills and focused on making medical agents." Li Shiyu glared at Li Mulan angrily. Wasn't all of these because of him? Why is he reprimanding him now? The more he thought about it, the more furious he got. However, I'll be different in the future. I'll improve my skills and hit you every time I see you. And then? You can only do that in the future, Li Mulan scoffed. Yes, I have to wait for the future. A cold light flashed past Li Shiyu's eyes. However, that doesn't mean that I can't do it now. He moved his wrist and a silver light flashed past. I forgot that you are a military doctor. Li Mulan raised his hand helplessly. He saw a small syringe on his left arm. He took it out lightly and said in a soft voice, "My stupid little brother, you are finally smart for once." Li Shiyu didn't reply to him. He charged forwards, wanting to punch Li Mulan's face. Suddenly, Li Mulan raised his head and gave Li Shiyu a bright smile. Li Shiyu froze. His fist stopped in front of the beautiful face. A cold finger landed on his forehead. Li Mulan smiled. I just said that you are smart, but now, you became stupid again. As expected of my stupid little brother, you must not be soft-hearted towards your enemies. If not, you will be in a lot of danger in the future. Li Shiyu screamed in his heart. Are you even my enemy? If it was not you, would I be soft-hearted? Elder brothers are indeed irritating. But I'm happy. The sarcasm in Li Mulan's smile was gone. It was replaced with a sincere look. Thank you, my cute little brother. Li Mulan fell towards Li Shiyu with a satisfied smile. Li Shiyu had no choice but to catch him. He looked at Li Mulan, who was unconscious due to being under the influence of his agent. His expression changed multiple times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think that one thank you is enough to make me forget about everything. I will slowly take my revenge." This was what he said, but Li Shiyu knew that his anger had mostly disappeared. The sincere thank you from his cousin caused his heart to pound furiously. From the moment he saw his beautiful elder brother when he was young, he knew he was destined to always concede to him. Li Shiyu carried Li Mulan and opened the door. He realized that his boss was gone. He must have wanted to give the two of them a quiet environment and to give them a chance to save their dignity. After all, after this fight, they looked haggard. A fight solves everything? I don't understand their way of settling things. Little Four couldn't comprehend the Li brothers' way of compromising with each other. If his closest family member lied to him, he would throw a huge tantrum and might even end their relationship. Little Four's voice pulled Ling Lan back to reality. She couldn't help but tease him, "That's because you're not a man yet. You're still a child." Little Four stomped his feet angrily. This is humiliation. How is he a child? This word should only be used on Little Blossom. He said carefully, "It's not as though you are a man." At first, Ling Lan was in a good mood. However, Little Four's words made her remember what she needed to do a year later. Her mood turned for the worse. F***K, Li Mulan's problem was solved, but what about hers? She was decisive when settling other people's problem, but with her own, she was hesitant. It's okay, there is still a year left. 1 year later, I'll tell them the truth. Ling Lan chose to settle it at the end. Li Lanfeng seemed to have some capability. No wonder he was able to enter the first men's military academy. Meng Xiaoran examined Li Lanfeng carefully as he walked in with the principal. Ling Lan looked up. She saw the thirst for a fight flashing past his eyes. She squeezed Little White's fur again. Seems like Meng Xiaoran's physical skills was not at the peak of refinement. Then, she realized that Ling Hanfeng and Gu Jinrong gave off the same expression too. Not only them, Su Pei and Xiao Ichio also had the same thirst for a fight. Ling Lan lowered her eyes and stuffed her face into Little White's soft fur. The transfer students consisted of spies from other factions too. She wondered if they were her friends or foes. Ling Lan was sure that the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces was among these 5 people: Gu Jinrong, Meng Xiaoran, Ling Hanfeng, Su Pei, and Xiao Ichio. She had her eyes on one of them because she felt that this person was the most suspicious. But, before she had any clear evidence, she would not let down her guard on the other 4 people. Li Lanfeng spoke with a few valedictorians of different grades. Then, he decided to stay behind to experience eating at the Scout Academy again. Soon, the entire cafeteria was filled with students. Not only that, normal students crowded around the cafeteria, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan looked at the huge crowd and formed a conclusion in her heart. She was not the only person that wanted to use Li Lanfeng's appearance as a distraction to carry out her actions. Other people wanted to use it too. Even the faction controlling the school might be using Li Lanfeng to test the new transfer students and their new teachers. What happened was, after surveying the surroundings for a week, little Four didn't notice anything amiss. Ling Lan knew that waiting around would not allow her to complete her mission. She needed to lure her enemies out. Hence, she asked little Four to leak the news that Li Lanfeng was back on planet Azure on a holiday. This news was published in a newspaper and only took up a small corner. Normal people would not care for it, but to the Central Scout Academy, this was a good opportunity to motivate the scouts. If the faction controlling the school wanted to increase their strength, they would not let go of this opportunity. Reality proved that Ling Lan's method had worked. The Central Scout Academy personally came to look for Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng had gotten news from Ling Lan already, so after rejecting the offer politely a few times, he pretended to relent in the end. I'm not used to eating in such a noisy atmosphere. I'll leave first. Ling Hanfeng put down his chopsticks and frowned at the crowded canteen. He seemed unhappy. You are going back to the apartment? Let's go together. Ling Lan looked at Ling Hanfeng elatedly. She looked as though she had been bearing with the noise for a long time but was too shy to speak up. Ling Hanfeng looked at the time on his communicator and shook his head. It's almost time to meet my instructor. I'm not returning to the apartment. Oh. Ling Lan's eyes dimmed. She sounded disappointed. She suddenly turned to look at Gu Zhengrong. Gu Zhengrong shrugged. I'm sorry, I have something on too. My friend asked me out. Ling Lan teased him, a lady? The young ladies on planet Azure seemed to like men like Gu Zhengrong. Within half a month, Gu Zhengrong already had a girlfriend. All his roommates were envious of him. They always mocked him and said that he was dating too early. A child like you won't know anything. Go back to the apartment and play with your handicraft. Gu Zhengrong got exposed by Ling Lan, so he replied to her angrily. Ling Lan gave him a look of contempt. Who is afraid of such a useless threat? She looked at Meng Xiaoran and wanted to ask if he was going back. Before Ling Lan could open her mouth, Meng Xiaoran replied lazily, I'm not going back. Don't you think this place is very exciting? He pointed at Li Lanfeng, who was answering the question given by his juniors patiently. I will ask him some things later. Brother Xiaoyun, are you not interested in Li Lanfeng? Ling Lan shook her head immediately. I want to get into the Mecha Designing Academy. Her path was different from Li Lanfeng's path. Why would she be interested in him? In that case, you should go back alone, our dear future mecha designer. Meng Xiaoran knocked on Ling Lan's forehead lightly. After living together for half a month, they knew what Ling Lan's dream was. Suddenly, the three of them tensed up. However, very quickly, they relaxed. They looked around curiously. Just now, they felt two killing intents concentrating on them, but it lasted only for a second. Were they discovered? Only Ling Lan looked as though she didn't sense anything. She pulled Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong, who were puzzled before bidding farewell to Meng Xiaoran. Then, she left the high-class cafeteria. Interesting. Li Lanfeng, who did you come back for? The only person who stayed back, Meng Xiaoran, smiled and placed his hand on his chin. He looked at Li Lanfeng as he muttered to himself. On the way back, Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong said their goodbyes to Ling Lan. Ling Lan hugged Little White while returning to her room. Little Four, where are they? If she was right, the destination of these people was the forest area. It used to be the territory of the upper graders, but now, it was forbidden ground. This was an obvious target. Even if the other party knew that it was a trap, they had to take the risk. If not, they would not be able to feel at ease. Little Four immediately showed her the location of these two people in her mindscape. Ling Lan saw them walking to the training ground. Ling Hanfeng entered a secret room with an instructor and Gu Zhengrong sneaked into the ladies' dormitory. It seemed like he was really going to meet his girlfriend. After some time, a gentle-looking instructor walked out of the training ground, and at the ladies' dormitory, a cold and arrogant lady with long hair walked out. After strolling around for a while, they sneaked into the forest. Their appearance and aura were entirely different, but Ling Lan could still tell from their behavioral habits that they were Lang Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong. Looks like they used all kinds of methods to disguise themselves. Ling Lan touched her chin. It seems like she was not the only one who could act, as her roommates were on par with her. "Boss, one of them must be from the Flying Dragon Special Forces," Little Four said excitedly. "Maybe not." Ling Lan didn't agree with him. "Why not?" Little Four asked curiously. "Look at what other 3 people are doing and you will know." Ling Lan didn't believe that Su Pei, Xiao Ichio, and Meng Xiaoran would let go of this opportunity. As expected, Little Four told her that these 3 people left the high-class canteen one after another. The only difference was, Su Pei and Xiao Ichio left voluntarily. Meng Xiaoran seemed to have noticed their weird actions and followed them out of curiosity. They were not the only ones who were walking to the forest. All kinds of people in disguises were on the way there. No one wanted to let go of this opportunity, so all of them acted together. "What a perfect baiting plan," Ling Lan said. "Boss, do you think that the other party did this on purpose?" Little Four asked nervously. "If that was the case, do they still have to visit the forest?" "Yes, the other party wanted to use this opportunity to remove all the spies in the school," Ling Lan analyzed the situation calmly. "This is bad. Don't they know that it is a trap?" Little Four couldn't help but worry for Lang Hanfeng, Gu Zhengrong, and Meng Xiaoran. After interacting with them for half a month, he couldn't treat them like strangers anymore. They probably know it, but they still have to go. Ling Lan took out her toolkit under her bed. There were many tools and metal objects inside. It looked messy, but the parts inside could be assembled into a long-range beam gun, which was newly invented by Chang Xinyuan. Once it is dismantled and is mixed with other metal objects, no one would be able to discern it. Ling Lan moved quickly. Soon, her hands couldn't even be seen. Her hand speed reached its fastest speed where the naked eyes couldn't follow it. Soon, a beam gun appeared in her hands. She took off her scout uniform and wore a normal black windbreaker. In the next second, she disappeared from her room. Just like what Ling Lan said, even though she knew that this was a trap, she still needed to take the risk. It had been 5 years since the forest turned into a forbidden ground. Without the tampering of the cadets, the forest became a playground for the wild animals. This was their home now. Yet, today, this quiet forest was barraged with a bunch of uninvited guests. Many birds saw them and started chirping, alerting the residents of the forest of their presence. Lang Hanfeng entered the forest carefully, as the forest was filled with ferocious beasts. For a forest that's within a scout academy's compound, this was weird. There must be something amiss with the academy. After walking for a distance, Lang Hanfeng took out a simple map from his clothes. It was drawn by the people who came before him. A few underground bases were drawn on the map. His current mission was to investigate these suspicious locations. At another corner of the dense forest, Su Pei took out a map too. He compared it with his surroundings. "Is this the place?" Xiao Ichio had a map in his hands as well. He glanced around him and smiled faintly. Then, he walked towards one of the targets. Meng Xiaoran stealthily followed behind Su Pei. He stood on a branch and watched as Su Pei took out a map. He seemed to be looking for something. Meng Xiaoran was confused. He didn't understand why Su Pei had such a map. Su Pei found his destination and started to walk towards it. Meng Xiaoran hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow him. "He has something I don't even have, interesting." Meng Xiaoran always did things based on his interest, just like now. Lang Hanfeng cautiously walked deeper into the forest. He took out his map again to ascertain his position. Suddenly, he leaped up and rolled towards a tree. Grass and dirt flew up at the spot he was standing at just now. Lang Hanfeng could feel the cold sweat on his forehead. He sensed that a sniper rifle was aiming at him just now. Luckily, The other party used a not-so-powerful ejection gun as it didn't create too much noise. If he had used a beam gun, this thick tree might have not been able to block the attack. I didn't expect the enemy's defenses to be so strong. The moment I got near them, I got discovered. Lang Hanfeng knew that this sniper was a powerful person. He could only feel his killing intent in the instant he fired that shot. Since the enemies put in much effort to stop me, I hoped that everyone else would have a smoother journey. Lang Hanfeng frowned. He hated fighting with snipers as it was a troublesome task. Fortunately, there was only one sniper, so he was still able to handle it. Lang Hanfeng calmed down and started sensing his surroundings. He confirmed that there was only one enemy. The sniper afar stared coldly at the tree. He didn't even blink. He was confident that as long as the person peeked out for even a second, he could shoot him accurately. This was the confidence of an outstanding sniper. There. The sniper saw his opponent rushing out from behind the tree at a fast speed. He then pulled down the trigger. The bullet seemed to have hit his opponent. However, it just phased through the target and landed on the ground without any bloodstain. This is bad. The sniper knew that he made a wrong prediction. However, he didn't get agitated. Instead, he aimed his sniper rifle in the other direction and held down the trigger, waiting for his opponent to show an opening. Too late. A cold voice appeared behind him. In the next moment, he felt a sting in his neck. Then, he became unconscious. Lang Hanfeng gently put down the sniper's body. The force of presence on him was no longer that of the peak of refinement. Instead, it was the peak of Qi Jin. This was the reason why the sniper made the wrong decision and lost the battle in the end. While he was closing the eyes of the sniper, Lang Hanfeng felt something targeting him. His expression changed. He immediately disappeared from the spot and tried his best to escape from the danger. The sniper was just a bait. His body had a device that could sense whether he was alive or not. Once they were pronounced dead, a formidable character would rush to their position and kill the intruder. Lang Hanfeng ran quickly. Suddenly, he slowed down and then stopped. He looked at a certain direction with vigilance. Not bad. A middle-aged man walked out from behind a tree. He smiled at Lang Hanfeng. "Thank you," Lang Hanfeng replied coldly. However, he looked at the other party intently, not missing any movements he made. "Our boss likes people who are talented. Are you interested in joining us?" The man asked amiably. He seemed to really like Lang Hanfeng. There was no sense of danger coming from him. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested. They took such a long time to plan this trap." Hence, Lang Hanfeng didn't believe that they did it just for fun. There must be some huge scheme behind it. There was a high possibility that they wanted to harm Planet Azure as well as the entire Federation. If that was the case, how could he join them? Then, that's too bad. The man's expression showed a hint of sympathy. It was as though he was unwilling to end the career of this genius, Lang Hanfeng. Bam! Right as the man finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Lang Hanfeng. He used a strong punch and went straight for Lang Hanfeng's abdomen. Lang Hanfeng knew the instant he refused, his opponent would attack him. Thus, he had already prepared himself. Even before seeing that extremely fast punch from his opponent, he had blocked his abdomen with both of his hands. He managed to stop the brutal punch. The force of the punch made Lang Hanfeng slide a few meters backwards, creating two large skid marks on the ground with his feet as the anchors to the ground. Focus, reaction speed and timing aren't bad. You really do have immense potential. The man spoke words of approval, yet his fists still mercilessly attacked Lang Hanfeng. Lang Hanfeng calmly fought against the man, retreating as he fought. His opponent showed the capabilities of an individual at Qi Jin's stage of optimal peak great perfection, greater than Lang Hanfeng by one stage. This was why he was being pressured by his opponent. However, even though he was at a disadvantage, Lang Hanfeng was determined to not lose. He endured the pressure and didn't show any fatal openings. You are not 16 years old. Which faction sent you here? Is it one of the family's factions in this sector? Or perhaps the Federation's military? Even genius cadets at this age wouldn't behave as calm as this person when faced with such great pressure. Ling Hanfeng was definitely a very experienced fighter. Facing spies from different factions, they had already gotten used to it. The sudden rise in ranks of Planet Azure's Central Scout Academy affected the interests of many elite families in the sector. Their enemies definitely didn't want them to continue to benefit off them like parasites. As for the Federation, they had meddled with everything continuously for the past years. It was just that it was difficult to break through the Federation's probing methods. Faced with the opponent's questioning, Ling Hanfeng didn't make a sound. He glared at his opponent coldly and raised his guard up to defend against any sudden attacks by him. Ling Hanfeng also knew that it would be difficult for him to run away. His opponent clearly still had more up his sleeves in case he did something unexpected, or perhaps his opponent wanted to get more information out of him. These could be the reason why his opponent hadn't killed him yet. Seeing Ling Hanfeng not giving up any information, the man gave up on trying to coerce information out of him. He smiled helplessly and started to attack again. This time, however, were not the same as they were before, when he still held back. Now, each hit was targeted towards a possible opening, making each hit dangerous and a possible killing blow. Just like that, Ling Hanfeng, who was still able to somewhat defend against the attacks, no longer could stand on equal ground. Bam! After just 7 or 8 rounds of exchanges, Ling Hanfeng was hit and was sent flying. In the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The man got one hit in, and wasn't about to stop. He moved in closer and sent his fist straight towards Ling Hanfeng's head. Just from visible shockwaves behind this punch, it was possible that Ling Hanfeng's head would be smashed to pieces if he does not dodge the punch. Right when Ling Hanfeng was about to die at the hands of his opponent, a silver flash suddenly flew past his eyes, and the target was the man. If the man was to continue his attack at Ling Hanfeng, he would definitely be hit by the silver light. With a hidden weapon that had just suddenly appeared and was coming towards him at breakneck speed, the man decisively chose to give up on killing Ling Hanfeng. He opened his fist instantly and caught the silver light in his hands. It was a silver needle. Ling Hanfeng barely managed to slip away from death. After he landed on the ground, he stumbled back 4 or 5 steps. His forehead was brimming with cold sweat. It seemed that he was quite afraid of the fact that he almost died at the hands of the opponent. Who's there? The man's sharp glare looked towards the direction of the silver needle as he shouted angrily. He realized that there was actually someone else other than them. Unfortunately, the only answer he got was the sound of leaves and branches whistling in the wind. The man narrowed his eyes and went silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly screamed and shot towards a direction like a cannonball. He clenched his fist and ruthlessly struck on large tree within that direction. Come out. Bam! The large tree exploded. The force that was created instantly bisected the large tree in half. Within the cloud of wood chips and dust, a silhouette jumped out. The direction he jumped towards was where Ling Hanfeng was standing. Quick, run! A strong hand pulled on Ling Hanfeng. Ling Hanfeng reacted quickly as he endured the extreme pain in his chest and followed the other person. You're not getting away that easily. The man laughed coldly and instantly caught up to them. In a few seconds, he had already gotten behind Ling Hanfeng and the other person, and then he sent an attack towards them. Right as the fist was about hit Ling Hanfeng, the other person turned around instantly, crossed his arms and defended the strong fist attack of the man. Bam! The two forces resisted each other. The large force that was created caused Ling Hanfeng to lose control of his body and was instantly blown away. Run! The person who came to help him was a stranger who wore a scout uniform. It seems that he was probably a member of the scouts. It was just that something about that scout uniform made Ling Hanfeng feel odd. After the stranger said that, he began to fight with the man. The stranger's capabilities was capable of fending the man for a few rounds even with his physical skills just being at peak stage Qi Jin. However, he wouldn't be able to fend him for too long as the man's physical skills was a stage higher than him. Ling Hanfeng bit his lip, and chose to not run away. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and went to fight alongside the stranger. The teachings he had received from his childhood and his own dignity wouldn't let him run away and abandon his companions. The stranger, who was starting to lose his ground, started to be able to take a breather and endured the attacks of the man, with the help of Ling Hanfeng. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them cooperated and blocked many hits from the man. When the two of them were sent flying backwards by the man also stopped attacking with an annoyed expression on his face. The man discovered that with the two of them fighting together, it was now difficult for him to beat them. It was possible that a slight mistake from him would give them a chance to escape. Since he took this assassination mission, he would lose his reputation if he was to let his prey get away. This was something he could not allow to happen. The man seemed to be rash and conceited, but in reality, he was very cautious. It should be known that most Qi Jin experts who have lived up until now needed to be able to think with their brains. On the other side, the person who saved Ling Hanfeng's life asked softly, "I told you to run, why didn't you?" Ling Hanfeng replied coldly, "I haven't reached the point in my life of being shameless enough to abandon my savior and run for my own life." The stranger smiled slightly, "Although I think your choice was stupid, I still admire it." As expected, he didn't save the wrong person. Ling Hanfeng snorted coldly and didn't answer. His focus was on the man in front of him. The sudden cooperation of the two of them made the opponent unable to take them out temporarily. However, this didn't mean that the two of them could actually fight against the man on equal grounds. Two peak stage Qi Jin users was not necessarily good enough opponents for a person at the level of Qi Jin of optimal peak great perfection. The battle that would ensue was going to be their actual test of skill. Be careful. The stranger seemed to also have this realization and softly warned Ling Hanfeng. This made Ling Hanfeng become less worried. If the two of them both had this realization, then they had somewhat of a chance. Bang! Right as Ling Hanfeng was thinking of ways of how he and his savior could be able to get away safely, their opponent attacked them fiercely. Bang, 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 intense sounds of punches and kicks striking against one another instantly echoed through the silent forest. At that moment, Su Pei and Xiao Ichio also had people who were hot on their trail. They were panicking as they ran. The direction the two of them ran towards the same trajectory. Not long after, they two of them actually met up. "You!" The two of them screamed and at the time shouted, "Move!" After rooming and training together for half a month, the two of them behaved with unexpected tact. They held each other's arms and kicked upwards onto the ground at the same time. They were sent flying upwards by each other's kicks in unplanned unison and flew up into midair. It was also this jump that made both of them dodge their opponent's ruthless attack. Bam! Bam! The fists of their opponents struck the ground they were standing on and instantly sent dust and leaves flying into the air. The two of them were sent tumbling to the side by the Qi Jin of these two fists. After they landed, they were still mentally and physically gathering themselves. The graduation test their master had prepared for them was actually this dangerous. They couldn't help but think whether their most respected master, who trained them for 4 years, was lying to them all this time. "Seeing the way you two move, it seems that the two of you are students who came for your test." After knowing the situation of these two people, the killing intent from the beginning became a smile. The people who attacked them were two 40 to 50-year-old middle-aged men. One was slim and the other was chubby. It was an amusing sight when they stood beside each other. However, to Su Pei and Xiao Ichio, it wasn't funny at all. They were still at the beginning stages of Qi Jin, while their opponents gave them a feeling of limitless power. It was as though with one move, their opponents could easily squash them to the ground. "Unfortunately, you guys haven't reached our standards yet." The skinny man showed a slight hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. 5 years of extensive training and nurturing only to yield such results. If that was the case, how could they get into the Flying Dragon Special Forces, who only took in monstrous individuals? Only when they gained control of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, would they be able to take control of the future of the Huaxia Federation. Their organization's goal wasn't only to just have some control within the military. You shouldn't demand too much from them. If these people were acknowledged by the higher-ups to let them participate in this test, then that means they have the potential to become stronger. The chubby one smiled like a Buddha. He looked like he had good intentions, but Su Pei and Xiao Ichio could see the hidden and vile intentions behind the man's smile. From the ruthless attacks at the beginning, the two of them already knew that their respected master, their so-called legendary faction, wasn't so nice. Should we send them? The skinny man frowned. Although people like them would send higher authorities new materials every year, not all of them could succeed. Until now, there was only one successful case. Those that failed took up much of the organization's wealth and manpower. If he was not satisfied with the performance of the material, he didn't want to let them join. The two people in front of him didn't meet his standards. You are thinking about it too much. We are just in charge of sending materials in. As for whether they will become a success or a failure, that is the job of those lunatics. The chubby man continued smiling. However, the words he said did not fit his image at all. He even looked at Su Pei and Xiao Ichio coldly with an icy gaze while still having that smile on his face. It was like they were looking at a poisonous snake. Su Pei and Xiao Ichio were outstanding talents in their families. With them being able to reach the peak stage of Qi Jin at 16 years old, they, of course, were not stupid. When they heard what the other party was openly saying, they knew that nothing good was going to happen to them in the near future. They exchanged glances with each other, and without even saying anything, they simultaneously escaped in separate directions. They hoped that their opponents would hesitate for a moment. This short gap in time might not allow them to escape safely. The moment Su Pei and Xiao Ichio ran off, the chubby and skinny man gave a sarcastic look before each of them choosing a target and chasing after their own targets. The surprise escape allowed them to distance themselves from their pursuers, but this distance was getting shorter and shorter. It could be said that the two men purposely allow them to have the chance to run away. They wanted to see how these two young men would react when hopelessness engulfed them. Su Pei and Xiao Ichio were frightened, but they were calm and collected. Thus, they immediately understood their opponent's intentions. Su Pei made a decision and Xiao Ichio showed a wild look in his eyes. The two of them immediately stopped in their tracks and charged at their opponent. Since they couldn't escape, they might as well fight to their deaths. Not bad. Courageous. I like it. The firm look on the two young men's faces made their pursuers excited. They were not satisfied with their capabilities, but their temperament might allow them to survive the secret arts and become a successful experiment. The chubby and skinny men were prepared to take their attacks. Unexpectedly, their attacks were a feint, and as of this result, Su Pei and Xiao Ichio flew past them safely. This was out of their expectations. Su Pei and Xiao Ichio had succeeded in buying them more time. The two men got slightly furious. They stopped holding back their speed and they instantly appeared behind Xiao Ichio and Su Pei. However, Su Pei and Xiao Ichio already managed to group together. Xiao Ichio pulled Su Pei behind him. His face turned red. He opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. The loud roar echoed through the entire forest. Domain. The chubby man reacted quickly. He immediately released his domain realm power to forcefully contain the sound within the barrier he created. The skinny man's expression changed. That is the conqueror wave from the Xiao family. Xiao Ichio realized that his family's conqueror wave was not able to break through his opponent's technique. He now knew his opponent was not at any stage of Qi Jin. No one on the same stage as him should be able to contain his conqueror wave. It meant that his opponent couldn't contain it even if he was at the optimal peak great perfection of Qi Jin. Su Pei, you only have 10 seconds. Xiao Ichio's eyes were turning red. His handsome face started becoming hideous. Xiao Ichio, emotion started appearing in Su Pei's eyes, which was unexpected as he always seemed nonchalant about everything. Remember the 1,000-years-long alliance between the Su family and the Xiao family. Hurry up and leave. Xiao Ichio pushed Su Pei forcefully. Su Pei made use of this force and moved at the speed of light towards the edge of the forest. Xiao Ichio, if we both manage to live, you will be my most important friend. You will be my only confidant too. I will take care of the young man from the Xiao family. You can go and chase after the other one. The skinny man knew that the chubby man used up too much energy to contain the conqueror wave, so he volunteered to take care of this troublesome fellow in front of them. The Xiao family. Based on their ability and their bloodline, they should be able to become a second-rate elite family. Unfortunately, just like the Xie family, they had too little people in their family. Thus, they were only able to become a wealthy family on a third-rate planet. However, it was wrong to think that they were just a low-class family. They didn't have many family members, but everyone in the Xiao family was a human beast. It was said that this ability inherited from their ancestors. Once they released the power of their bloodline, they would become a ferocious and strong beast. Of course, this was just a rumor among the upper echelons. No one had really seen the members of the Xiao family transforming before. The skinny man knew of this trait, so he knew that the weak-looking Xiao Ichio was not easy to deal with. The chubby man moved. Xiao Ichio wanted to stop him. He was prepared to use his life to exchange for 10 seconds of time for Su Pei to escape. Your opponent is me. The skinny man moved and blocked Xiao Ichio. However, at that moment, Xiao Ichio's face turned hideous. It seemed as though his entire face was splitting apart. He opened his mouth larger than normal. He roared. Damn it! The chubby man had no choice but to stop. He released his domain and stopped the conqueror wave from hitting him again. Because of this, Su Pei got closer to the edge of the forest. Don't care about him. Leave him to me. The skinny man stopped holding back. He took over the chubby man's position and released his domain. He sealed Xiao Ichio within his domain. A few shiny metal wires appeared on the ground. These metal wires slithered up Xiao Ichio's body and bonded him up like a dumpling. The metal wires coiled around his body, turning into metal rings, which restricted Xiao Ichio. The element of the skinny man was metal. Okay. The chubby man saw that the skinny man had subdued Xiao Ichio, so he disappeared to chase after Su Pei. Xiao Ichio tried his best to escape from the metal rings. However, the strength of a domain realm master was too powerful. Even if he aroused the power of his bloodline, which allowed him to get near the optimal peak great perfection of Qi Jin, he would still be unable to break free. Xiao Ichio never expected the skinny man to be a domain realm master too. That was why he could only stop the chubby man for a mere 3 seconds, much shorter than the 10 seconds he predicted. The only good thing was, Xiao Ichio thought that he would be dead by now. Yet, he was still alive and could continue fighting with the skinny man. Meng Xiaoran saw Su Pei and Xiao Ichio splitting up. He was indecisive. Which one should he help? Based on his ability, he could only fight with one of the two domain realm masters. If the two of them attacked him together, he would surely die. It meant that he must give up one person in exchange for the life of another. I'm curious about the Xiao family, but I'm more curious about the Su family. Meng Xiaoran made a decision. He moved and followed behind the chubby man. Compared to Xiao Ichio, Su Pei was calmer and more decisive. In the face of a life-or-death situation, he wouldn't show any emotions in his eyes. Even when Xiao Ichio decided to sacrifice himself to save him, he still made the right decision, even though he was touched. He has potential. Meng Xiaoran had a good impression of Su Pei. Ah! Xiao Ichio sounded like a beast roaring. His body started to turn into a beast. This meant that the power of his bloodline was fully released. As the power of his bloodline was released, the metal ring that the skinny man created started to crack. Troublesome. The skinny man frowned. He stomped his feet and his force of presence started exuding out. The metal ring on Xiao Ichio's body lit up, and the cracks disappeared. There were not many metal elements found in the forest. This was why the skinny man couldn't make a metal coffin to encase him. The skinny man didn't expect the young man's bloodline to be so strong. It pushed him further than the optimal peak of Qi Jin. It almost broke his metal ring. When he saw that Xiao Ichio had no more energy to resist, he walked up and wanted to take Xiao Ichio back to his secret base. Just as he was about to grab Xiao Ichio, he felt a killing intent targeting him. He moved to the side instinctively. Boom! Blood spurted out of his right shoulder. The skinny man shuddered and moved a few meters back. He hid behind a thick tree trunk. He looked at the direction where the shot came from. He hadn't recovered from the shock. The person who shot him was an exceptional sniper as he used a normal bullet to hurt him. The man looked at his wound. A bullet slowly floated out of it. At his stage, bullets shot into his body could be forced out using his hidden energy. The bullet dropped to the ground silently. The skinny man waved his hand and the bullet landed on his palm. He looked at it. It was a familiar model. This bullet should be from the sniper rifle their own sniper used. Seems like the other party killed the sniper attacking him and took his gun. I never expected such a powerful sniper to exist in the world. He could hide from the senses of a domain realm master. The skinny man gave a malicious look. As long as he found where the person was, there was nothing his opponent could do. So what if he was a powerful sniper? In front of a domain realm master, he was nothing. The skinny man didn't think that the sniper was that much of a threat to him. However, he still respected the sniper's ability to retract his presence and killing intent. A domain realm master like him was not able to detect him at all. The struggling Xiao Ichio realized that there was a change in the situation, and it was slowly favoring his situation, so he calmed down instantly to heighten his awareness. He slowly congregated his energy. If the rings restricting him showed any signs of loosening up, he would try to break through it again. The forest regained its peaceful state, only Xiao Ichio's haggard panting could be heard within the tense atmosphere. The skinny man knew that a top-tier sniper like his opponent would be very patient. It might take a long time before his opponent reveals a weakness, but he couldn't be as patient as his opponent. If the chubby man knew that he was forced behind a tree by a sniper, he would be teased to the ends of his time. Hence, he decided to attack proactively. The skinny man made this bold decision because he was confident that with his domain realm defense capability, normal ejection guns would not be able to harm him. The skinny man walked out from behind the tree. He looked like he was walking casually, but he was already searching for his opponent using his domain. If any bullets get near him, they would be stopped by his domain. He focused all his attention in the direction where he predicted the sniper was, so the rings restricting Xiao Ichio started to loosen up. Xiao Ichio had been waiting for this chance. The moment he felt the rings getting looser, he explosively released his energy to break free from the metal rings. Clang, 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 the metal rings broke. Xiao Ichio executed his plan the moment the opportunity came, so he managed to succeed in breaking free from the rings. The skinny man got a shock. He turned around and looked at Xiao Ichio. Just as he wanted to form new metal rings to restrict Xiao Ichio again, a killing intent slowly got near him. Bang! The sniper who was hiding finally found an opportunity and shot his second bullet. When the bullet was around half a meter away from the skinny man's head, it suddenly bounced off in midair. The skinny man gave a malicious look. I finally caught you. The skinny man moved and disappeared from Xiao Ichio's vision. Xiao Ichio instantly realized that he fell under a scheme by the skinny man. He was trying to get the sniper's position. He got a shock. He was worried about the sniper who helped him, so he immediately shouted, "Be careful." The skinny man had already calculated the sniper's position. He saw a shadow lying on a tree branch. It was not moving at all. If he didn't actually see that there was someone there, he would miss the sniper again. The skinny man smiled coldly. He attacked the sniper without mercy. When his palm touched the back of his opponent, the body instantly turned into a ball of meat. Something is wrong. The feeling he received from touching the body told him that the person he attacked was already dead. He stopped and took a look at the physical characteristics of the body. He was one of the snipers they had stationed in the forest. The sniper who hurt him was nowhere in sight. This is impossible. How can someone escape without a trace under my eyes? The skinny man was dumbfounded. Before he could understand what had happened, he felt a stinging pain on his back. He lost control of his body and fell down from the tree branch. In mid-air, the skinny man used the last of his strength to turn his body around so that he could face the night sky. He saw a man dressed in black standing at his position a while ago, and there was a beam gun in his hand. He couldn't see the sniper's face, but he could feel the coldness within the sniper's eyes. It was so cold that he could feel a chill in his bones. He saw his opponent raising a gun. A colorful beam appeared from the nozzle and engulfed him. He was using a beam gun, not an ejection gun. The skinny man thought about this when he breathed his final breath. After Xiao Ichio shouted, he realized that this was his best chance to escape. However, after he ran for a few meters, he gritted his teeth and changed his direction. He started to sneak towards the direction where the skinny man went. It couldn't be helped. The people from the Xiao family would never abandon their life savior. Xiao Ichio knew that if he really did escape, he would never be able to achieve a higher realm anymore, as this experience would haunt him for life. It could be said that the people from the Xiao family were born with this character trait. This caused most of them to die before they turned into adults. This was why the Xiao family had so few members. However, it was not easy for a member of the Xiao family to let themselves be indebted to a person. They knew the flaw of their character, so they rarely accepted the help of someone, especially those that required the sacrifice of a life. Xiao Ichio carefully walked for a distance. There was no sound around him and there was no trace of the skinny man. He was worried about his life savior, but he wouldn't recklessly charge forward. Suddenly, his nose grew larger and he started to sniff around. The smell of blood and another weird smell. The Conqueror Wave was not Xiao family's only ability. Of course, when compared to the Conqueror Wave, their other abilities seemed very negligible. Xiao Ichio was agitated when he smelled blood. Is his life savior killed? If that was the case, why didn't the skinny man come back and catch him? Xiao Ichio slowly moved towards the smell of blood. He was curious and hopeful at the same time. The smell of blood got stronger. When Xiao Ichio reached a thick tree trunk, the smell of blood got extremely strong. He didn't even need his special ability to smell it. He knew that he had reached his destination. He leaned close to the tree and slowly inched his head out. Something dripped on his face. Xiao Ichio wiped it away. He realized what it was and looked up. On a branch more than 10 meters away, 2 arms could be seen just hanging down. Fresh blood was dripping down the arms. The droplet that dripped on him just now was blood. Is that his life savior? Xiao Ichio flew up and landed on the branch. He saw a body wearing the same uniform as the skinny man. There was a huge hole at the back of his body. He had already died for quite a while now. If not, with the hole at his back, there would be more blood gushing out. Xiao Ichio didn't know who the body belonged to, so he looked at the other tree, the other location, with an intense stench of blood. Another corpse laid under the other tree. Only the lower half of the body was left. Xiao Ichio recognized the shoes and pants. They belonged to the skinny man who captured him not long ago. Xiao Ichio jumped down and inspected the skinny man's corpse. There are signs of burns due to high temperature at the cut. He was probably shot by a beam gun. His upper body was melted off and his lower body was left lying on the forest floor. Xiao Ichio was puzzled. The energy of a beam gun was powerful, but the skinny was a domain realm master. How could he be killed so easily by a beam gun? Anyone below the domain realm is nobody's. Domain realm and Qi Jing were two entirely different concepts. Not only that, domain realm masters and above were able to block attacks by firearms. They were also able to fight against mechas single-handedly. Anyone below the domain realm would be more susceptible to firearms. The only possibility was, the other party broke through the domain realm defense capabilities of the skinny man. However, such a battle shouldn't have been so quiet. Xiao Ichio found an answer, but another query popped up. Did the Federation invent a beam gun that could immediately break through the domain realm defense capabilities? Xiao Ichio laughed at his own idea. This was impossible. A powerful beam gun needed a strong power source strong enough to kill a domain realm master was impossible to create, as it would be too unstable to contain it. As Xiao Ichio mocked himself, he saw the smooth cut on the corpse. No, this can't be the work of a normal Federation's beam gun. He touched the surface of the corpse and felt a chill down his spine. It's cold light. No, it's a power source many times colder than the normal cold light. I almost got frostbite from the residual energy. Xiao Ichio was frightened. He felt frustrated at himself. How could he make such a dumb decision? If the energy didn't disperse due to the passage of time, his finger might have dropped off by now. He was sure that the person who killed the skinny man was his life savior. An advanced beam gun with cold light as its power source. Is he a sniper? Xiao Ichio remembered these 2 points. One day, he would find his life savior and return this favor. The chubby man moved at an extremely fast speed. Within 10 seconds, he managed to catch up to Su Pei. As Su Pei desperately trying to run away, he could feel fatigue trying to wash over him. With the help of Xiao Ichio just now, he was already on the outskirts of the forest. Just a few more seconds and he would be able to escape. Suddenly, something pulled him back. He stopped. Despair flashed past Su Pei's eyes. The time Xiao Ichio bought for him was not enough for him to escape. I wonder what your parents are thinking. You came happily for the test, but now, you want to escape halfway through. The chubby man appeared in front of Su Pei with the same smiley face. That's because we were tricked by you all, Su Pei screamed angrily. At his moment, he could no longer maintain his calm attitude. Su Pei remembered the respect and expectation he had for his sect. He wanted to laugh at himself for his naivety. That is because of your own desires. If not, would you have fallen for the trick? The chubby man ignored Su Pei's anger and continued smiling. This was the truth. If the Su family didn't have the desire to return to a first-rank planet and regain the honor they had thousands of years ago, they wouldn't be attracted by the Domain Realm Master's proposals to let their descendants recognize them as their masters. They did all these because they hoped that one day, a Domain Realm Master would appear in their family. The Su family started going downhill when no more Domain Realm Masters appeared in their family. If they wanted to regain their status, they needed to groom a Domain Realm Master. They knew that the Su family couldn't resist the allure of a Domain Realm Master, so they used it to successfully gain the trust of the Su family head. Su Pei knew that the Xiao family was in the same situation as them. This was why he didn't feel surprised when he saw Xiao Ichio in the Central Scout Academy. He had never seen Xiao Ichio before, but as the descendant with the greatest potential in the Xiao family, his name was often mentioned by the Su family head. Hence, on the first day of school when he heard his self-introduction, he instantly knew who he was. The Su family and the Xiao family always had a strong alliance between them. Even when they both lost their status as elite families, they never betrayed each other. He believed that Xiao Ichio knew who he was when he heard his name too. Su Pei felt bitter. The Su family and the Xiao family probably didn't know that they had sent their greatest hope to hell personally. The other party didn't mention anything, but from the words like material and lunatics, Su Pei guessed that none of them would have a good ending if they were caught. Looks like you have calmed down, come back with me then. Actually, the situation is not as bad as you imagined. The chubby man didn't want to continue fighting, so he tried to appease Su Pei. Su Pei scoffed. What if I say no? The chubby man smiled and shrugged. Then, I have to use some effort and drag you back. The chubby man felt that Su Pei had no chance of resisting against him at all. As someone at the primary stage of Qi Jin, it was impossible for him to escape from his grasp. Su Pei looked gentle and easygoing, but he was as stubborn as Xiao Ichio, and since Xiao Ichio chose to fight, Su Pei made the same decision. They would never bow down to their opponents without a fight. The chubby man saw Su Pei preparing for a fight. He shook his head in pity. You bunch of children won't give up until you see a dead end. The moment he finished speaking, he formed a claw with his fingers. Su Pei felt himself flying uncontrollably towards the chubby man. Is this the capabilities of a domain realm master? Su Pei was hopeless. He was still too weak. He couldn't resist at all. When Su Pei was about to suck into the chubby man's hand, a shadow suddenly dropped down from the sky. A fist carrying a huge force came towards him too. The chubby man let go of Su Pei decisively and faced the attack. Boom! Two fists collided in midair. Two strong energy clashed. The objects around them got blown away. Su Pei was thrown into the air too. Su Pei slammed heavily onto a huge tree. He bounced off the tree and fell to the ground. The collision caused him to vomit blood. He was seriously injured, but he felt relieved. He didn't know who helped him, but his dangerous situation was halted temporarily. Su Pei endured the excruciating pain in his body and jumped up from the ground. He started to run for his life. The chubby man frowned when he saw Su Pei running away. He wanted to stop Su Pei, but another figure blocked him. Hey, your opponent is me. A lazy voice echoed through the forest. Su Pei stopped in surprise and turned back. He recognized this voice. He was too familiar with it. As expected, a familiar face appeared in front of him. It was the sinister-looking Meng Xiaoran. Su Pei wanted to shout at him and tell him to run away. However, he remembered the clash just now. The strength of the two fists was on par with each other. It meant that Meng Xiaoran was as strong as the chubby man. Su Pei was shocked. What is his real identity? Why is he so powerful at such a young age? The chubby man looked at Meng Xiaoran's young face and recalled his powerful fist. His expression changed. Are you the spy from the Flying Dragon Special Forces? The Flying Dragon Special Forces. Su Pei's eyes widened. The special force that held all the outstanding talents of the Federation. Did it really exist? What do you think? Meng Xiaoran didn't reply. Instead, he questioned him back. The chubby man took it as silent consent. He was elated. He never expected to find the spy from the Flying Dragon Special Forces so quickly. He was definitely going to make a huge contribution to the organization. The chubby man was in a hurry to gain merits for himself, so he stopped talking and released his domain realm. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The moment the chubby man released his domain power, Meng Xiaoran's retracted his indifferent attitude and turned serious. He quickly struck with his palm. There was no mercy in his attack. He released all his power too. A heat wave emitted from his body. A domain? That's impossible. The chubby man looked at Meng Xiaoran stunned. He felt a strong force blocking his domain power. When did the Federation have such a young domain realm master? Why is it impossible? Meng Xiaoran gave an evil smile. The records of the Federation were used to trick outsiders. If it wasn't recorded, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Every country had information that was not recorded. If they wrote everything down, it was the same as revealing all their secrets to their enemies. The firewall of the mainframe was strong, but it was not impenetrable. All the leaders of the country would have some hidden cards behind their backs. The chubby man suddenly remembered the newest information he had received about Domain Realm Masters. It was about the record for the youngest Domain Realm Master being broken. You are the person that broke the record for being the youngest Domain Realm Master, right? 25 years old. As expected of a rare talent groomed by the Federation. The chubby man felt enlightened. They only knew the age of this youngest Domain Realm Master but didn't about anything else about his identity. Now that he looked at it, only someone from the Flying Dragon Special Forces would be able to achieve this. Meng Xiaoran smiled knowingly. He didn't expect his opponent to think this way. However, he didn't care. Even if you reach Domain Realm, you've only been in the Domain Realm for less than 2 months. How much could you have learned? The chubby man sneered. An experienced Domain Realm Master might give him some fear. As for a newly advanced Domain Realm Master, he was confident that he could win against him easily. Try it then. Meng Xiaoran's smile got brighter. Explode! The chubby man suddenly shouted. The air around Meng Xiaoran suddenly exploded. Meng Xiaoran's domain almost got broken by the sudden explosion. Luckily, he was not an inexperienced Domain Realm Master. He had been at this stage for 1 year. This was enough for him to gain some understanding of the Domain Realm. He was able to control his domain powers quite well. If he only had less than 2 months to understand the Domain Realm, he might have been defeated by his opponent now. The chubby man's expression changed when he saw his most powerful attack had failed. He immediately shouted, "Explode, explode, explode." Another series of explosions occurred. Meng Xiaoran felt a sense of danger and instantly retracted his domain for it to be closer to him. The smaller the domain space, the easier it was to control it and the stronger the domain would be. Meng Xiaoran managed to protect himself, but he was still injured by the explosions. Blood dripped down his mouth corner. As the attacker, the chubby man was not in a good condition too. He stretched himself too much and used up most of his energy. The explosions harmed his own body too. A trail of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like both sides have suffered. Su Pei was watching them. He confirmed that Meng Xiaoran was a Domain Realm Master too. He looked at Meng Xiaoran intently. If he followed Meng Xiaoran, would he become a Domain Realm Master too? You have been attacking for a while. It's my turn now. Meng Xiaoran was not easily bullied. He could have attacked the chubby man. However, he remembered the teachings he received when he was young. Before he knew the capabilities of his opponent, he must not act rashly. Now, he knew how powerful his opponent was. It was time for him to act. The heat emitting from Meng Xiaoran's body got hotter. The heat turned bright red and slowly congregated to form a solid object. The chubby man was astounded to see his opponent's domain element turning solid. He breathed deeply and a powerful shield formed in front of him. He started retreating quickly. Too late. Meng Xiaoran said coldly. The solidified fire element turned into a flaming dragon and rushed towards his opponent. The fire element was violent and unstable. Moreover, it was the most powerful element out of the 5 basic elements. The fire dragon easily broke through the shield and engulfed the chubby figure behind it. Ah! The chubby man screamed in agony. After that, he was swallowed by the flaming dragon, leaving behind just a pile of ash. Meng Xiaoran was stunned for a moment when he saw this. He got puzzled. Weird, why was his domain's defense power so weak? When the chubby man attacked him just now, Meng Xiaoran knew that his element was air. But, the defense of an air element domain shouldn't be that weak. It was like nothing was blocking his flaming dragon. After thinking for a while, Meng Xiaoran couldn't find an answer as to why the chubby man died so easily. In order to defeat the chubby man, he had used his most powerful attack, which he intended to use to just injure the chubby man and to follow it up with more attacks of his own, but instead, he died with just one attack, leaving no traces behind except for a pile of ashes. While they were fighting, Su Pei used the opportunity and moved far away from them. He hated the Domain Realm Master who taught him for 5 years, but he still felt grateful for his teachings. He taught him that he must retreat as far away as possible when 2 Domain Realm Masters were fighting. When Su Pei saw Meng Xiaoran defeating the chubby man, his respect for Meng Xiaoran skyrocketed. This young man who was the same age as him might be even more powerful than his master. After the fight ended, he inched closer to Meng Xiaoran as he felt safer as he got closer to him. Su Pei didn't know how to address Meng Xiaoran. No need. If you want to repay me, just tell me what you are doing here. Meng Xiaoran was asking about it because it was his mission. Su Pei wanted to repay his favor to Meng Xiaoran. However, he was worried about Xiao Ichio's safety, so he said, "No problem, but my friend, Xiao Ichio, is chased by that guy's accomplice." Meng Xiaoran smiled nonchalantly. "If he was beaten to death on the spot, you would only find his corpse by now. If he was caught, do you think I would enter their base and save him?" Su Pei felt his heart dropped. He knew that this young man didn't have the responsibility to save Xiao Ichio, but he still tried asking. The people guarding outside the base were already Domain Realm Masters. It meant that those people inside the base were even stronger. Meng Xiaoran would not take this risk for a stranger. As long as he is still alive, we will have a chance of saving him. Meng Xiaoran continued, "If you really want to help him, tell me everything you know. With enough information, we can plan our actions." Su Pei knew what Meng Xiaoran said would lead them to the highest chance of them saving Xiao Ichio, so he quickly calmed down and organized his thoughts. He told Meng Xiaoran how his family met a Domain Realm Master 5 years ago and why he came to planet Azure. They have already infiltrated the powerful families of this planet. Meng Xiaoran was serious. His superiors were right to worry. After getting the information he wanted, Meng Xiaoran prepared to leave. The people protecting the outskirts of the base were Domain Realm Masters. Although there seemed to be something weird about them, it was undeniable that they had domain power and knew how to control it. The people at the base should be more powerful than the chubby man. Him as a sole Domain Realm Master couldn't win against so many Domain Realm Masters even if there was something weird about them. Meng Xiaoran was here to complete his mission, not to look for death. Su Pei got agitated when he saw Meng Xiaoran preparing to leave. He immediately shouted, "Are you really from Flying Dragon Special Forces? If so, can you tell me your name?" Meng Xiaoran stopped. He raised his eyebrows and smiled at Su Pei. "Is that important?" Su Pei clenched his fist. "If you are from Flying Dragon Special Forces, then I want to enter your force." This might be the only chance to realize his dream. Meng Xiaoran looked at Su Pei intently. He smiled. "You have to work hard then. With your current strength, you might not even be able to have the right to take the entrance test. If Su Pei became as strong as him before he turned 25 years old, they might be able to meet again." Meng Xiaoran finally was a little interested in Su Pei. However, it was just a little. Meng Xiaoran left after he finished speaking. Su Pei tried to chase after him. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, he was not able to catch up with Meng Xiaoran. Meng Xiaoran looked as though he was just casually walking, but his speed was very fast. Just as Meng Xiaoran was about to disappear from his sight, Su Pei shouted, "I will definitely get into the Flying Dragon Special Forces." "Will you tell me who you are then?" Meng Xiaoran didn't look back. He raised his right hand and waved. "Let's talk when you really get in." That was what he seemed to be saying. In a blink of an eye, Meng Xiaoran disappeared. Su Pei was disappointed. But, he quickly pushed his disappointment to the back of his head. He needed to get out of the forest quickly and find someone to rescue Xiao Ichio. Meng Xiaoran said that he would help him, but Su Pei wasn't going to place all his hopes on just one person. He didn't trust any instructor in the school. Hence, he wanted to find Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng didn't look very trustworthy, but as someone from the 23rd Division, Su Pei was willing to believe him. Ling Xiao had been Su Pei's idol ever since he was a child. Instinctively, he had been duplicating Ling Xiao's actions and words. He believed that there were no spies in his idol's division. While Su Pei went to look for Li Lanfeng, Meng Xiaoran hid behind a tree and sent the information he got. Then, he returned to the forest. He had to get in touch with someone sent by the military. This was part of his mission too. If he guessed correctly, it should be one of his roommates. He didn't know which one it was, but now was the time for the person to be revealed. Ling Hanfeng and the person who saved him managed to resist against their opponent's attack. However, he was using everything he had to fight against his opponent, so he was starting to feel the fatigue coming to him. He panted heavily. The person who helped him was no better than him. The two of them took another blow by the middle-aged man, forcing them to retreat 10 meters back. Ling Hanfeng vomited another mouthful of blood. He was already heavily injured. You run away first. I can distract him for 10 seconds. After that, I will run, the person who helped him whispered to Ling Hanfeng. Ling Hanfeng looked up in surprise. The person nodded. Ling Hanfeng remained silent for a moment before nodding. When I say attack, you will run. The person formed a stance as he spoke. He looked as though he was going to give it his all in a final strike. Ling Hanfeng slowly nodded. He started to pretend that he was going to give a final strike too, but secretly he placed most of his weight on his legs. The moment he heard the person shout, he would release all his energy and run away. The person was looking at the middle-aged man, but when he saw Ling Hanfeng's actions from the corner of his eye, he gave a look of approval. The middle-aged man saw their stance and turned vigilant. He was much stronger than them, but if they attacked him without care, the outcome would be hard to tell. He prepared himself for their attack. His eyes turned sharp. The moment they attack, he would find their weakness and kill them with a single strike. Attack! The person shouted. The middle-aged man prepared to defend himself. However, he saw one of them suddenly retreating. I got tricked. The middle-aged man was furious. He wanted to chase after him, but the other person blocked him. The Qi gene power on the person's body increased exponentially and broke the Qi gene boundary. A half step to domain. The middle-aged man was shocked. No one below the domain stage would be able to defeat a person at this stage. He released all his Qi gene and attacked his opponent. Boom! The sound rang through the entire forest. Ling Hanfeng slowed down a little. He turned his head back and looked at the direction of the battle. Domain? No, he muttered to himself. He had a complicated look in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing his way out of the forest. About 10 seconds later, he stopped and leaned weakly against a tree. He used his last ounce of energy to punch the tree. Then, he turned and went back. He only left for less than 20 seconds, but the place had already turned into a pile of ruins. Ling Hanfeng looked around him. He didn't see any corpses, so he relaxed. The person who saved him was not killed, but he didn't know where the person went. Is the middle-aged man chasing him? Ling Hanfeng didn't know what to do now. Suddenly, a pile of soil was pushed up and a person crawled out. The person looked haggard, but the uniform of the Central Scout Academy could still be seen. This was the person who saved him. Ling Hanfeng was elated. Before he could speak, the person scolded him in a soft tone, "Idiot. Didn't I ask you to run? Why did you come back? Are you looking for death?" Ling Hanfeng opened his mouth, but no words would come out. The person was right. His decision was the same as looking for death. However, if he didn't come back, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for his entire life. The person's expression softened. He had already guessed Ling Hanfeng's intentions of coming back. Fortunately, I used a secret method and managed to fool that man. If not, you would be dead. Thank you. Lang Hanfeng only said these 2 words. Why are you thanking me? We are roommates, right? The person suddenly smiled. He rubbed his face forcefully and soon, the disguise on his face was rubbed off, and Gu Jingrong's handsome face was revealed. Gu Jingrong. It's you. Lang Hanfeng exclaimed in surprise. Of course it's me. Who do you think I was? If I didn't recognize you, I wouldn't have taken the risk to save you. Gu Jingrong looked at his torn and tattered school uniform, then decided to take it off, revealing his muscular body. Lang Hanfeng looked closely at the tattered school uniform. He finally understood why it looked so familiar. It was a female school uniform. He suddenly remembered that Gu Jingrong went to the female's dormitory to disguise himself as a female. Shouldn't you take off your mask as well? Gu Jingrong saw that he was discovered and immediately exposed Lang Hanfeng's fake facade as well. Lang Hanfeng took what he said without being flustered. He didn't say anything and immediately took off his disguise, showing a cold and calm face. Your face looks much better now, laughed Gu Jingrong. He rather liked to speak to a familiar face. Lang Hanfeng had a confused expression on his face and asked, Who really are you? Me. I just took a mission to find out things about this academy. Smiled Gu Jingrong. You're the same, right? Lang Hanfeng didn't answer and only stared at Gu Jingrong. Gu Jingrong didn't care and put out his hand. Let me introduce myself, I'm. Right at that moment, Gu Jingrong's expression instantly changed. He pulled Lang Hanfeng away and quickly backed up a short distance. However, he was already too late. A man appeared before Gu Jingrong and ruthlessly hit him with his fist. Gu Jingrong cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood into the air. Gu Jingrong fell roughly on the ground, his back hurt so much that he couldn't stand up on his own. Luckily, he had Lang Hanfeng beside him to hold him up. Are you alright? Lang Hanfeng asked worriedly. I'm not dead yet. Gu Jingrong wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the space in front of them. The middle-aged man who he thought he had lured away was actually hiding around in the vicinity and hadn't left. You really think I'm only at the optimal peak great perfection stage of Qi Jin? Someone who just temporarily reached the domain stage for a few seconds wanted to fool me? Sneered the middle-aged man. Brother Lang, looks like we really have to put our lives on the line this time. Gu Jingrong smiled bitterly towards Lang Hanfeng. I had this realization long ago, Lang Hanfeng said without fear. Alright, I will put life in your hands, Gu Jingrong smiled as he replied and executed a stance. This time, it was a real stance where he would put his life on the line. Although Lang Hanfeng didn't answer, he used his actions to tell Gu Jingrong that he will fight with him to the bitter end. You two are really naive. The middle-aged man smiled in a belittling manner. Then, his force of presence exploded outwards and it began to rush towards Lang Hanfeng and Gu Jingrong. The strong force of presence pressured Lang Hanfeng and Gu Jingrong to the point where their faces turned pale. They bit their lips and used all of the Qi Jin in their bodies to resist the pressure coming from the middle-aged man's force of presence. Suddenly, they felt their bodies seem to have been transported to a swamp. Every action they made was met with a lot of resistance. They looked below them and discovered a transparent line had wrapped around them. A domain expert. Gu Jingrong was very experienced so he knew what was happening to them. It was no wonder that middle-aged man looked down on them. Anyone below the domain stage were considered ants to domain expert. Even a half-step domain expert was just considered a larger ant when compared to the overpowering existence of a domain expert. Lang Hanfeng had a hint of despair in his eyes. A domain expert, they had no hope of escaping. Lang Hanfeng, will you trust me? Gu Jingrong suddenly asked Lang Hanfeng. I'm part of the Huaxia Federation and would never betray the Huaxia Federation. Lang Hanfeng said without any hesitation. Gu Jingrong had a complicated look on his face, then became determined in an instant. Alright, I have a life-saving technique that could make me temporarily enter the domain stage for 10 seconds. Once the time is up, I would pass out. As I activate it, you need to hold on to me for your dear life. I will try and run as fast as possible. Of course, if we can't run away in time, you must leave me here and run away yourself. The mission is more important, Gu Jingrong continued. But, Ling Hanfeng seemed to not agree with Gu Jingrong's decision. Remember, we are soldiers. Nothing goes above our mission, Gu Jingrong shouted softly. Ling Hanfeng stared into Gu Jingrong's eyes and then nodded. Understood. After hearing Ling Hanfeng's answer, Gu Jingrong's expression changed. He shouted loudly and his entire aura began to grow exponentially. Domain. Gu Jingrong screamed. Ling Hanfeng quickly held onto Gu Jingrong's body as he quickly ran towards the edge of the forest. The ground suddenly rose around middle-aged man, sealing him inside something like a coffin. Seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted angrily, and countless of water streams appeared behind him and pierced through the sand coffin. However, inside the deep forest, other than the abundance of the wood element, the earth element was also in abundance, and the water element was comparatively weaker and lesser than both of them. Thus, the middle-aged man couldn't break through the sand coffin instantly and could only watch as Ling Hanfeng escaped with Gu Jingrong. Finally, not knowing whether it was because of the water streams or because 10 seconds was up, the sand coffin created by Gu Jingrong's temporary domain instantly crumbled. It became bits and pieces and fell to the ground. The middle-aged man escaped from the sand coffin. Right as he wanted to give chase, the communicator on his wrist suddenly began to vibrate. He looked over at it and had a change in expression. Not good, someone actually invaded the headquarters. He ruthlessly looked over at the direction Ling Hanfeng and Gu Jingrong had escaped towards and spat. It's your lucky day. Then, he quickly headed back to the headquarters. Although capturing these hidden spies were important, the headquarters was more important. After running for some time, Ling Hanfeng discovered that the middle-aged man wasn't chasing them. He then looked at Gu Jingrong, who had already fainted. Ling Hanfeng had a complicated look on his face, then he sighed. Elder brother Gu, I'm sorry. Just as you said, the responsibility of a soldier is to put the mission first. Ling Hanfeng looked towards the headquarters in the central area of the forest and continued, I won't leave until I find out what's inside their headquarters. Ling Hanfeng carefully set Gu Jingrong down on top of a thick branch on one of the large trees. He was afraid that Gu Jingrong would fall down, so he used a belt to tie him to that branch. Then, he disguised himself. As long as no one looked at him closely, he probably wouldn't be found out. After finishing everything, Ling Hanfeng left the scene and moved towards the center of the forest. Not long after Ling Hanfeng had left, Gu Jingrong, who had been unconscious, began to move his fingers. Ling Lan, who was hidden around the main gate of the enemy's headquarters, finally acquired the information about the intersecting sight lines of all the members in the patrol team, along with the blink frequency of the two guards by the gate. It couldn't be helped, this was the way this headquarters chose to guard their gate. They didn't use high-tech surveillance equipment that had no blind spots to guard their gates. Instead, they used people to guard it. If she wanted to silently enter the headquarters and not be seen by the 10 or more pairs of eyes intently staring at the gate, it would be almost impossible, especially the two guards at the door which seemed to have been ordered to look at the direction opposite of the door. Luckily, it was only almost impossible and not completely impossible. Of course, if it wasn't Ling Lan it would be completely impossible for anyone else. After calculating and planning for a short while, Ling Lan finally calculated the timing between the blinking speed of the two guards. Of course, this timing had already eliminated the sight lines of the patrol team. Ling Lan finally confirmed when she needed to make a move. Finally, after waiting for that small window of time, Ling Lan flew out as light as a feather and silently moved towards the direction of the gate. Suddenly, the gate opened slightly revealing a small opening which Ling Lan instantly slid through. As expected, the Li family's inner mansion was the one with the problems, who told them to not have any high-tech equipment. After the traumatizing experience, Little Four began to judge places that had made him lose his dignity in front of his boss. It turns out, it was all Little Four's work that made the gate open. The place Ling Lan was hiding at was not too far from the gate. This distance was enough for Little Four to use Ling Lan's spiritual power to reach to the scanner on the gate. This high-tech and difficult-to-crack equipment was similar to a naked little blossom that he could bully however he wanted. Little Four felt that comparison was weird, but he always saw others describe it in that way. Some people really like to say that, but bullying is bullying, but why do they not wear any clothes? Does that them easier to bully? In reality, Little Four believed that a naked little blossom would go on a rampage and wouldn't be so easily bullied, but he didn't have anyone else to bully other than Little Blossom. He really couldn't understand how the people in his boss's world thought. Little Four sighed sadly. He had just recently discovered that he was really smart in some ways. It was no wonder that he was a one-of-a-kind intelligent entity. The equipment and machines in the headquarters were undoubtedly technologically advanced. However, when faced with this overpowering force called Little Four, they were all useless. If it wasn't for the fact that his boss Ling Lan told him not to alarm those in the base, Little Four would have already taken over the base and let his boss go anywhere she wanted. However, Little Four couldn't help but respect the person who designed the headquarters. If it wasn't Ling Lan who had entered the base, it would be impossible for hackers to use other methods to get through the headquarters' defenses. That was because this headquarters was not connected to any satellite. All of its wiring did not connect to anything outside. The water and electricity it used was created within the base. The mainframe of the headquarters also only integrated into this headquarters and had never connected with anything outside of virtual worlds. It could be said that this base was an enigma. They couldn't acquire any information from the outside world, unless they sent people outside of the headquarters and go to the academy at the edge of the forest. In other words, even if someone was to successfully enter the base, before they leave, they wouldn't be able to transfer anything they had come to know. Those people who had disappeared after taking on the mission of infiltrating the headquarters perhaps hadn't actually died. They may still be trapped inside of the base, unable to get out. However, when Ling Lan entered into the base, all of this was no longer a problem. If Little Four wanted to, he could let the mainframe connect to any satellite and to any network, making this headquarters be known to everyone. Little Four managed to enter and leave the headquarters easily, but Ling Lan on the other hand, who was lying in a corner of the gate where the guard couldn't see, was met with some difficulty. Ling Lan knew that the security at the headquarters was tight, but she didn't know that it would be this tight. There was a guard with every 3 steps in the underground passageway leading deep into the headquarters. It would not be easy to get past these people. Troublesome. Ling Lan knew that the longer she waited, the greater the chances of her being found, so she needed to act now. Ling Lan's body started melting into a liquid form, disappearing from the guard's sight. She couldn't evade all these pairs of eyes, so she had no choice but to enter her domain mode, allowing her body to merge with her domain element. Ling Lan's domain element was ice, and ice was a form of water. A year ago, Ling Lan was already able to control the 3 states of water, but Ling Lan knew that she must have some hidden cards, so she didn't tell anyone about this. Even when she fought with other people, she only used her ice attacks. She had never revealed the 2 other states besides the time when she merged with the rainwater during the princess escorting mission in order to fight with the Domain Realm Master. In that fight, the Domain Realm Master died, so her secret didn't leak out. That meant that this was her second time using another state of water. This time, she used both the liquid form and the gaseous form of the water element. The water flowed down the walls. Before the water went into the vision lines of the guards, it changed into a gaseous form. Ling Lan was afraid that a mist would form if she evaporated too fast, so she controlled the speed of her evaporating. A minute later, the water disappeared from the wall. "Al Yen, don't you think that the air in the headquarters is fresher today?" One of the guards sniffed the air and said to the guard near him. They had been working together at this job for quite a while now, so they were familiar with the environment of the headquarters. "Isn't it the same?" But not everyone was sensitive to the change in the quality of air. The man called Lien didn't sense any changes. It isn't dry anymore. The person who spoke first expressed his thoughts. Underground places were normally cold and humid. High humidity would affect the integrity of the headquarters, so the mainframe kept the environment dry. Maybe the mainframe adjusted the humidity of this place, Lien replied indifferently. To him, this was nothing strange. That makes sense. I hope that the mainframe would continue to maintain this level of humidity, the guard couldn't help but comment. He preferred a more humid environment. That might be possible. The researchers probably needed to conduct their experiments in a humid environment. Let's hope that they will prolong their experiments. Lien consoled the other guard. While they were talking to each other, Ling Lan sneaked past the two guards nervously. She didn't expect there to be a guard who was so sensitive to the quantity of water particles in the air. She was fortunate that they didn't think otherwise. If not, she might have been exposed. Ling Lan passed the guards safely and finally entered the inside of the headquarters. She looked at the bird's-eye view of the headquarters Little Four showed her. She commended the faction which built this extravagant headquarters. To build such a huge headquarters secretly without alerting the government, this faction must be powerful. No wonder the Federation placed such high importance on this mission and sent a talent from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. With the help of Little Four, Ling Lan didn't waste any time finding her way around the headquarters. She went directly to the places with the highest security and surveyed every one of them. As she continued on her stroll around the headquarters, she got more and more furious the more she saw. We must destroy this headquarters, the foundation of this faction, Ling Lan told Little Four as she walked out of a human experiment laboratory. Little Four was shocked by what he saw too. Those cruel human experiments that appeared in history books was actually conducted in this headquarters. The experiments carried out in this headquarters might be even more vicious than what was written in the books. They actually used underage youths for their experiments. Now I know where all those domain realm masters come from. At first, Ling Lan was afraid of the people in this headquarters. It was because all the guards in the inner parts of the headquarters appeared to be domain realm masters, shocking her greatly. When did the domain realm masters become so common? With those cruel experiments in mind, she finally got her answer. These domain realm masters were created through countless of those experiments. She remembered the domain realm master who chased after Xiao Ichio. She hid her force of presence purposely so when she attacked him, she didn't use much of her power, as she just wanted to injure the skinny man and continue attacking from there. Yet, what had happened was out of her expectation. She managed to destroy the skinny man's domain easily, striking him square in his chest. At that time, she could already feel that something was amiss with those domain realm masters, but time was tight then so she couldn't think deeply about it. Thinking back, these domain realm masters who were created do have their domains, but there was major flaw about them, and the major flaw was their defense. Of course, the skinny man she met might just be an outlier of their successful line of domain realm masters. To affirm her thoughts, she needed to look for more domain realm masters created using this experiment. For some reason, she thought of Xiao Ting. At Soldier City, her forceful attacks forced Xiao Ting to release all his energy and achieved a breakthrough to the domain. However, that domain was later proven to be just a pseudo-domain. It was not stable. To stabilize a pseudo-domain, the person had to achieve the domain stage, which required many years of hard work and experience. The person needed to understand how a domain worked and how to use it properly. This kind of domain was not as stable and powerful as the true domain, as there were no weaknesses in a true domain. When compared to true domain realm masters, their domain realm masters were a joke. Their domains are fake. Fake. Little Four, have you collected all the evidence? Ling Lan had already searched through most of the places, but she felt a sense of danger at some locations, so she didn't go close to those locations. Don't worry, boss. I have recorded all of them. There are pictures and videos. If this place had surveillance cameras, his boss would not have to come here personally. It seems like the people who built this headquarters were afraid that their experiments would leak out, so they didn't leave any form of pictorial evidence behind. They didn't even dare to install surveillance cameras. The paper documents they found were weird too. It was written using strange characters that didn't exist in the world. It was probably a language invented by the people in the headquarters. That way, only their own people knew what was written on it. Even if it was stolen, no one would know about their doings. Little Four recorded all of these documents too. He looked at a few pages and couldn't understand anything, none at all. But, this was not an unsolvable problem for him. With his powerful calculating ability, he would be able to find a pattern in the words and decipher its content. Ling Lan quickly retreated from the headquarters. She found a safe spot in the forest and sent the evidence she found to the number that gave her the mission. Somewhere far away, a major who had been taking note of this number finally saw a message sent to it. He got excited. There's news. His colleague, who was a major too, reminded him. Take a look at its content first. It might be some normal information. That makes sense. The major opened the file. When he saw the gruesome photos flashing before his eyes, his expression changed. Every consecutive photo was gorier than the last. After looking through all the photos, the major rushed to the rubbish bin and vomited in it. What happened? His colleague asked out of concern. The major took a while to control his urge to vomit. He raised his pale face with eyes full of grief and anger. He said to the major beside him, Major Liu, inform Major General Wu. We got evidence from Planet Azure. He closed his eyes after he finished speaking to hide his tears and anger. He clenched his fist tightly. Those people should die 1,000 times for what they have done. Major Liu saw the furious expression on his colleague's face and was surprised. He glanced at his optical supercomputer. His expression changed. He quickly contacted Major General Wu and reported the situation to him. After some time, Major General Wu came over hurriedly with some officers who looked around 60 years old. Everyone had one or more stars on their shoulders. It meant that they were either major generals or lieutenant generals. All the majors on duty were shocked to see so many generals in the room. Major General Wu asked the moment he came, "Where is the evidence?" The major who received the evidence had recovered by now. He pointed to his optical supercomputer. Over here. Major General Wu rushed over and took control of the optical supercomputer. He flipped through the evidence. The photos were shown one by one, and all the officers looking were shocked by what they saw. Bastards! This bunch of bastards! One of the lieutenant generals slammed his clenched fist on the table beside him, shattering it into pieces. Hurry up and inform the people on Planet Azure to control the Central Scout Academy. The Major General gave his order decisively. His deputy quickly replied, "Yes, Major General." They had waited for this day for a long time. All they lacked was evidence. Hence, they waited patiently for that evidence to come. Wait. One of the lieutenant generals stopped him immediately. The other line sent us some information too. There are many domain realm masters over there. Without an overwhelming number of domain realm masters on our side, we would be unable to control the Central Scout Academy. Furthermore, there are many scouts in the academy. If the enemy uses them as hostages, we will be at a disadvantage. We must gather enough domain realm masters. The person who seemed to be in command gave an order. Ask all the division, ground units, starship units, special forces, and any free domain realm masters to gather at the ground headquarters on Planet Azure within 24 hours. The time of action will be, he looked at the communicator on his wrist. It was 1:23 p.m. now. He continued, 1400 tomorrow. Their opponents were already in an alert state by the numerous attempts to investigate the school. They didn't have much time left. If their opponents escaped, no matter how much preparations they tried to make, it'll be all in vain. As the orders were given, everyone in the room started acting. They gave out orders to the various units near Planet Azure for them to gather on Planet Azure within 24 hours. Major General Wu asked the major who received this document, were these evidence sent by the lieutenant colonel from Flying Dragon Special Forces? The major was stunned for a moment. No, it was from the other lieutenant colonel. To ensure the safety of the person taking the mission, the mainframe didn't provide detailed information about him. However, one of the requirements for this mission was to have the rank of lieutenant colonel or above. Hence, the major addressed him as a lieutenant colonel. He is not. Major General Wu was surprised and curious about the lieutenant colonel who had done what they couldn't for so long. Who was this person that managed to get this information before the person from Flying Dragon Special Forces? Around Planet Azure, all the domain realm masters from various divisions and units received the order. Those that were free or didn't have any important task rushed to Planet Azure. However, domain realm masters were not common. Even after sending out the order, the generals were still worried. This mission affected the lives of many youths. There must be no mistakes. If not, they would be unable to answer to the people from the Federation. It might also affect the political world, as many important figures would get implicated by this. No one could bear these consequences, especially the generals who were in charge of the mission. These 24 hours were like torture to them. After Lang Hanfeng left Guzhengrong, he quickly arrived at the main gate of the headquarters. When he saw the numerous guards and the high-tech door, he immediately understood why the spies before him failed. "Boss, look at what I found." Ling Lan was still sending out the evidence from a tree nearby when Little Four shouted at her. "Your roommate." Little Four said excitedly when Ling Lan turned to look at him. "Lang Hanfeng or Guzhengrong?" Ling Lan asked indifferently. Little Four was dispirited. "Why didn't you guess Meng Xiaoran? He should be on the way too, but he is not free now." When Ling Lan noticed Meng Xiaoran following after Su Pei, she had already guessed his reasoning for choosing Su Pei. It had to be said that he made a good decision. Su Pei was calm and knew when to give up certain things. He knew what he should do to gain the most leverage out of the situation. Compared to Xiao Ichio, who was straightforward, Su Pei would give Meng Xiaoran what he wanted more easily. Ling Lan agreed with his decision. If she was in the same situation, she would choose Su Pei too. "It's Lang Hanfeng." Little Four was dejected as his boss was too smart and calculative. It was hard to tease his boss. "It's him." Ling Lan looked up excitedly. "Is Gu Zhengrong not with him?" After she saved Xiao Ichio, she continued her way to the base. As she was walking through the forest, she saw Lang Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong fighting against a domain realm master. This was something Ling Lan wanted to see. With Lang Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong helping her attracting some of the attention of the guards outside, she would have an easier time getting in their headquarters. Nope, he is alone. Little Four found out that Gu Zhengrong was nowhere near Lang Hanfeng. Interesting. They didn't move together. Looks like things are getting fun. Ling Lan smiled slightly. "Little Four, you did well today, so I'm going to reward you with a great show. Let's just wait a while and the leads of the show will appear on stage all prim and proper." Ling Lan silently climbed up a tree with dense leaves and branches. With the dense leaves and branches, it allowed little sunlight to hit the ground, shrouding the forest grounds with darkness. Ling Lan leaned close to a thin branch. The dense leaves and branches covered most of her figure. When the wind blew, she swayed along with the branches. From below, nothing amiss could be spotted. Lang Hanfeng really wanted to complete his mission, but he was not a rash person who would recklessly charge into his objective without thinking. When he saw the heavily guarded gate, he slowly retreated as he didn't notice any obvious way in, so he wanted to report the situation to the military first. When he retreated for around 100 or so meters, his expression suddenly changed. He instantly jumped into a bush. A figure appeared at the spot Lang Hanfeng was at a moment ago. Lang Hanfeng was already very careful, but he still got noticed by the guards. However, he reacted well to the situation. The guard didn't seem to realize that he was hiding in the bush. The guard looked confused, seemingly to be doubting himself. What's wrong? Another guard wearing the same uniform appeared beside him. Looks like they were a team. Nothing. I discovered some movements here, so I came here to take a look, the other guard replied. Did you find anything? His partner asked in concern. No. I probably am too sensitive, the person who came first replied. Maybe not. After we reached the domain stage, our 5 senses got more sensitive. Since you felt something, it means that there must be something suspicious here. The person who came late was more cautious than his partner. To be careful, let's activate our domain to scan the surroundings. The person who came first felt that it made sense. He was also worried that there was someone here, so he nodded to his teammate's suggestion. They immediately activated their domain. So this is where you are. The moment they activated their domain, all kinds of disguise were useless. The person who came first sneered and reached out his right hand. He attacked the bush where Ling Hanfeng was hiding. The bush exploded, and a figure jumped out. It was Ling Hanfeng. Ling Hanfeng flew back a few hundred meters like a shadow and quickly ran towards the edge of the forest. With him being discovered by 2 domain realm masters, he only had one choice: run. Chase him. The 2 domain realm masters saw Ling Hanfeng and exchanged glances with each other. Then, they chased after him. At that moment, a young man who was leaning on a tree tiredly appeared. When this young man heard the commotion in front of him, he looked up in shock. When he saw Ling Hanfeng speeding towards him, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Ling Hanfeng shouted, "Run!" "Huh!" The young man was astounded. When he saw the 2 shadows chasing Ling Hanfeng, he understood what was happening. He hid behind a tree and shooing at Ling Hanfeng with both hands. He was asking Ling Hanfeng to ignore him. Something flashed past Ling Hanfeng's eyes. He didn't slow down but changed his direction instead, running towards the young man. He grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "I realize that whenever I meet you, nothing good will happen." The young man who was pulled along bore with the excruciating pain in his chest and ran with Ling Hanfeng. "I also realize that I will meet you whenever I get unlucky," Ling Hanfeng replied nonchalantly. He was pulling a person along but his speed didn't decrease in the slightest. "You offended 2 domain realm masters. Even if you want to die, this is not the way to do it." The young man was pulled by Ling Hanfeng, so he had some time to look back. When he saw the 2 people chasing them clearly, his face turned black. "Gu Zhengrong, shut up!" Ling Hanfeng warned him. They were running for their lives now. He didn't want Gu Zhengrong to make any noise, interrupting his thought process. Gu Zhengrong opened his mouth. In the end, he knew that this was not a good time to complain, so he decided to shut up. He decided that once they are safe, he would cut all ties with Ling Hanfeng. He didn't want to get implicated by him ever again. However, the difference between Qijin and Domain was just too vast. Not long after, the 2 domain masters blocked Ling Hanfeng from the front and back. "I'm really going to die because of you now." Gu Zhengrong gave a bitter smile. "Since you woke up, you should have left. Why did you come deeper into the forest?" Ling Hanfeng was unhappy about Gu Zhengrong's decision too. "I'm afraid that some idiot would overestimate himself and get himself into trouble." Gu Zhengrong replied angrily. The 2 of them were seriously injured. Why didn't he go back and rest? Why did he go to look for the headquarters himself? Is the base so easy to enter? If it is, there wouldn't be so many people who had failed in the past. Are you saying that I have to thank you? Ling Hanfeng scoffed. When Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong started complaining to each other in a life-or-death situation, the 2 domain realm masters were stunned. At that exact moment, Gu Zhengrong and Ling Hanfeng suddenly moved. They rushed towards the domain realm master who was blocking their way of retreat. If they wanted to live, they needed to subdue this person first. Boom! Boom! The two domain masters resisted their attacks easily. Lang Hanfeng and Gu Jinrong knew that they were so dead as the guard didn't even seem surprised by their attacks. They were too well prepared. What a simple scheme. If we didn't discover it, we should quit the organization. The domain realm masters who fought with Lang Hanfeng and Gu Jinrong gave a sarcastic smile to them. Brother, seems like we really have to die together, Gu Jinrong said with a serious face. This was the first time he felt actually hopeless. Lang Hanfeng didn't say anything. He pursed his lips tightly and stared stubbornly at the domain realm master in front of him. Gu Jinrong smiled when he saw Lang Hanfeng's never-give-up attitude. How about this? Let's fight one each and see who can last longer. Gu Jinrong turned and pressed his back against Lang Hanfeng's back. He said in a low voice, Lang Hanfeng, remember, don't die too fast. Don't worry, I will not die before you. Lang Hanfeng could be quite irritating when he wanted to be. Gu Jinrong felt frustrated. Hope that you will do what you say. Don't disappoint me. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other domain realm master. The domain realm masters didn't feel that these two little fish were a threat at all, so they didn't initiate the fight first. As the stronger party, they felt it was beneath them to attack first. Lang Hanfeng and Gu Jinrong knew that this fight would decide whether they live or die. Their hearts were heavy. They secretly gathered their strengths. They hoped to adjust their body condition to its best state so that they had a chance to survive, no matter how small the chance. Hey, why is the atmosphere here so tense? A playful voice sounded in the forest. Lang Hanfeng and Gu Jinrong were dumbfounded as they looked at the direction where the voice came from. A young man wearing a scout uniform was leaning against a tree and waving at them lazily. Meng Xiaoran. The two of them shouted instantly. Tisk, why are you two so passionate? I'm not used to it. Meng Xiaoran gave them a look of disgust. Brother Xiaoyun is still the best. He is pure, sincere, honest, and not as fake as you two. Little Four, who was looking at the show, laughed when he heard this. Huh, boss, you are pure, sincere, and honest. This is so funny. If their boss was honest, there would be no liars in the world. Little Four, I seem to be too kind with you lately. Ling Lan clenched her fist and cracked her knuckles. She looked at Little Four threateningly. This person needed to be beaten occasionally. Meng Xiaoran's words angered Lang Hanfeng. He sneered. You are dishonest too. They were not the only ones hiding their identities. Yes, yes, we are all the same. Why are you so proud of yourself? Gu Jinrong added on. He revealed how hypocritical he was. Lang Hanfeng glared at Gu Jinrong coldly. Who said that they were the same? Gu Jinrong felt that there was something wrong with what he said, so he slapped his mouth and smiled awkwardly at Lang Hanfeng. So, are you all done with claiming your family connections? One of the domain realm masters saw the three of them talking among themselves and immediately scoffed at them. I'm not his relative. The three men spoke simultaneously as they gave a look of contempt to the other two people. This chemistry caused the faces of the domain realm masters to turn black. Are the three young men trying to tease them? They exchanged glances with one another and understood each other's thoughts. They attacked together. Their target was Lang Hanfeng and Gu Jinrong. No matter how powerful a person was, they knew that they should pick the weakest off first. Meng Xiaoran appeared without them noticing. This meant that he was much more powerful than the other two. The two domain realm masters decided to subdue the two weaker ones before combining their efforts to fight Meng Xiaoran. Their plan was good, but they were not the ones writing the script. Meng Xiaoran moved quickly and stopped one of them. Looks like you want to become our enemy, the domain realm master that was stopped said angrily. TSK. Look at how fake you are. From the moment I appeared, we all already know that we are not on the same side. Meng Xiaoran jeered. The Domain Realm Master's expression changed. Because Meng Xiaoran stopped one of them, the other one had to fight Ling Hanfeng and Gu Jingrong alone. I always know that I'm not so unlucky. Ling Hanfeng, looks like we have to work together again. Gu Jingrong touched his nose nonchalantly and gave a smile. If they could escape from a Domain Realm Master once, they could do it again. You can use your special skill again. Ling Hanfeng raised his eyebrows. Humph. We talked with them for so long in order to drag the time and let the recovery agents show its effects. Don't tell me you didn't use it. Gu Jingrong raised his eyebrows too. He didn't believe that Ling Hanfeng didn't use the agents. Ling Hanfeng shook his head stubbornly, showing that he didn't want to talk to him. Gu Jingrong smiled. As expected of a soldier, straightforward and bad-tempered. Well, he should just ignore him. The two of them didn't speak nicely with each other, but they both prepared their stance for a fight. When he saw two young men at the peak stage of Qi Jin attempting to fight with him, a Domain Realm Master, the Domain Realm Master sneered in contempt. He decided to teach these two little brats a lesson. He would let them know what the phrase "anyone below the domain stage is a nobody" really meant. He turned and said to his partner, "I will handle these two brats. Take care of your opponent and don't let him interfere with my fight." "Don't worry, I will not interrupt your side," his partner shouted back. Meng Xiaoran raised his eyebrows. He felt that there was an underlying meaning behind his words. However, he didn't have the time to think about it carefully. The Domain Realm Master had already unleashed his domain, and it was attempting to engulf him. In response, Meng Xiaoran released his domain without hesitation, creating his own domain space. The two different elemental domain clashed with each other, forming a powerful and frightening energy. Trees swayed furiously, branches were blown hundreds of meters away. Yet, the clothes on Meng Xiaoran and his opponent's body didn't move an inch. At that moment, Gu Jingrong suddenly shouted and grabbed Ling Hanfeng. He then quickly ran away from the battlefield of two Domain Realm Masters. If they stayed too close to the fight, they could get injured by some rogue attack. Moreover, there was a Domain Realm Master looking hungrily at them. If they wanted to have even a chance to survive, escaping now would be ideal. If they escaped, they wouldn't distract Meng Xiaoran too. It was the best course of action. Ling Hanfeng almost fell when he was suddenly grabbed by Gu Jingrong. Fortunately, his foundation skills were good, so he managed to stabilize himself and followed Gu Jingrong. The Domain Realm Master who was looking at Gu Jingrong and Ling Hanfeng got distracted by the fight between his partner and Meng Xiaoran. This was one of the reasons why Gu Jingrong dared to run away. When the Domain Realm Master came back to himself, he realized that Gu Jingrong and Ling Hanfeng were extremely shameless. They escaped when they outwardly showed that they wanted to fight. He was indignant. He glanced at his partner and only chased after the two young men when his partner glanced back at him. Gu Jingrong and Ling Hanfeng managed to catch the Domain Realm Master off guard and escaped when he wasn't paying attention to them. However, Domain Realm Masters were too strong. In about 3 seconds, the domain stage guard had caught up to them. They only managed to escape for a few hundred meters. In actuality, Gu Jingrong and Ling Hanfeng didn't plan to escape. When they saw that they had achieved their goal, they stopped. Gu Jingrong calculated the distance and smiled in satisfaction. This far is good enough. We will not affect Meng Xiaoran at this distance. Yes. Ling Hanfeng agreed with a serious gaze. Now, our lives are up to us. Gu Jingrong was serious too. He had already accepted their faith in dying in the hands of the two guards. However, Meng Xiaoran's help gave them some hope of surviving. Ling Hanfeng was not a talkative person, so he didn't say anything else. He focused on the Domain Realm Master who was walking towards them step by step. Gu Jingrong and Ling Hanfeng released their full power. The former's force of presence was even stronger than the latter as he was a step away from the optimal peak great perfection of Qi Jin. This was his true strength. He could only break through the bottleneck and enter a step into the domain stage when he uses his secret skill. However, the consequence of using the skill was huge. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Zhengrong would not use it. Overconfident little kids, do you think that you too could fight against a domain realm master? The domain realm master slowly walked forward as he mocked them. You talk too much. Gu Zhengrong looked at him with disdain. The domain realm master turned red with anger when he heard that. His mouth opened and closed a few times, but no words came out. He didn't know what to say. Ling Hanfeng looked at him pitifully. When Gu Zhengrong decided to be harsh, he could hurt someone quite badly. You are looking for death. The domain realm master finally lost control of his anger. He released his domain power and charged towards Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong. A few hundred meters away, Meng Xiaoran and the domain realm master were at a standstill, with one side constantly attacking and the other side constantly defending. Both sides couldn't subdue the other person. The domain realm master was on the defending side as he could replenish his constantly harassed earth wall with ample amounts of earth element due to them fighting in a forest which favors the earth element. Additionally, being on the defensive was an earth element domain specialty. As Meng Xiaoran's domain element was fire, he was more adept at attacking than defending, but with the lack of fire element in the forest, his weakened fire attack couldn't break through the empowered earth wall of the domain realm master, thus making both sides not gain any advantages. Boom! The entire forest shook as a loud shockwave was heard. Meng Xiaoran and the domain realm master looked at the direction where the shockwave came from. It was where Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong escaped to. Looks like they started fighting, Meng Xiaoran muttered. Your companions might be dead by now. The domain realm master gave a delighted smile. When his partner comes back, this young man would be dead. Meng Xiaoran raised his eyebrows. Why are you so confident? I personally think that your partner might be the dead instead. If the person he was looking for was among the two of them, the domain realm master would die instead. If that's the case, let's make a bet. Do you think the person who appears later will be from your side or from my side? The domain realm master gave an arrogant smile. Bet? Is there a need for it? Meng Xiaoran smiled evilly. There is no need. I'll definitely win. The domain realm master laughed loudly. No, I just feel that there is no need to make a bet with a dead person. Meng Xiaoran looked at his opponent maliciously. From the start of the fight, he had never thought of letting his opponent off alive. Bastard! The domain realm master was furious. Multiple thorns formed in his domain space, and they flew towards Meng Xiaoran at lightning speed. Fire elements are mostly used for attacking, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be used for defending. Meng Xiaoran waved his hand and a fire wall appeared in front of him. The thorns struck the fire wall. They were not blocked by it. Instead, the fire wall burnt the thorns made using the earth element and turned it into ashes. Even in a defensive position, the fire element showed signs of offense. While the earth element and fire element were clashing on this side, another situation was happening on the other side. Let us look back at the moment when Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong started fighting with the other domain realm master. You are looking for death. The domain realm master finally lost control of his anger. He released his domain power and charged towards Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong. Boom! Huge forces collided with one another. The ground shook. The place where Ling Hanfeng and Gu Zhengrong were standing at was covered with dust and soil. After some time, the dust slowly settled, revealing Ling Hanfeng standing still and grabbing a hand that was reaching for his heart. In his other hand, multiple lightning spears could be seen. The tips of the lightning spears were pointing at the throat of the domain realm master who attacked him. If he could form lightning spears, it meant that he was an experienced domain realm master who understood how a domain worked. Ling Hanfeng, who had been beaten up all the time, was actually a domain realm master. When did you suspect me? Gu Zhengrong asked curiously after his lethal attack was stopped by Leng Hanfeng. From the start, Leng Hanfeng replied indifferently. The lightning element is the most powerful in terms of attacking. You are the person from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Gu Zhengrong finally understood everything. Who is Meng Xiaoran then? Is he the person doing the mission? If Meng Xiaoran didn't reveal his domain power, he would not have decided that Leng Hanfeng was the person he was finding. This mistake caused him to fail his entire plan. Leng Hanfeng didn't reply to him. He just stared at him coldly. Gu Zhengrong said with pity, Leng Hanfeng, you are damn careful. It was too difficult to fish any information out from him. Since you never believed me, why did you save me? Gu Zhengrong didn't understand. I didn't know who you are. He was worried that Gu Zhengrong was on his side, so Leng Hanfeng waited until he for sure knew Gu Zhengrong's identity. I see. Gu Zhengrong finally understood. Leng Hanfeng was uncertain about his identity, so he came back. There is another thing I want to ask you. When did I reveal myself and made you certain that I'm not the person you are looking for? How did you know that I will attack you? When Leng Hanfeng stopped his ambush accurately, he knew that he had already been exposed. It meant that Leng Hanfeng had already concluded that he was an enemy, not a friend. When you used your domain, Leng Hanfeng replied to him directly. My domain? What's wrong with my domain? Gu Zhengrong was confused. It's weird. It made me feel uncomfortable. Leng Hanfeng turned and looked at the domain realm master, who was stopped by his lightning bolt. He said in a cold voice, he gave me the same feeling too, including the first domain realm master we met. You all possess different elements, but the feeling you gave off is the same, and it made me uncomfortable. Actually, Leng Hanfeng already felt uncomfortable the first time Gu Zhengrong used his secret skill. At that time, he just thought that it was because of the secret skill. Hence, he didn't think deeper into it. However, Gu Zhengrong shouldn't have fought with the domain realm master for 10 seconds, as it created a scene that made him realize the similarities in their domains. At that moment, Leng Hanfeng started suspecting Gu Zhengrong. He helped him escape, but he guarded against him too. That is why you purposely tie me on a tree and said those words to me, right? You want to make me believe that you are a soldier and was duty-bound to finish your mission, which is to investigate the headquarters. Gu Zhengrong found all the answers he needed. He knew why he had failed to find his enemy's base inside the school. If you are still unconscious on the tree when I came back, I might have brought you back to my base camp. However, your patience is not as good as I imagined. Leng Hanfeng could be as irritating as Gu Zhengrong when he talked. Gu Zhengrong turned red in anger when he heard this. He gritted his teeth. This was why he didn't like Leng Hanfeng. He had 3 temporary roommates, and little brother Xiaoyun was best out of the 3 as he was cute and harmless. All in all, you were acting. You wanted to force me to attack. Not bad, as a domain realm master, you were willing to be beaten up so badly. Are you not afraid of being laughed at? Gu Zhengrong retaliated. It's good to be cautious, as a mistake could be lethal. Leng Hanfeng had his suspicion, but before the other party attacked him, he would not reveal himself easily. He was afraid that he would make a wrong judgment and hurt his friend. Leng Hanfeng, you are cautious, I give you that, but I think that you are too indecisive. How could you wait for me to attack when you are being chased by a domain realm master? Gu Zhengrong smiled. Leng Hanfeng replied, a domain realm master is not a threat to me. True. For someone who has the most powerful offensive element, you should be confident. Unfortunately, your overconfidence and your indecisive personality will kill you. As Gu Zhengrong finished talking, purple lightning bolts formed on his hand, which was being held by Leng Hanfeng. The sound of electricity was apparent. The strong electricity forced Leng Hanfeng's hand away and pushed Leng Hanfeng a few meters back, but the lightning spears that were pointing at the domain realm master's throat didn't move. Instead, it had lengthened itself. A lightning domain? Leng Hanfeng frowned. He had prepared himself for the fact that Gu Jinrong was a domain realm master. Furthermore, after experiencing the domain of his two opponents, he was confident that he could subdue them. However, the element that Gu Jinrong had was unexpected, as he had the lightning element too. Didn't you use the earth element? Is your innate talent not of the earth element? Lang Hanfeng remembered that when Gu Jinrong fought with the first domain realm master they met, he used an earth domain. The element of the domain stemmed from the innate talent of a person, and there was only one innate talent in a single person, so why did Gu Jinrong have two totally different elements? Lang Hanfeng was puzzled. The domain realm master, who was currently threatened by lightning spears by his throat, smiled. He said proudly, "He is the most perfect creation of our organization. His innate talent is the strongest innate talent in the universe." The strongest innate talent? Lang Hanfeng was stunned. He didn't know that there was an innate talent that could allow a person to use two different elements. The lightning spear started crackling menacingly in Gu Jinrong's hand. It looked the same as the one Lang Hanfeng had in his hand. Gu Jinrong looked at his weapon with satisfaction. He could sense the dangerous lightning energy coursing through his body. This was the domain he wanted. It was worth going to the Central Scout Academy for this. I don't know what kind of innate talent can be considered the strongest in the world. His lightning innate talent was keyed as the strongest in terms of offensive ability, but it didn't dare to be called the strongest innate talent. Even if there is one, it will only appear in the future. It will not be something someone already has. No, this innate talent has already appeared. Your military just missed it. Gu Jinrong smiled proudly. However, our organization didn't. We spent more than 20 years trying to decipher this innate talent, and it was finally passed on to me. You make me curious. What kinds of innate talent did our military miss? What innate talent made you all so crazy? You were willing to spend so much time and manpower trying to decipher this innate talent. Lang Hanfeng was really curious. Gu Jinrong smiled happily. A God-class operator, one of the 10 generals in your federation, Ling Xiao. His innate talent is duplication. That is the strongest innate talent in the world. However, you all didn't seem to notice it. As for Ling Xiao, I'm not sure if he understands his true capability. I don't even know if he is a domain realm master yet. Lang Hanfeng's expression changed entirely. If he is a domain realm master, he would know that he could duplicate other people's domain, right? Lang Hanfeng now understood why Gu Jinrong had the lightning element. The other party duplicated his domain. The earth domain from before was duplicated from someone else's domain too. From the looks of it, the innate talent of duplication was indeed the strongest. Gu Jinrong smiled. He had said everything he could. The information which couldn't be said would be kept a secret. As for Ling Xiao's secret, it was time to let it spread. Ling Xiao's existence helped to keep the Federation safe for long enough. In the past, other countries had no choice but to hold back their desires to attack, but this didn't align with the motive of their organization. Hence, they must swarm Ling Xiao with problems so that he wouldn't have the time to care about them. That way, they could fish in troubled waters. Ah, my father's innate talent is the strongest one. He can duplicate other people's domains. Whoa! As expected of my father, he is so strong. Little Four's eyes were filled with respect. He was elated. On the other hand, Ling Lan was worried. If Lang Hanfeng told the Flying Dragon Special Forces about this, it would be troublesome for her father. Ling Lan believed that the Federation would not let anyone with this powerful innate talent have any freedom. In that instant, Ling Lan wanted to kill the 3 people in front of her, including Lang Hanfeng, who was from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. This was the only way her father's secret would remain a secret. However, she calmed down quickly. Since the other party said Ling Xiao's secret so blatantly, it meant that they had made ample preparations. It would not be of any help if she killed the 3 of them. The organization that Gu Jinrong was in would use other channels to spread the secret. Ling Lan sighed. She hoped that her father could safely pass through this crisis. I'm still too weak. Ling Lan was a low-level officer. She couldn't help her father in confrontations between high-ranking officers. Looks like I have to become stronger and climb up the hierarchy. This is the only way I can help father. Ling Lan felt a strong sense of urgency. Both parties got what they wanted. Ling Hanfeng and Gu Jingrong didn't have any intentions of talking to each other anymore. They looked at each other in the eyes silently for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the domain realm master who was threatened by Ling Hanfeng's lightning spears moved away quickly. When he finally escaped from the spears, he felt a huge sense of relief. Ling Hanfeng showed him some mercy because he wanted to focus on Gu Jingrong. If not, the domain realm master would not have succeeded so easily. At the same time, Ling Hanfeng and Gu Jingrong attacked one another. The shrill sound of electricity echoed through the forest. 2 lightning spears collided. Sparks flew everywhere. The two of them were on par with one another. After a few rounds of fighting, the domain realm master at the side noticed a weakness and decided to act. Gu Jingrong just duplicated the lightning domain, so his ability to control it was still poor. After fighting a few rounds with Ling Hanfeng, the lightning spear in his hand turned unstable. Then, under a continuous barrage of Ling Hanfeng's powerful attacks, the lightning spear in his hand dispersed, turning into lightning bolts which slowly disappeared into the air. Ling Hanfeng's eyes lit up, and the lightning spear in his hand got stronger. He stabbed viciously at Gu Jingrong, intending to kill him with a single strike. Gu Jingrong didn't panic. A thick and sturdy earth wall appeared in front of him, helping him to block the attack. The lightning spear pierced into the earth wall. The powerful lightning energy was grounded with the help of the earth wall, immediately dispersing the lightning energy, making Ling Hanfeng stunned. While he was stunned, the ground below Ling Hanfeng suddenly puffed up. It turned into a huge mouth, wanting to swallow Ling Hanfeng whole. Ling Hanfeng immediately retreated. He wanted to dodge Gu Jingrong's attack, but it was too late. Ling Hanfeng got swallowed by the formed earth cavity, encasing him in an earth coffin. The domain realm master had been waiting for this chance. He lowered his right hand, and his fingernails lengthened and turned black. It grew to around 10 centimeters. His nails were glinting like a piece of metal, seemingly to be so sharp that it was able to cut light. After preparing himself, the domain realm master disappeared from his spot. He appeared next to the earth coffin in an instant. He reached out his hand and forcefully stabbed it into the coffin. The position was where Ling Hanfeng's heart was. The strong fingernails broke the walls of the coffin easily. It looked as though he had succeeded. The domain realm master gave a delighted smile. Suddenly, his face scrunched up and he let out a scream full of agony. Right below his hand, another hand with multiple purple lightning bolts snaked around it had stabbed through the earth wall and pierced through his chest. On the back side of the body, one could see the hand holding a still beating heart. Gu Jingrong narrowed his eyes. He released his power and flew back a few meters. Boom! The coffin exploded without any warning. A figure snaked by numerous purple lightning bolts walked out of the debris, perfectly imaging Thor descending from Asgard. Ling Hanfeng looked at the domain realm master who was on his last breath. He said calmly, "Just as I expected, there is a weakness in your domain." He actually managed to penetrate his opponent's body so easily. A real domain realm master's body would be protected by his domain, and it would not be this weak. Weakness? The domain realm master vomited blood. He knew that he was going to die soon, but he didn't want to leave without resolving his doubts, so he held on to his last breath and spoke with much difficulty. You didn't break through Qi Jin through hard work or by having years of experience, and you never unleash your potential under the assistance of a powerful domain realm master. Neither did you face a life-or-death situation that helped you to break through to the domain stage. That means that you reached the domain stage using some other alternate means. Ling Hanfeng frowned. He didn't know how to explain his feelings. I feel that you are cheating. You all use some unknown methods to cheat and reach the domain stage. The first domain realm master I met must have been created through this method. The domain realm master Meng Xiaoran is fighting should be the same too. We are all domain realm masters, right? Gu Zhengrong was puzzled too. Hence, he helped the dying domain realm master to ask this question. Why would there be a weakness? Leng Hanfeng scoffed. It's like the production of a mecha, without having the perfect foundation, it would always result in a flawed product. Flawed product, Gu Zhengrong thought about his innate talent duplication. He could feel that there was a flaw in his innate talent but he didn't want to believe it. General Ling Xiao's innate talent was the same as his, how could General Ling Xiao innate talent not be flawed but he was? This might be the price humans had to pay for going against nature. Only people who naturally break through Qi Jin or have a stable elemental domain have the right to be called domain realm masters. Those that got their potential forced out through life or death situations had a weaker foundation compared to those who broke through naturally. They would need to use the time after that to understand their domain and learn how to stabilize it. Some might take less than 5 years, while others might take 10 years or even more than 30 years. Worst of all is that a portion of them might drop to Qi Jin again. This unstable domain phase is known as a pseudo-domain. Leng Hanfeng thought about himself. That year, he was young and arrogant. He wanted to become the most powerful and talented person in the Flying Dragon Special Forces. When he didn't manage to break through the Qi Jin stage at 18 years old, he applied to use external means for him to break through to the domain stage. Although he finally managed to achieve the domain stage after experiencing a few close death experiences, the consequences were greater than what he was prepared for. He had to use 3 years to stabilize his domain to finally become a true domain realm master. Then, he had to spend 2 additional years to gain a deeper understanding of the domain stage. He had almost lost his confidence as a domain realm master during this time but he was lucky to have gained it. This kind of fortunate feeling kept coming back to him whenever he gained a deeper understanding of the domain stage. He needed to use his entire lifetime to compensate for the shortcut he took. Leng Hanfeng didn't know if he should regret his rash decision in the past. He didn't even know whether if he could break through the Qi Jin stage if he didn't use external means. Would he be able to achieve the domain stage by his own power? Everything was uncertain. Leng Hanfeng thought about this and his gaze turned resolute. If he could do it once, he could do it again. This was the first time Gu Zhengrong heard that there were different categories of people who had achieved the domain stage. Even those people who used external means had flaws in their domain. What about him then? What about us? What about our domains? Gu Zhengrong wanted to know this answer. Leng Hanfeng shook his head in pity. You all have some understanding about the domain stage but it's just scattered information. For instance, you, Leng Hanfeng looked at the domain realm master who wanted to get an exact answer before he died. Your offensive skills are quite powerful but your defense is extremely weak. It's almost non-existent. This is definitely not right. A real domain realm master might have a difference in strength in their offensive and defensive abilities but it won't be so vast. You might be able to easily kill a person below the domain stage but once you meet a really powerful domain realm master, your weakness will be amplified by 1,000-fold. Leng Hanfeng thought for a moment before continuing, if I give 100 points to a person who used his own effort and experience to achieve the domain stage, a person in the pseudo-domain stage would have 50 points. You will only have 25 to 30 points. Pseudo-domain masters could use their hard work to compensate for the 50 points they lacked. However, I don't know if you even have the chance to reach 100 points at all. From the looks of it, your domain can only be known as fake domain. Leng Hanfeng's analysis was the same as what Ling Lan had thought. Even the name he gave was the same too. Fake domain. Fake domain, it's fake. The domain realm master was dejected and angry. He was angry because he was fooled for so many years. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to vent his anger. He breathed his last breath and died. The heart that Leng Hanfeng was holding onto stopped beating. What a pity. The lightning snakes crackled around Ling Hanfeng's hand for a moment, and the heart was burnt into ashes. He flicked his fingers and said to Gu Jingrong, who was still dumbfounded. We have been roommates for half a month. That is fate. What I said just now is to repay this fate. Gu Jingrong was the strongest person created through the experiment, so he quickly regained his composure. He scoffed. I have to thank you for your kind intentions then. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ling Hanfeng could use his lightning element all throughout his body. It meant that he was in the middle stage of domain. Gu Jingrong had been in the domain stage for many years, but he was still at the primary stage. He didn't have the opportunity to progress further. In the past, he could fool himself and say that the time was not right, but now, just like what Ling Hanfeng said, it might have something to do with the method the organization allowed him to reach the domain stage. Ling Lan was watching the fight between Ling Hanfeng and Gu Jingrong at the side. She saw the lightning bolts around Ling Hanfeng and nodded. As expected of someone from the Huaxia Federation, he is difficult to deal with. She was right to say that the records by the Federation were just to show normal civilians and other countries. Many outstanding talents were kept a secret. This was the right decision. If other countries knew the exact strength of your country would be soon destroyed. However, Ling Lan's attention was not on Ling Hanfeng. She was focused on Gu Jingrong. Just now, Gu Jingrong had revealed a weakness of the innate talent duplication. He was able to duplicate other people's domain, but he couldn't duplicate their skills and comprehension of their domain. Hence, he wasn't able to duplicate it perfectly. If not, Gu Jingrong would have realized how powerful Ling Hanfeng was, and the domain realm master would not have died to a surprise attack. Ling Lan didn't know if this weakness was because Gu Jingrong was not powerful enough, or was it a weakness of the innate talent. Is it a unique weakness of the innate talent duplication? Ling Lan was confused. She decided to look for her father when she goes back home. She realized that her father was keeping many secrets from her. Looks like the innate talent duplication is not that strong. Ling Hanfeng noticed this weakness too. Gu Jingrong didn't look good. There was a weakness in his innate talent. He could duplicate other people's domain and control the domain, but that was it. Any further progression would require much of his time and effort. He didn't know if it was a natural weakness or was it unique to him. His innate talent duplication had another flaw too, and it was something only he knew. He could only duplicate up to 2 people's domains. If he wanted to duplicate another domain, he needed to give up one of the original 2 domains. It meant that the time spent on understanding the said domain would be wasted. This was why he was very picky when duplicating a domain. He was afraid that he would meet a better domain. Then, his efforts before it would be for nothing. The first element he chose to duplicate was the earth element. He realized the weakness in his defense, so he chose the earth element, which was the strongest in terms of defense. Since he managed to become the strongest person created by the organization, Gu Jingrong was no doubt an intelligent person. He had already realized the flaws in his domain, but he kept it to himself. He didn't care much about the other domain that he had because he knew that it was just temporary. He would have to give it up anyway. Only when Ling Hanfeng's domain appeared did he realize that his domain was the domain he was waiting for. He had the most powerful defensive element, earth, and now, he had the most powerful offensive element, lightning. This was the best path Gu Jingrong had planned for himself. Gu Jingrong had calculated everything. However, he didn't expect Ling Hanfeng to be so powerful. Ling Hanfeng survived the combined attacks of him and his comrade and even managed to kill the latter. The person in a dire situation now was him, Gu Jingrong. Thinking about this, Gu Jingrong felt like giving up, but his life was just starting, so he didn't want to die now. The ground below Gu Jingrong suddenly opened. Gu Jingrong sank into the ground and disappeared in an instant. Ling Hanfeng's expression changed. He raised his hand and a bolt of purple lightning shot out of his hand. Boom! The lightning bolt struck the floor and flowed underground. Ha! Lang Hanfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't hit Gu Zhenrong. Where did Gu Zhenrong go? Lang Hanfeng didn't believe that Gu Zhenrong was able to escape from his domain space in such a short time. When he killed the domain realm master, he had activated his domain and encased Gu Zhenrong within his domain. This was why he was able to speak so calmly with Gu Zhenrong. He was confident that Gu Zhenrong would not be able to escape his domain space. How did he do it? Lang Hanfeng was curious. Because he duplicated your domain. A familiar voice was heard. Lang Hanfeng looked up and saw Meng Xiaoran leaning against a tree nonchalantly. It seems like he had already killed his opponent. You saw everything? Lang Hanfeng was not surprised that Meng Xiaoran was here. Yes. I came when you killed the domain realm master. Meng Xiaoran didn't come too close. He just stood beside the tree. He was a domain realm master too, but he didn't want to get barraged by the seemingly infinite number of powerful lightning bolts. I know who you are, but we should still follow the procedure. Lang Hanfeng raised his eyebrows. 928 Eurochrome 98 RQ, Lang Hanfeng said a series of alphabets and numbers, and Meng Xiaoran gave an evil smile. This was the person he was looking for. He replied with another series of alphabets and numbers. Then, they exchanged some codes. Lang Hanfeng smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Ningyu. I'm from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Mu Chaoran, from northeastern Mukhi, Meng Xiaoran, whose real name was Mu Chaoran, replied. Mu Chaoran was a lazy person, so he didn't change much of his name. First rank elite family, northeastern Mukhi. Why isn't your name Mukhi Chaoran? Tang Ningyu was puzzled. Mu Chaoran smiled. Once members of northeastern Mukhi leave planet Guangdong and become a soldier, we would have to choose between the surname Mu or Qi. This is a rule set by our ancestors. Don't ask me why. He knew what Lang Hanfeng wanted to ask him, so he answered to him directly. Tang Ningyu was not a stubborn person. Once he heard Mu Chaoran's answer, he didn't probe further. The conversation just now seemed casual, but they were exchanging glances with each other. Tang Ningyu suddenly removed his lightning domain. At the same time, Mu Chaoran took over with his fire domain seamlessly. Come out. Mu Chaoran pointed, and a fire dragon flew towards the direction he was pointing at. The fire dragon slammed onto a part of the ground that looked normal. A huge explosion occurred and a figure jumped up haggardly from the crater. Faint lightning bolts were flashing around him. You managed to achieve a balance between the lightning element and the earth element. No wonder you are the most powerful person in the organization. You should be the most successful and closest to perfect case that those fake domain realm masters were talking about, right? Mu Chaoran gave his evil smile. Gu Zhenrong looked at Mu Chaoran in astonishment. I didn't know that you know about this. Not everyone is willing to become an experiment. Mu Chaoran thought about Su Pei. If they didn't come, he would become the next Gu Zhenrong, right? He just wondered if Su Pei would become just like Gu Zhenrong after the experiment succeeded. For some reason, Mu Chaoran believed that since the faction dared to experiment with these youths who hated them for tricking them, they would definitely have a way to make them listen obediently to their orders and work for them. Thinking about this, Mu Chaoran frowned. He started to feel hatred towards the organization that Gu Zhenrong was in. He thought about the righteous and chivalrous side Gu Zhenrong showed during this half a month they were together. He couldn't help but ask, haven't you thought of leaving your organization and come to the good side? Gu Zhenrong smiled. What is good? What is bad? Good and evil are defined by the winners of the battle. Only the winner has the right to speak. Don't you know this rule? Mu Chaoran only smiled after hearing Gu Zhenrong's words of mockery. He didn't get angry. He only asked because he felt it was unfortunate for a talented individual like Gu Zhenrong to befall in a doomed organization. Gu Zhenrong would be his opponent since he was keen on following his organization to the bitter end. The three of them seemed to all have the same idea. The entire forest was silent for a short while. Then in the next second, all three of them sent out a terrifying domain energy wave which were of the lightning, fire and earth element. Faced with the two of the strongest offensive elements in the domain stage, Gu Zhengrong had no choice but to give up on using the lightning domain he had copied and return to using what he was proficient in, the earth domain. Additionally, the defensive properties of the earth domain was the strongest. In a 2 versus 1 fight, he would die a horrible death if he was to attack carelessly. One purple lightning bolt and one flaming arrow hit a mud wall. The collision between all three elements caused an explosion to occur. As the dust settled, 3 silhouettes flew towards 3 different directions. 2 of them landed firmly on the ground while the third one stood his ground only after taking many steps backwards. Ugh! Gu Zhengrong, who had just managed to stand firmly on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood with a pained expression on his face. Tang Ningyu's domain was already stronger than Gu Zhengrong's domain. It was impossible for Gu Zhengrong to not be injured after taking a hit from the combined attacks of Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Gu Zhengrong knew his situation very well. He didn't want to fight, but he had no choice but to fight. He wanted to run, but the 2 people standing in front of him would not give him a chance to run. However, it didn't mean he didn't have a chance to live. This forest was near his headquarters, so as long as he could hold on until those at the headquarters discovers his situation, they would send reinforcements to save him, then he would be able to live. After that, he would be repaying the 2 people who were standing before him in blood. Gu Zhengrong desperately tried to prolong the fight, but sadly Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran weren't idiots. They quickly discovered Gu Zhengrong's plan. The 2 of them looked at each other and understood what they needed to do. Purple lightning began to crackle around Tang Ningyu's body, while Mu Chaoran became a dragon made of fire, and they danced around with one another. They looked like they were combining into double-colored spiral bolt. The 2 of them prepared to use their most powerful attack to try to kill their opponent right there. Gu Zhengrong's expression became complicated, and he was quite anxious. Why hadn't reinforcements arrived? What happened to the headquarters? At that moment, a dozen black-suited individuals appeared outside the gate and successfully killed the 2 guards at the gate. The leader of the group in black looked around at his comrades and said in a serious manner, "Our comrades helped us lure those domain experts away. We have to use this chance. Once we enter the inner parts of this headquarters, we have to be ready to give up our lives if necessary." "Yes, Captain." The men dressed in black shouted in unison. At that moment another man that was dressed in black, who stood beside the door, shouted, "I got it." The gate opened and a pitch-black darkness appeared behind it which seemingly able to swallow light. "Go inside." The captain led the dozen of men in black and headed into the darkness without any hesitation. Not long after, there were sounds of gunshots being fired from within. Beep beep beep, the entire headquarters' alarm had gone off. The originally quiet and orderly headquarters instantly got into a state of panic. The boss of the headquarters heard the alarm ringing in his room and had a serious expression on his face. What were those domain experts doing out there? How have intruders gotten into my headquarters? He immediately ran out and went towards the surveillance room. In the surveillance room, the video feed of the gate showed that men in black suits had already taken over the entrance. The guards there couldn't do anything, and were all defeated. The men in black got into inner areas of the headquarters, but of course, they also had a few casualties during the battle. As for the situation outside of the gate, they were none the wiser as to ensure hackers couldn't get in from the outside. There weren't any surveillance equipment in the forest area. Now, their decision came back to bite them in the back. *T, finish off these invaders. Did they actually think the powers that protected the headquarters were only those domain experts? Yes, boss. This order was sent out from their boss which caused the entire headquarters to move out. They wanted to quickly get rid of these invaders. At that moment, the deputy beside the headquarters boss softly asked, "Boss, should we notify Elder Hong?" The boss of the headquarters glared at him and said, "You think we should ask Elder Hong for such a small problem? The deputy immediately nodded and didn't dare to say another word. Right, where's young Master Rong? He's still in the forest and hasn't notified us, the deputy immediately answered. The boss frowned. He was quite worried about the fact there wasn't any information coming from Guzhengrong. Right at that moment, the boss's expression suddenly changed. He immediately ran out of the surveillance room. He jumped around and reached the square of the headquarters and looked at the gate of the headquarters with a serious expression. The deputy stumbled out of the surveillance room and ran to the square with tired and audible pants. After seeing his boss just standing there and gazing at the gate, he shouted in a confused tone, "Boss, what's wrong?" "Elder Hong has moved out," the boss said that and jumped once again. He then reached the gate of the headquarters. The deputy couldn't help but stumble downwards and follow in his boss's footsteps. Around the entrance of the headquarters, a dozen men in black had already been grounded to dust by a strong domain. There were only pools of blood everywhere. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen the invaders with his own eyes, he might have even thought that the video feed he saw earlier was fake. "Ah, they're all dead," the deputy saw a pool of blood and shouted excitedly. If Elder Hong was to make a move, why would he leave any of them alive? The boss knew very well how terrifying Elder Hong could be. It was just that Elder Hong had made a move not because there were invaders, otherwise he wouldn't leave the headquarters. There was only one possibility that could make Elder Hong leave the headquarters and go somewhere. That was if young Master Rome was in danger. It seems that we can't keep this headquarters anymore. If even young Master Rome was in danger, that meant the investigators the Federation sent were not standard soldiers and were real experts. The reason the Federation escalated it was possibly because they had strong evidence in their hands. Even if things were to get hairy, they weren't afraid of public outbursts. "We've hardly operated for a few years," the boss felt that it was unfortunate. He now hoped that Elder Hong could take out the experts sent by the military, scaring the military to not dare to send any more of their forces out. Then, they would be able to easily relocate their headquarters to a different location. Inside the forest, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran finally completed the preparations of their final move. They waved their hands almost simultaneously. A lighting dragon and fire dragon flew out from Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. The dragons opened their mouths and ruthlessly waited for Gu Zhengrong's head. At Gu Zhengrong's position, the earth suddenly rose up and wrapped around his body, creating a sand coffin. Bomb! Bomb! The continuous collision between the two large dragons and the sand coffin created deafening sounds. When the two dragons noticed that they weren't breaking through the sand coffin, they raised their heads and ruthlessly collided with it once again. Boom! 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 Every time they collided, the two dragons grew in size. Behind them, their masters, had pale expression on their faces. It seems the powerful attack made them deplete their domain's energy reserves. Break through! Mu Chaoran suddenly shouted. As though it had felt its master's willpower and spiritual pressure, the large fire dragon lifted its head and ruthlessly collided with the sand coffin once again. Although Tang Ningyu didn't make a sound, his lightning dragon also crashed into the sand coffin in a similar manner. The two large dragons crashed into the sand coffin almost simultaneously. Bang! A terrifying explosion shook the entire forest area. In the center of the explosion, countless dust particles filled the air. In the end, Gu Zhengrong's real body was exposed. The energy in the lightning and fire dragons were not completely depleted yet. They gathered up once again and shot towards Gu Zhengrong. Ah! After a cry of agony, the two dragons went straight through Gu Zhengrong's body after his defenses were down. The two dragons, that finally depleted their energy, disappeared into the air without a trace. Gu Zhengrong, who stood at that location, began to spit out vast amounts of blood. His eyes were wide open. In the end, he still get any reinforcements. Suddenly, the body parts below Gu Zhengrong's chest area turned to dust. Half of his torso and his head fell to the ground. Faced with the burns from the fire element and the destructive force of the lightning element, Gu Zhengrong was already lucky that he still had his head intact. Gu Zhengrong, who fell to the ground, was still not willing to close his eyes as if he was unwilling to die. Seeing this, Mu Chaoran couldn't help but sigh, this guy isn't bad and has good talent. Just unfortunate. If back then, he wasn't taken in by that organization, Gu Zhengrong would probably have been one of their team members and not their enemy. That's fate, Tang Ningyu said calmly. Right as Mu Chaoran was about to say something, Tang Ningyu's expression suddenly changed, and he carried Mu Chaoran as he ran wildly towards the exit of the forest area. Ling Lan, who had been watching the fight the entire time, also had a small change in her expression. She moved slightly and left the place she was hiding in. It was just that when she left, she took a look at Gu Zhengrong's head that was left on the ground and was somewhat doubtful of it. Right as Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran left the scene, the place where they stood had a person appearing. That person had a head full of white hair with an older appearance similar to an elder who had already experienced life to its fullest. On the ground, Gu Zhengrong's head that was left on the ground suddenly spoke, "Elder Hong, if you came any later, then I would really be dead. Don't worry, young Master Rong. As long as your mind isn't destroyed, then you're immortal." Elder Hong held up Gu Zhengrong's head and snapped his fingers. Then, a person came down from the sky. "Take young Master Rong to the laboratory and give him a new body," Elder Hong ordered. "Yes, Elder Hong." The person who came to them carefully took Gu Zhengrong's head from Elder Hong. "Elder Hong, are you going to chase those two?" asked Gu Zhengrong. "Of course, since they dare to wound young Master Rong, then they must pay accordingly." Elder Hong's face had a face full of killing intent. "Alright, but keep them alive. I want to kill them myself." Gu Zhengrong had savage look on his face. Although he could change his body, that was still his own body. It was destroyed just like that. How could he not hate them? "Don't worry, young Master Rong." Elder Hong smiled and waved his hand. He signaled his subordinate to bring young Master Rong's head back to the base quickly. Although young Master Rong was able to keep his mindscape alive for some time due to a secret magic art, there was still a time limit to it. The forest was full of danger, so the sooner they sent it back, the sooner he would feel at ease. Then, he could focus all of his attention on catching those two brats. The subordinate received Elder Hong's order and immediately rushed back to the headquarters with Gu Zhengrong's head. Elder Hong allowed his subordinate to send the head back because he was confident that no one was able to injure young Master Rong when he, Elder Hong, the god of this forest, was here. As he watched his subordinate safely leaving his domain, he then turned and looked at the direction where Tang Ningyu and Mu Xiaoyu went. In the next second, he disappeared. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were escaping furiously. Just as they were about to reach the exit of the forest, something changed. The trees around them suddenly exponentially grew taller and started moving frantically around them. Then, the trees attacked the two of them with their whip-like branches without any warning. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran knew that they couldn't evade the branches, because once they do, more and more branches would be flying towards them, especially in a forest with an unimaginable number of trees, so they released their lightning bolts and fire dragons simultaneously onto the trees. It's common sense that trees were afraid of lightning and fire as they were quite flammable. However, there seemed to be something protecting these huge trees from catching on fire. They were able to bounce the lightning bolts and flames away from their trunks, and even their leaves were protected. Soon, they were wantonly chasing the two people that wanted to run past them, back into the forest. Suddenly, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were sent flying up in the air while vomiting a mouthful of blood before slamming onto the ground heavily. A single strike was enough to severely injure them. The other party must be a domain realm master who had a title. Unexpectedly, the headquarters actually had such a powerful domain expert guarding it. Elder Hong appeared in front of them. He looked at them and asked, "Are you the brats who hurt young Master Rong?" Young Master Rong. Hurt. Tang Ningyu and Mu Xiaoyu exchanged glances with one another. They felt that this person was referring to Gu Zhengrong, but wasn't he supposed to be dead? Is he not dead yet and was just injured? The two of them were uncertain. Since the two of you destroyed young Master Rong's body, you must pay the price. Elder Hong reached out his hands, making him seem like a grim reaper who had come to casually reap some lives, but Tang Ningyu and Mu Xiaoyu wouldn't give up their lives so easily. A lightning shield and a fire wall appeared in front of them. Fire and lightning, you two are the ones who destroyed young Master Rong's body. Well then, you will repay with your bodies then. Elder Hong was elated. He was worried that there were no suitable bodies for young Master Rong back at the base. Now, there were two high-quality bodies lying in front of him. In your dreams. Tang Ningyu wiped the blood off his mouth. He stood up slowly. He was certain that young Master Rong was Gu Zhengrong. The organization was probably able to keep someone alive even when the person's body was destroyed. They just had to change body for the person who died. This was not a normal medical skill. Tang Ningyu came from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, so he knew some secret documents which recorded the forbidden things done by humans, human experiments, etc. Mu Chaoran stood up too. He wiped his blood off his mouth and laughed softly. I didn't know that I will meet such opponents in a disguise mission. Interesting. He lowered his voice and whispered to Tang Ningyu, leave. I will take care of this. If you stay back, you will be as good as dead. Tang Ningyu knew what he wanted to do. This opponent in front of them couldn't be compared to the fake domain realm masters they had faced just now. Are we able to leave if you stay behind as well? Mu Chaoran mocked him. It might not work, but there is at least some hope. Tang Ningyu raised his right hand, releasing a ferocious lightning dragon into the air. I, Tang Ningyu, will not abandon my brother-in-arms to survive. If you don't want to run, I will do it. Mu Chaoran was furious. Sure. Tang Ningyu replied calmly, that is what I wish for. If he stayed back and stopped their opponent, Mu Chaoran would have a higher chance of escaping. This was in his opinion the best plan. Mu Chaoran had complex feelings towards Tang Ningyu. Tang Ningyu might not know who he was, but he knew who Tang Ningyu was. He was the person who was given up by the Flying Dragon Special Forces in favor of Tang Ningyu. Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu were of the same age. The two of them were born in two unrelated planets, Planet Guangdong and Planet Wangjiao. However, their paths started colliding when they were 8 years old. That year, their innate talents were both awakened. They were much faster than most people and their elements were both powerful offensive elements. The Flying Dragon Special Forces had been observing all the children in the Federation, so they instantly got a hold of this news. Hence, Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu got picked up by the Federation at the same time. The Flying Dragon Special Forces needed a new leader for the new generation, and over time Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu became the forefronts of the number of potential candidates for this position. After a few rounds of intensive fights, Tang Ningyu managed to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces while Mu Chaoran failed and was sent to another place. Everyone only knew of the base camp of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. They didn't know that the Flying Dragon Special Forces actually had two base camps. The other one was the Shadow Camp, which no one knew of its existence. The Shadow Camp was filled with a bunch of outstanding talents too, but they were just a little worse than the members who managed to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Hence, they were brought there. Mu Chaoran came there to be groomed to be Tang Ningyu's shadow. A shadow was not someone who had to remain hidden in the dark. He was in the same position as Tang Ningyu in the Shadow Camp. The two of them were competitors. However, Tang Ningyu didn't know of his existence. If he overtook Tang Ningyu in terms of capabilities, he would replace Tang Ningyu and join the Flying Dragon Special Forces in his stead. Of course, the possibility of that happening was very low. All the resources Tang Ningyu received were a tier higher than him. Furthermore, Tang Ningyu's potential was greater than his from the very beginning. Unless he gave up on himself, it would be impossible for Mu Chaoran to surpass him. Since he and many others in the Shadow Camp could compete with the soldiers in the Flying Dragon Special Forces, why did Flying Dragon Special Forces create the Shadow Camp and groom them there and not in just one base camp? It was because they were backups. What would happen if the talents in the Flying Dragon Special Forces got killed in a mission? It would be a huge blow to the Federation. Hence, Shadow members like them would replace the position of the people who had died and become the new leaders of Flying Dragon Special Forces. By right, his mission was to watch from the side and cover up for Tang Ningyu in case he was in danger. Additionally, he was not supposed to help him. However, he couldn't stop himself from helping him in the end, and now, both of them were in danger. Mu Chaoran suddenly wanted to laugh. If he and Tang Ningyu both died here, how would the people in the Flying Dragon Special Forces react? The two leaders that they groomed for almost 20 years died at the same time. Mu Chaoran looked at Tang Ningyu intently. If they didn't die in this mission, he would obediently stay as Tang Ningyu's shadow. Mu Chaoran made a decision. A fire dragon appeared beside him, and it started twirling in the air. Elder Hong smiled sarcastically. Multiple branches appeared behind him and flew towards the two young men. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran waved their hand. The two dragons beside them rushed forward. However, the difference in power was too vast. Their opponent broke their offense easily. The branches easily pierced through into the fire wall and lightning shield protecting them. Kaka! Kaka! The fire wall and lightning shield shattered into pieces. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran watched helplessly as the thick branches moved closer to them. They would not be able to escape this time. Bang! A huge collision occurred. An enormous ice mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. The tree branches slammed into the ice mountain, flinging some ice shards into the air. Some of it hit Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's faces. The piercing cold from those small pieces of ice shard caused them to shiver. Elder Hong's expression changed. He waved his hand and all the branches retracted. The entire forest resumed its calmness. The ice mountain exuded a dangerous cold air that formed an intimidating mist in the forest. An ice element domain realm master. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran looked at each other. They couldn't contain their excitement. They were saved. The military actually sent a domain realm master for this mission. The power this person showed proved that he must be someone with a title. Who is it? Elder Hong shouted angrily. Silence. Besides the three of them, there seemed to be no one in the forest. Damn it! Elder Hong was frustrated when he couldn't find the other party. His white hair flew up. He placed his palms together and shouted, "Ultimate blockade." Branches and leaves started growing out of the ground and manifesting in the sky. They formed two huge nets, one below and one above. The two nets moved closer to one another, attempting to capture anyone inside. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran got nervous again. This Earth Element Domain Realm Master had shown the power of a formidable warrior. He might be even stronger than a titled Domain Realm Master. Ice blockade. A cold voice rang through the forest. The furiously expanding branches instantly got frozen. They stopped moving. Within a second, the green world had turned into an ice-cold world. Only ice could be seen. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. The person's back was facing them. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and the windbreaker was swaying slowly in the freezing cold wind. The person had such a cold force of presence. When he stood in this ice world, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran felt that it was so picturesque as if they were looking at a painting of a ruler in an ice-cold world. Who are you? Elder Hong frowned. He could feel continuous wafts of cold air coming from this person. Additionally, his gaze was icy that even he didn't dare to look straight at it rashly. The powerful force of presence couldn't conceal the strong vitality exuding out of the person in front of him. It was obvious that this Domain Realm Master was at his prime age. He might be around 40 years old or maybe even younger. Around 30 years old. Elder Hong didn't even have the thought that this person could be even younger. There was a document in the Federation stating that someone from the Federation managed to achieve the domain stage at 25 years old, but the power the person showed just now proved that he was not someone who had just achieved the domain stage. Such a powerful and destructive technique could only be used by someone who had a full grasp of the domain stage. Furthermore, this person must have many years of experience on the battlefield to have created such a technique. He must at the tip of the pyramid of Domain Realm Masters, a titled Domain Realm Formidable Warrior. Becoming a titled Domain Realm Formidable Warrior was the goal of every Domain Realm Master. To achieve this goal, a Domain Realm Master must create his or her own powerful technique. The strength of each titled Domain Realm Formidable Warrior was different, but that was just within realm of titled Domain Realm Formidable Warriors. No matter how weak a titled Domain Realm Formidable Warrior was, he could easily defeat an average Domain Realm Master. The difference in power was not something that could be covered with innate talent. Elder Hong asked this question because he couldn't think of anyone that fit the description of the physical characteristics of the person in front of him. He recalled all the Ice Element Domain Realm Masters, but all their ages were different than the age he had concluded the person in front of him was. Did a titled Domain Realm Formidable Warrior pass by and coincidentally felt his domain energy? Did he come because he wanted to have a fight with him? If that was the case, Elder Hong wanted to vomit blood. The person didn't reply to Elder Hong. He just looked at Elder Hong directly and said two words coldly, "Move aside." Elder Hong didn't expect the other party to reject him directly. His face turned red in anger. His white hair stood up as he shouted, "How dare you!" As he shouted, the branches that were frozen broke free from the ice and attacked the person. He wanted to pierce multiple holes in this person to vent his anger. The sound of branches striking something could be heard. Ice crumbs flew everywhere, blocking Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's vision. They didn't know what was happening, but they were afraid at the fact that their savior could be injured by the old man. Finally, the attack stopped. The ice crumbs dispersed. The entire ground was filled with thick branches stabbed into it. Actually, the ground couldn't even be seen anymore. The man in a black windbreaker stood elegantly on a tree branch. His windbreaker swayed slowly. He was looking calmly at Elder Hong. Elder Hong felt the gaze of the two young men. He turned suddenly and waved his hand. Numerous branches flew towards them viciously. Even if someone stepped in, he didn't plan to let the two young men off. The man in a black windbreaker noticed this. He lifted his right hand immediately and an ice wall was erected in front of Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu, blocking Elder Hong's attack successfully. However, an ice wall was not as sturdy as an ice mountain. After receiving the attack, it shattered into ice cubes and was scattered all over the forest. Elder Hong saw this person constantly interfering with him and finally lost his patience. He gave up the thought of persuading the person to leave. He placed his hands together. The branches around Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran moved towards them. If this person wanted to stop him, let him do it. Let's see who uses up their energy first. Elder Hong was confident that he would be the last man standing as the environment was really favorable for him. There were ample wood elements in the forest, so he didn't need to use too much of his domain energy. Compared to him, his opponent had already used up all the water elements around them. If he continued fighting, the ice element domain energy he needed to churn out was definitely much more than him. The attacks from all four corners couldn't be stopped by one or two ice walls. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. She placed her hands together, and four walls were formed around Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. At the same time, four snowflakes appeared in midair. Each of them landed on top of the four walls. It then started to emanate a chilling breeze, freezing together everything part of the walls forming a huge ice cube. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were also encased in the giant ice cube, protecting them from harm. Little White, throw them out. The man in a black windbreaker was Ling Lan. She was also irritated by Elder Hong's continuous attacks. She knew what his intention was. He wanted to expend her energy. She wasn't afraid of this, but being on the passive end made her feel frustrated. Hence, Ling Lan used her spiritual power to ask Little White, who was doing something somewhere in the forest, to throw Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran out, as these two being here were just a burden to her. When Little White heard its master's order, it quickly rushed over while having no time to get rid of the blade of grass that was stuck in between his teeth. It didn't want to be hit by its master just because it was late. Its body started expanding. Soon, it became the size of a small mountain. All the trees around it cracked when it ran past them. The tentacles on its body flailed wildly in the air. It looked as though a UFO was attacking planet Azure. Little White used its 10 thickest tentacles to attack the branches that were pounding the giant ice cube. Tang Ningyu, who had been watching Ling Lan and Elder Hong's battle, felt his heart pounding furiously. A strong sense of danger was felt, and the source of that danger was behind him. He turned around, and a frightening massive creature with tentacles appeared in front of his eyes. In the next second, he could feel his eyeballs rolling back. Tang Ningyu's fear affected Mu Chaoran too. He turned around in a flabbergasted manner when he saw 10 tentacles coming down on them. It made him so scared that he felt he would be smashed into a pile of meat by the tentacles. Bang, 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 the tentacles slammed the branches into dust. These branches were created by Elder Hong using the wood element from the thick trees of the forest, but it was not as hard as Little White's tentacles. Little White used 6 of its tentacles to hit the branches. The remaining 4 tentacles grabbed a hold of the giant ice cube and pulled it up from the ground. The giant ice cube was lifted up entirely. What is this so heavy? Little White used a lot of energy before it could lift it up. After its master sneaked into the headquarters, it went around the forest eating furiously. The energy it was using now would need to be replenished with a lot of eating. Speaking of eating, it finally could eat. The forest was full of delicious savage beasts. Many got them had been eaten by it already. If its master didn't order it that it couldn't finish all the beasts, it would have eaten everything. Little White cried. It was the right decision to follow master. He could finally eat meat. It used all the energy it had and hurled the giant ice cube towards the direction of the academy. Then, it dusted off its tentacles and changed back to its mini-ball form. It hopped and jumped back to its forest pantry and continued eating its grass. As for whether the giant ice cube would smash a hole in any of the buildings in the academy, it has nothing to do with it, Little White thought irresponsibly. Yes, it should eat more vegetables now. It just ate too much meat, and now as of the result of that, it had a very bad case of indigestion. It must be because it hadn't eaten meat for 1,000 years, so its digestive system must have degraded. Little White was sad by its upset stomach. It must eat more vegetables so that its digestive system would get healthier. That way, it would not get indigestion again when it would eat a lot of meat in the future. Little White felt the importance of this task. It started chewing on the tiny blade of grass happily. The world outside its lake is so much more beautiful. Even this tiny blade of grass tastes so good. Little White raised its head and cried with joy. It was so touched. With this, it was sure that following its master was the best decision it made in its life. When he saw the huge creature with tentacles throwing him out, Tang Ningyu, who was normally calm and composed, and Mu Chaoran, who always seemed indifferent about anything, screamed in fear. Bang! The giant ice cube slammed into a certain school building, forming a huge hole in the roof of this 6-level building. Due to everyone in school being preoccupied with Li Lanfeng's sermon in the Great Hall, no one was in the building. However, the strong collision still attracted the attention of some teachers and students nearby. The giant ice cube was very sturdy, even after smashing into a building, it didn't even chip a little. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran inside were dizzy from the throw, but they weren't injured. How are we supposed to get out? Tang Ningyu gave a gloomy look. He didn't want the teachers and students of the Azure Central Scout Academy to look at him like an animal in a zoo. If they were to find out his true identity, he would not have the face to return to the Flying Dragon Special Forces and be their leader anymore. Mu Chaoran aimed his hand at the ice to try to use his fire element to melt the giant ice cube, but not the slightest puff of fire could be seen. There was no element present in the giant ice cube other than the dominating ice element. This showed how powerful that domain realm master was. Mu Chaoran tried to punch the ice wall, but no cracks were formed. Mu Chaoran shrugged, expressing that he had no idea. Time passed slowly, then they heard murmurs outside. To prevent exposing any danger to the students, the teachers didn't allow them to get close to the giant ice cube. After 3 minutes of strange murmurs, they heard some people coming up the stairs to investigate the hole in the roof. Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's faces turned dark. They were going to be discovered soon. They knew that they would definitely embarrass themselves today. They also had to explain why they were locked up in a giant ice cube too. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran felt their head hurting, they didn't want to be discovered. The giant ice cube seemed to have heard their thoughts. It suddenly started cracking, revealing a wide enough opening for them to escape from embarrassment. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were elated, and they disappeared from the giant ice cube instantly. The giant ice pieces crumbled slowly and disappeared into the air. No signs of ice were left behind, only the slight chilliness in the air could be felt. In the end, no one knew what damaged the building's roof, and it became one of the mysteries of Azure Central Scout Academy. Little White's appearance not only scared Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, Elder Hong got a shock too. He didn't know where this massive creature came from. This caused him to slow down his attacks. That was why Little White was able to hurl the giant ice cube away. But Little White only appeared for an instant. After it completed its mission, it turned back in its mini-ball form and hid among the trees and bushes. Without the uprooted trees and the disturbed terrain caused by Little White, Elder Hong might have thought that he was hallucinating. Elder Hong was an experienced tidal domain realm formidable warrior, so he vividly remembered how the creature threw the giant ice cube away and felt that it probably had to do with the two people inside the giant ice cube or the domain realm master in front of him. He wanted to ask Ling Lan, but she had already started attacking him without giving him any time to ask. Without the two burdens, she could fight freely now. During the exchange of blow just now, Ling Lan discovered that Elder Hong was not just a normal tidal domain realm formidable warrior. Maybe, she could try something new today. Ever since she learned that skill, she didn't dare to use it on anyone yet. You would only know the power and usefulness of some techniques after you use them in a real battle. She hoped that her opponent would not disappoint her. Ling Lan released all her energy and created a mini ice world. She enclosed Elder Hong as well as the trees around them in her world. Elder Hong retaliated by allowing the plants around him to grow furiously, attempting to break through the ice world. This was a battle between life and death. The ice world killed all signs of life. The trees and plants wanted to use their undying spirit to break the ice world. This clash was a battle between their domains. The stronger person would last longer. After their domains furiously contending with each other for a few minutes, cracks started forming in the ice world. At last, a sapling broke through the ice blockade. The sounds of more cracking could be heard. The sound got louder and louder. The ice world was broken apart by numerous saplings and plants. In the battle of life and death, the power of life was stronger. Ice blockade lost. It was hard to win against the wood element in a forest as there was almost an infinite source of it. Ling Lan suddenly took a step back. A wooden spike had appeared at the place she was just standing at. If Ling Lan didn't move quickly just now, she would have been injured by it. She didn't manage to seal her opponent because there was a lack of water element in the forest. Her opponent managed to manipulate his element very well. Ling Lan felt enlightened. She looked at Elder Hong who was standing on a broken trunk. You are indeed a tidal domain realm formidable warrior. Only people of this rank were able to change their bodies into their respective elements. This kind of domain realm masters was frightening. You never know when they would attack you, and there were also no warnings or signs for you to prepare yourself. The moment he finished speaking, he merged with the broken trunk. Ling Lan didn't know where he could be as there was wood all around her. The entire forest was covered in mist, so it was hard for Elder Hong to find Ling Lan too. This was a battle of patience, attentiveness, courage, and cautiousness. The entire forest was dead silent. It seemed as though there wasn't a tense battle occurring there. 10 seconds had passed. 20 seconds had passed, 1 minute had passed, 3 minutes had passed. Just when it looked as though the silence was going to continue longer, a hand shot out from a tree and grabbed something in the thick mist. Ling Lan's right arm was grabbed by Elder Hong. "You're dead." Elder Hong scoffed. Fusion. Ling Lan's right arm suddenly started turning into wood. The wood was slowly spreading to other parts of her body. Ling Lan was lifted out of the mist, revealing the entire right side of her body which had already turned into wood. Elder Hong felt that he was going to win, so he revealed his true form, showing a delighted smile on his face as he enjoyed his enemy dying in a slow and painful manner. "Actually, you shouldn't grab a water element domain realm master." Ling Lan's force of presence suddenly changed. The coldness around her disappeared, turning the surroundings warm, and an innocent face with a smile was revealed. Elder Hong was flabbergasted. "You." The little brother Xiaoyun who young Master Rome wanted to invite into the organization was actually a titled domain realm formidable warrior. The water elements in the air slowly landed on the side of the body that was turned into wood, changing her body back to its normal state. How is that possible? Elder Hong was dumbfounded. His strongest technique, fusion, got broken just like that. You even revealed your true form. What a stupid decision. Ling Lan sighed as she flicked her fingers, and Elder Hong exploded, turning into a pool of blood. He didn't know how he died. Never use your true form to touch a water element domain realm formidable warriors. Ling Lan didn't know if this ability was unique to her or could all water element domain realm formidable warriors be able to use this technique as long as they understood how to use it. This must be a bug. If Ling Lan were to meet an opponent with this exact technique and was caught by it by surprise, she wouldn't be able to retaliate too. However, if her opponent didn't grab her with his real hand, this battle might not have ended this way. Ling Lan's force of presence changed again. The air around her turned cold. She waved her hand at the pool of blood, freezing it. Then, she snapped her fingers. The frozen blood turned into fine dust and dispersed into the air. Only the faint scent of blood was left. It too soon disappeared and was replaced by the fresh air of the forest. After she dusted off the dust in her hands, Ling Lan quickly returned back to her room. "I've already locked them up for some time. It's probably about time to release them." Ling Lan snapped her fingers and a giant ice cube far away unsealed itself. When they were almost to their apartment, the door of their apartment opened, revealing Ling Lan, who opened the door excitedly. She widened her eyes in shock as she looked at the two of them. Why are you two like that? He offended me just now, so we fought." Mu Chaoran was slightly pale in the face. He looked at similarly pale-faced Tang Ningyu while bearing with all the pain in his body, and forced a smile out. Ling Lan was puzzled. She didn't seem to understand why they needed to fight when they offended each other. Then, she saw Ling Hanfeng not wearing his uniform, and was only wearing a t-shirt. "Did your uniform disappear during the fight?" "It was torn, so I threw it away," Ling Hanfeng said casually. Ling Lan nodded. She looked as though she believed what they said. All the while thinking in the head, these people sure have a lot of money to waste. Tang Ningyu and Mu Xiaoyu felt relief when they saw how easy it was to fool to Ling Lan. Fortunately, their little brother Xiaoyun was an innocent person, so he didn't doubt their wounds, as these wounds could not be explained by a fight. The two of them wanted to go back to their rooms to dress their wounds. Additionally, they needed to report their findings. While they were thinking of reasons to excuse themselves, Ling Lan muttered to herself, "Brother Gu forgot about me the moment he got a girlfriend. It has been a while since he left." Tang Ningyu looked at Ling Lan's sad face. He didn't know how to explain to him. Although Gu Zhengrong was not dead, he would not be back soon. Furthermore, his mission was almost about to end. He would have to leave this school with Mu Xiaoyu soon. Tang Ningyu could almost imagine how Pei Xiaoyun would react when he found out that he was tricked. For some reason, Tang Ningyu felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He only met this young man for a short while, but he had already entered his heart. If little brother Xiaoyun entered the military in the future, he would take care of him properly. He might not be able to let him climb high up in ranks, but he could ensure that he would have a smooth journey ahead of him. This was enough to repay their friendship. Thinking about this, Tang Ningyu felt that he shouldn't give Pei Xiaoyun any false hope. He said, Gu Zhengrong will not come back today. Ling Lan looked at him in surprise. She asked curiously, why not? Tang Ningyu turned to Mu Chaoran decisively. Ask Xiaoran, he was the one who told me. He was good at finding scapegoats. Mu Chaoran almost kneeled down. This bastard. Ling Lan controlled her urge to laugh. She wore a look of anticipation on her face. Mu Chaoran couldn't bear to ignore her. He gave Tang Ningyu a "just you wait" sign with his hands and smiled. Xiaoyun, mature men would do something when they get bored. Your brother Gu did that something and doesn't have the energy to come back now. Would Xiaoyun understand what they were saying? Ling Lan gave them a look of contempt when she heard his answer. Is he having a one-night stand? Why did you have to explain it so complicatedly? Then, she returned to her room and banged the door shut. Mu Chaoran pointed at the door with his mouth agape. Then, he pointed at himself. I was too complicated. Tang Ningyu nodded seriously. Yes. TSK, how would I know that little brother Xiaoyun knew about one-night stand? He raised his eyebrows. Who taught him those kinds of bad things? Tang Ningyu shook his head firmly. He looked puzzled. Did you say anything strange to him? Do I look stupid? Mu Xiaoyu glared at Tang Ningyu. Why would he teach his cute and innocent little brother Xiaoyun such things? Gu Zhengrong. The two of them thought about this person simultaneously. They immediately gritted their teeth. They were too soft on him just now. They should have killed him. If this person dared to appear in front of them again, they would definitely kill him. How dare he teach their little brother Xiaoyun bad things? Gu Zhengrong, who was waiting on the operation table for a new body, sneezed. The doctor beside him asked nervously, Young Master Rong, how are you feeling? If anything happened to young Master Rong, everyone in the headquarters would die a horrible death. I'm fine. Continue to prepare for the surgery. Gu Zhengrong felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He frowned and gave his order. After some time, he started to feel uneasy. He asked, Is Elder Hong back yet? Not yet, young Master Rong. Gu Zhengrong got even more uneasy. With Elder Hong's ability, he should be able to defeat Leng Hanfeng and Meng Xiaoran within a few seconds. Why wasn't he back yet? The people sent to deal with them this time were stronger than expected. Did the Federation prepare a titled domain realm formidable warrior? Or did they prepare someone even stronger, an imperial-level domain expert? Gu Zhengrong felt a chill down his spine. If that really did happen, he needed to get his new body as soon as possible. If not, he might die here. Gu Zhengrong immediately gave his order. We will not wait for Elder Hong. Get the material with the greatest potential here. He wanted to wait for Elder Hong to come back because he wanted Leng Hanfeng's body. However, from the looks of it, he had no time to wait. But, the doctor wanted to say something but Gu Zhengrong interrupted him fiercely. No buts. Start the operation immediately. The doctor instantly replied, Yes, I'll prepare for the operation immediately. Very soon, a body was pushed into the room. After the doctor inspected it, he said with satisfaction, This body is not bad. Young Master Rong, what do you think? Gu Zhengrong lifted the sheet covering the face of the body, and a familiar face was revealed. It was Xiao Ichio. After Ling Lan sneaked into the base, Xiao Ichio was prepared to leave the forest to get some help. However, he was unlucky. Just as he was about to leave, another guard patrolling the area found him, so he didn't manage to escape the fate of being caught. Xiao Ichio was unconscious after he was given some tranquilizers. What he didn't know was that this would be the final moment of his life. It's him. Haha, good. Gu Zhengrong thought that his mission to infiltrate the military had failed. But, it didn't look that way now. Let's use him. With one sentence, Gu Zhengrong had sealed Xiao Ichio's fate. Soon, the operation started. Su Pei rushed all the way back to the school. He tried contacting Xiao Ichio along the way but failed. Su Pei knew that Xiao Ichio was in danger. He only hoped that he was caught and not dead. Su Pei knew that he didn't have any time to waste. He rushed to the great hall where Li Lanfeng was giving a lecture. The hall was crowded with people who he could ask help from, but Su Pei didn't trust anyone from the school now. Hence, he didn't create a huge commotion. He prepared to find a chance to get close to Li Lanfeng. Then, he would tell him what had happened in the forest. Su Pei wrote a message and secretly passed it to the youth who came with Li Lanfeng. The youth looked at the message, and his expression immediately changed. He went onto the stage and whispered something to Li Lanfeng. Then, he left. Li Lanfeng continued smiling on stage, as if unaffected by the message. Do you guys mind if I go and have some water? I have been speaking for quite a while now. No problem. The scouts below shouted simultaneously. Li Lanfeng's lecture was very interesting. Sometimes, he would talk about the funny things that happened at the 1st Men's Military Academy and the 23rd Division. All the scouts listened to him happily. In the past, Li Lanfeng was just a legend of the Azure Central Scout Academy. He was someone their teachers always asked them to look up to. Now, Li Lanfeng became a well-respected senior in the eyes of many as he was no longer someone who only existed in their imagination. Many scouts had made a decision that day. No matter which academy they went to in the future, they would apply to the 23rd Division after they had graduated. They wanted to be in the same division as Li Lanfeng. Also, there was Ling Xiao, the ultimate idol of the military. These two people made the scouts in the Azure Central Scout Academy even more curious about the 23rd Division. The moment Li Lanfeng walked down the stage, he asked Li Shiyu to bring Su Pei to the side entrance of the stage situated outside the Great Hall. Su Pei quickly told Li Lanfeng what had happened in the forest. Li Lanfeng wasn't surprised as he was already informed by Ling Lan. He lowered his voice and replied, "Don't worry, I'll contact my division immediately and ask them to send a rescue team." Su Pei nodded. He started to feel less worried. He knew that it was not possible to save Xiao Ichio with just themselves. They would not be able to win against frightening domain realm masters. Li Lanfeng asked Su Pei to return to the Great Hall and wait for news. Then, he contacted the headquarters of the 23rd Division and told them what had happened. After he finished explaining everything, he went into a daze. Li Shiyu didn't want to talk to his cousin but he didn't like the helpless expression on his face too. He thought for a while and finally said, "What happened? I can only report and not participate when I meet such a situation. I'm useless." Li Lanfeng lowered his head and clenched his fist tightly. Why couldn't he catch up with him? He could only watch him fight alone. Li Shiyu went silent for a few seconds. He said, "Be stronger then." Their boss's opponents were getting stronger but, they could only stand at the side and watch him. This sense of helplessness made them uncomfortable. "You will help me, right?" Li Lanfeng looked at Li Shiyu hopefully. Li Shiyu turned and replied coldly, "I'm not helping you. I just can't bear to see our regiment commander standing alone." Li Lanfeng smiled. His younger brother replied harshly but he still had a soft heart. Li Lanfeng was grateful. "Thank you, Shiyu." Li Shiyu got a little furious. "I said I'm not helping because of you. It's for our regiment commander. Why are you thanking me? He angrily returned to the great hall. He had not forgiven his eldest cousin brother yet. A thank you was not enough to buy him over. Boom! A loud noise was heard. A school building near them was smashed by something. The noise alerted all the students in the great hall, and they immediately rushed out of the great hall. What happened? Ah, something seems to have smashed into the roof of that building. What is it? What is happening? Li Shiyu silently moved beside Li Lanfeng. He asked in a low voice, "What did you see?" "Ice," Li Lanfeng replied with a stern face. He saw a glimpse of it. "You mean our boss?" Li Shiyu was shocked. "Let's go and take a look." Li Lanfeng moved his body and arrived at the building. "Wait!" A teacher who had arrived before them shouted. Li Lanfeng frowned. However, he didn't stop. "Teacher, what happened here?" "An unidentified object fell onto this building just now. We have made arrangements for someone to inspect the building, so don't go in first. We don't want to destroy the evidence left at the scene," the teacher replied seriously. Li Lanfeng nodded. Li Shiyu quickly pulled Li Lanfeng. He didn't understand why Li Lanfeng gave up so easily. Li Lanfeng whispered, "With our boss's ability, he wouldn't be the one who got thrown there. It might be his opponent." Li Shiyu was enlightened. To fight with their boss like that, that person must be a domain realm master. They would not be able to deal with him. If they went in and got taken as hostages. Li Lanfeng was thinking about the same thing, so he brought Li Shiyu back. Since they couldn't help their boss, they must not create trouble for her. Soon, news came back that there was nothing there. The hole seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Many people saw the damaged terrain in the forest, arising a huge commotion in the academy. Many teachers turned serious. Damaging a terrain to this scale would definitely need a person who was much stronger than them. They were just at the Qijin stage. What could they do if they met a domain realm master? What on earth happened here? Who came to their school and created this mess? Li Lanfeng looked at the debris in the forest. He thought for a moment and decided to send Ling Lan a message. If Ling Lan was safe, she should be able to receive his message. In her room, Ling Lan asked Little Four to message Li Lanfeng immediately when Little Four told her that Li Lanfeng was looking for her. If Li Lanfeng looked for her at this time, it must be something important. This was why she went back to her room when she had the chance to. Li Lanfeng was relieved to know that Ling Lan was safe. He told Ling Lan what Su Pei told him. Ling Lan frowned. She knew that she had saved Xiao Ichio. If Xiao Ichio was still not back, it must be because he met someone from the organization again. "Boss, what do we do now? Are we going there again?" Little Four asked. "Firstly, what is the plan of the Federation?" She had sent that information to the Federation already. By now, they should have started to move. Thus, it was not a good time for her to go out now. Additionally, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were still here. She didn't know if they would suddenly look for her. Also, all the students and teachers in school were currently paying attention to the forest now. The organization should have realized the wood element titled Domain Realm Master was dead by now and would have strengthened their security. Ling Lan didn't want to expose herself in this mission. She didn't want to have anything to do with the Flying Dragon Special Forces and didn't want to endanger her comrades. The Azure Central Scout Academy was just the surface level of the organization. One could imagine how deep their hands had gotten into, as there was a half-step Imperial-level domain expert guarding the organization. There were also many fake domain realm masters who were created. This organization was too scary. If they knew that she was the person who leaked the information, she believed that this organization, which conducted human experiments and performed many illegal actions, would kill her comrades and everybody close to her. The order has been given. They will attack at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Little Four managed to decipher the message from the military headquarters quickly. There is less than 24 hours left. Let's see if Xiao Ichio is lucky enough. Xiao Ichio was an acquaintance of hers. She was not going to risk the safety of her friends just because of him. Time passed by slowly. The divisions that were based near Planet Azure sent their domain realm masters over. As time was tight, only less than 30 domain realm masters came. The commander-in-chief received intel that their opponent had a titled domain realm formidable warrior. Without one on their side, he could only be worried. He hoped that the intel he received was accurate, that the ice element titled domain realm formidable warrior was on their side and not just a passerby. Finally, the time for the attack came. When the Federation entered the grounds of the Azure Central Scout Academy, they realized that they were trapped in a difficult position. The Federation attacked suddenly, so they managed to catch their opponent off guard and controlled most of the school. However, the organization had made preparations for such situations. When they realized they were being attacked, the spies disguised as teachers from the organization kidnapped a portion of the students as their hostages. Coincidentally, the Special Class 2 was part of the hostages. The teachers who kidnapped the students were not Chi-Jin masters. They were domain realm masters. Although they were fake domain realm masters, they overpowered the hostages using numbers. The domain realm masters from the Federation were not afraid of the fake domain realm masters, but they didn't dare to act rashly because of the hostages. The people in the headquarters received the news of the attack, so they quickly came out of the forest. Very soon, more than 30 fake domain realm masters had gathered together. The people from the military cursed when they saw the number of fake domain realm masters. They made it seem as though domain realm masters could be made in a factory. What would those domain realm masters who worked so hard to reach their current status think about this? Ling Lan squatted among the scouts while covering her head with her hands. Her entire body was trembling. Mu Chaoran couldn't bear to see him like this, so he comforted him. Little brother Xiaoyun, don't worry. We are here. Yes, don't worry. We will ensure your safety. Tang Ningyu added on. If he could, he wished that Pei Xiaoyun would not experience these things. He didn't want to taint his pure heart. Ling Lan looked at them pitifully. Are we really fine? Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran nodded at the same time. They comforted him with their gazes. Stop talking. If not, I will kill you all. The domain realm master heard the commotion there and threatened them. Ling Lan looked down hurriedly as if she was afraid her little life would be taken away. A killing intent flashed past Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's eyes. How dare he scare their little brother Xiaoyun? He is looking for death. The organization asked the military to retreat out of the academy grounds. The military, of course, outrightly refused them. They prepared for so long and sacrifices so many soldiers in order to get evidence of their crime. How could they let these people escape just because of a few hundred hostages? The discussion came to a standstill. The leader of this bunch of kidnappers sent a weird look to his men. Ling Lan, Mu Chaoran, and Tang Ningyu's heart stopped beating for a moment when they saw that look. They felt that something bad was going to happen soon. Sure enough, the fake domain realm masters grabbed the scouts beside them. The leader sneered at the commander-in-chief. You might be willing to talk after we show how serious we are here. The commander-in-chief's expression changed. He shouted angrily, "Stop it." However, his shout was not enough to stop his opponent. The leader from the kidnappers raised his hand, and his subordinates all started to release their energy, getting ready to strangle the scouts to death. Bastards! The Federation's domain realm masters rushed forward furiously. However, the fake domain realm masters stopped them. The Federation's domain realm masters wouldn't be able to break through the fake domain realm masters' blockage and save the suffocating scouts. Just as the scouts were about to die, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they activated their domain. Lightning bolts and flames appeared from their bodies, attacking the fake domain realm masters who were strangling the scouts to death. These fake domain realm masters who were occupied with strangling the scout suddenly felt a sense of danger. They immediately threw away the scout in their hands and activated their domain, blocking Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's attack. As for Ling Lan, the moment Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran acted, she used her spiritual power to send an order to Little White. Just after the fake domain realm masters blocked Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's attack, they heard a loud bang. The entire ground started shaking. The buildings at the side crumbled to the ground. Dust flew in the air, blocking everyone's vision. At that moment, multiple whips, tentacles, flailed across the sky. Then, they heard numerous slapping sounds with screams and shouts for help also ringing through the air. The military then saw the tentacles hurling numerous black balls at them at an insanely fast speed. One could hear screams of terror following the black balls. Is this an attack? The military was worried. They couldn't see what the creature looked like, but from afar, they could faintly make out its size. It was humongous. These experienced soldiers would not be able to resist an attack from it. The domain realm masters, on the other hand, weren't scared of this huge creature. They could faintly see that those black balls it hurled at them were the hostages. No matter what this creature was, it was helping them. They quickly shouted, "Catch those people." As expected of soldiers, the moment they heard this order, they knew what to do. They acted quickly and split into teams of 3. When they saw someone falling close to the ground, they would dash in and catch that person. A while ago, they were hostages. Now, they were flying humans. The scouts couldn't control their emotions and started crying the moment they landed in the arms of the soldiers. They were not scared or surprised. They were just confused. The dust settled soon, and a big white circular creature was revealed among the hostages. Its tentacles flew everywhere. However, the domain realm master could see that it was not flailing its tentacles wildly for no reason. It looked messy, but the creature only hit those fake domain realm masters. As for the scouts, they were hurled to the military. The circular creature was big and had many tentacles. By the time the people from the organization realized what was happening, only Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were left. Little White happily hurled one hostage after another. It reached out its tentacles and felt around, there was no one left. Little White realized that it threw all the hostages out already. Did it throw everyone? Huh. Little White suddenly widened its eyes and let out a screech of despair. The literal sound waves it produced caused everyone around it to kneel to the ground. Some scouts that were weaker got internally injured by the sound waves and vomited out blood. Even some domain realm masters felt dizzy when they heard the screech. They had to activate their domain to block off the sound. Little White dazedly looked at the empty place. It was flabbergasted. It hugged its head with 2 tentacles in disbelief. It didn't notice that it threw its master out like a piece of rubbish. It threw the wrong person. Oh! It was dead. Little White was so frightened that it turned small and hid in a corner of the hole, trembling in fear. It would definitely be beaten up by its master. Sob, can someone save me? I didn't do it on purpose. Without the hostages, the military could finally attack without any worry. A battle between domain realm masters occurred. The scouts were able to spectate a domain battle, something they, by right, couldn't see this early in their life. This was a rare opportunity for them. Many students who were talented in physical skills received a lot of insights from this battle, thus improving their physical skills. A talented valedictorian set a greater goal for himself after watching this battle. In the future, this valedictorian became a domain realm master. There were fewer domain realm masters from the Federation, but the difference in strength caused them to subdue their opponents and take control of the situation. When Tang Ningyu killed his second domain realm master, Mu Chaoran had killed his second domain realm master too. They looked around and realized that there were no more opponents around them. They exchanged glances with each other and nodded. Both of them wanted to go to the headquarters again. Tang Ningyu still brooded over the fact that he didn't manage to enter the headquarters yesterday. The headquarters boss was probably buying time for them to retreat by sending most of his men here. This time, he would not let them succeed. Mu Chaoran wanted to investigate the headquarters too. He still remembered Su Pei saying that Xiao Ichio was caught. Although he had sent a message to the military headquarters, they would not change their plan for an unimportant person like Xiao Ichio. Since they met and became classmates, Mu Chaoran didn't mind helping him along the way if he had a chance to. As the two of them were about to leave, Mu Chaoran saw something from the corner of his eye. He walked there and squatted down near the hole. He looked inside and picked up a trembling round little ball. Huh, the pet is the same as its master. His pet is so timid too. Mu Chaoran looked at the teary-eyed little white who was shivering in fear. He smiled. Suits him perfectly. Tang Ningyu smiled gently too. Little brother Xiaoyun should be safe, but he forgot his pet in all the chaos, Mu Chaoran guessed. Rar, please tell my master that I didn't deliberately throw her. Little white looked at Mu Chaoran with a pitiful expression on its face, hoping that Mu Chaoran could help it explain to her master. Look how sad it looks. It's probably frightened. Don't be scared, I'll find your master for you in just a bit. Mu Chaoran pinched little white's cheeks and comforted. Find my master. After hearing that, little white jumped up and down frantically. Rar. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I will not go before my master assures me that she is not angry at me. You're excited because you know we're going to go look for you, master, right? Mu Chaoran laughed. But, we need to go to the headquarters first, so you'll just have to come with us. Right after Mu Chaoran finished speaking, he and Tang Ningyu moved out and quickly ran towards the headquarters in the center of the forest. Little White, who was being held by Mu Chaoran, suddenly remembered that yesterday, its master mentioned that she was going to go to the headquarters to save someone. Rawr! Little White let out an agonized cry. Isn't it serving itself to its boss in a silver platter? If it could, it would definitely return to its original form and smash Mu Chaoran into a pancake. He wants me to suffer from master. Jerk, jerk, jerk. Unfortunately, his master did say that it couldn't use its original form without her permission. It knew that if its master caught it in its original form, it would live the rest of its days in fright, waiting for the punishment to come. If it was caught and exposed, then it would definitely become a dead little white. Wah, wah, wah. Just you wait, Mu Chaoran. Little White sobbed and laid limply onto Mu Chaoran's palm. It waited in despair for its tragic end. Ling Lan deliberately let herself get hurled by Little White. After being saved by those soldiers, she followed the hostages to retreat to the back lines. However, when they retreated, she silently left the big group. That was because the place was in chaos and no one was keeping track of the number of hostages. Ling Lan's silent departure didn't attract any attention. In a few seconds, Ling Lan arrived at the entrance of the headquarters in the forest. Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu were already waiting there. From the beginning of the attack on the academy, Ling Lan had ordered Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu to hide in the forest during the chaos to monitor the situation of the base. How are things looking? Ling Lan walked beside the two of them and used spiritual power to communicate with Li Lanfeng. Other than those fake domain realm masters who went to the academy, there weren't any others moving out of the headquarters. Li Lanfeng told Ling Lan what they had seen. Hearing this, Ling Lan frowned. She knew that with the military attacking this academy, the headquarters only sent out a few fake domain realm masters to defend, and yet these people didn't use this chance to move the rest of their troops. This was clearly strange. Suddenly, Ling Lan's expression changed slightly after thinking of another possibility. Little 4, get me all of the surveillance footage of all the areas surrounding the Azure Central Scout Academy. See if any area suddenly had a large convoy or crowd moving through. The gate wasn't the only place they could escape from. Ling Lan actually didn't think of this possibility. Yes, boss. Right as Little 4 was about to connect to the surveillance equipment, he discovered that this forest was the same as the Li mansion, not having any surveillance equipment. Little 4 immediately notified his boss of this situation. Enter the base. If they couldn't gain any information from the outside, then they must go inside to investigate. Ling Lan decisively made this decision. Ling Lan made Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu stand guard outside. No one knew what the situation inside the headquarters was like. Ling Lan didn't want her comrades to be in unnecessary danger. Seeing Ling Lan entering the enemy's headquarters by herself, Li Lanfeng, who had a warm aura around him, suddenly became stone cold. This version Li Lanfeng, or rather Li Mulan, was never before seen. Li Shiyu, who stood beside him, couldn't help but worry for his mental state. It's all right. One day, I'll be able to follow in his footsteps. Li Lanfeng turned around and smiled at Li Shiyu. He would never give up on his goal. It was the same in the past, the present and the future. All right. Li Shiyu pretended to not be concerned, but he still couldn't help but say, I feel your self-inflicting pain and suffering. A monstrosity like their boss was not someone who anyone could easily follow and become on par with. If I can't do that, how can I defy my fate? Li Lanfeng raised his eyebrows. He never once thought that following in Ling Lan's footsteps was more difficult than changing his own fate. If he couldn't do that, then he shouldn't even consider trying to change his fate. Defy your fate? Li Shiyu was confused. It was the first time he heard his eldest cousin brother say something like that. Did he say it because of his weak and delicate body from the past? Li Shiyu felt that the situation wasn't as simple as he had previously thought. Is his eldest cousin brother still hiding something? Seeing a confused Li Shiyu, Li Lanfeng smirked. At that moment, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran also arrived. Here. Tang Ningyu reached the entrance of the headquarters. The location of the headquarters was very intricate. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Ningyu was given a map by his superiors, they may not be able to find it in a short amount of time. Currently, with all of the fake domain realm masters and guards being sent to intercept the military, the entrance was no longer guarded. This gate should be one of those high-tech password gates. Do you know the password? Mu Chaoran inspected the gate, then turned around and asked Tang Ningyu. No. Tang Ningyu replied sharply. Then, how do we get in? Mu Chaoran was dumbfounded. Purple lightning appeared and started buzzing around Tang Ningyu's palm. He calmly said, by force. After saying that, a flash of purple lightning shot towards the gate. The gate was instantly melted into a pile of mush and could no longer be used as a gate. Seeing this, Mu Chaoran rubbed his nose and said, very forceful indeed. He suddenly opened his hand and a fire dragon flew out from it. The fire dragon wrapped around the mush and boiled it until its gaseous state. After getting rid of the gate, it revealed a bottomless hole. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran looked at each other, then both of them jumped down one after the other. After landing at the bottom, Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu knew that they were around a few hundred meters deep based on how long it took for them to land. What they first saw was a wide corridor, but it wasn't as dark as one would think, being in a tunnel hundreds of meters deep, as there were lights for every 3 steps that they took which lit up the entire corridor. If there were guards in this corridor, even if there were only one for every 50 meters, they would still be discovered the moment they entered it. However, currently, there weren't any guards in the corridor. They were probably all intercepting the military. This made it easier for them to move about and not worry about being attacked. The two of them didn't slow down and quickly ran across the corridor. Once they got out of the corridor, they saw large headquarters. No one knew how this unknown organization managed to build such a large headquarters under the forest. Even these two from the Flying Dragon Special Forces couldn't help but be in awe of this organization's achievements. However, this large headquarters, which was originally orderly, was now chaotic. People there were like headless flies, running around aimlessly without a supervisor in sight. Tang Ningyu seemed to have realized something and shouted, "Not good. What's wrong?" Tang Ningyu made Mu Chaoran jump up in fright. This headquarters has another exit, Tang Ningyu said with certainty. That's impossible. We received information that there's only one. Mu Chaoran couldn't believe it. I speculate that the exit is only known to a few. No, maybe only the boss of this headquarters knows where it is, Tang Ningyu smiled bitterly. In other words, they gave up their lives to keep their boss safe. Mu Chaoran said confusedly. Looks like that's the case. Those in the academy area, along with these people in the base, are people that have been abandoned. Once the military breaks into this headquarters, these people will be sitting ducks. Why don't they just leave the headquarters? If they didn't know about the other exit, couldn't they just leave with the gate the two of them came in from? It's possible that they don't even know they have been discovered, Tang Ningyu said calmly. This is an enclosed space so they can't contact the outside world. This was why they couldn't get hackers to find the location of the headquarters and could only use spies that only had results popping up after 3 years. The reason for the chaos is probably because they can't find the person in charge. I guess they could already tell that there is something going on. However, the enclosed lifestyle made them react much slower, Tang Ningyu continued. However, even though they are very slow on the uptake, they will soon escape from the place we entered from. Mu Chaoran smirked, looks like we came right on time. We have to stop these people from leaving. I can handle it myself. Shouldn't you be finding someone? When they were coming here, Mu Chaoran talked about Xiao Ichio's situation. Alright, I'm going to go find him. Just call me if you can't handle them. Mu Chaoran went to find Xiao Ichio. Right as Tang Ningyu was about to stop people from escaping, Little Four, who had already took control of the headquarters, gave an order in the voice of their boss under Ling Lan's command. After completing that, he then had the time to tell his boss that her 2 roommates had arrived. If they're here then that means the military will be here soon as well. Little Four, did you find the second exit? Ling Lan target was the second exit. Boss, I found it, but that exit can no longer be used. Little Four told Ling Lan the bad news. What happened? Asked Ling Lan. When they left, they destroyed the passage, said Little Four. They're getting away just like that. Ling Lan was in dismay. Ever since she discovered what this organization had done, Ling Lan had decided that she wouldn't let them go no matter what. Maybe not, aha, I found their location. Little Four expanded the map of the Azure Central Scout Academy by a few 100-yard radius in Ling Lan's mind space. There was a red dot blinking on one spot of the map. The exit is there. They're still packing something and haven't left yet. Good job, Little Four. Ling Lan finally smiled slightly. Then, she disappeared into the mist and began to move about. She had to get there. Little Four, give Mu Chaoran some hints to let him find Xiao Ichio quicker. After saying that, Ling Lan completely disappeared. After taking control of the headquarters, Little Four quickly found the lucky Xiao Ichio, as he was only just tossed into a room and unconscious. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran split the workload. Tang Ningyu guarded the corridor to make sure those in the headquarters didn't escape before the military arrived, while Mu Chaoran silently went deeper into the headquarters to look for Xiao Ichio. However, a sudden change surprised the two of them greatly. The originally chaotic and panic-filled headquarters slowly became orderly. This made Tang Ningyu, who was guarding the corridor, suspect that something was off. Could it be that their guess was off? Is the boss of the headquarters still supervising the headquarters? Seeing this change, Mu Chaoran also became more cautious. He didn't want to get trapped in this headquarters before he could save Xiao Ichio. He had already personally experienced a titled Domain Realm Master's terrifying capabilities. If that titled Domain Realm Master was in the headquarters, or perhaps there were similar level experts within the headquarters, he probably wouldn't be able to stall them until the military arrived. Mu Chaoran hid within the darkness. Right when he was thinking about how he would find Xiao Ichio, 2 staff members of the headquarters suddenly walked past him. They spoke softly as they walked past him. That's odd. Why would the higher-ups order us to move the material in room Q1 to room F7? Normally, a material would only be moved from a room if the modifications were successful or a complete failure. Otherwise, the material would be left in the room for its entire life. That's enough, don't say any more. Ever since yesterday afternoon, the orders from the higher-ups began to be confusing. Now we're only changing the room of a material, there's nothing weird about that, said the other staff member nonchalantly. Do you think something happened? Ever since yesterday afternoon, the orders of the higher-ups seemed to be extremely odd. The lower-ranked staff members could feel something was in the air, and also began to suspect whether something had happened to the headquarters. Who knows, the other staff member said dazedly. Sigh. The two of them sighed and shook their heads as they walked towards room Q1. They were all at the bottom of the chain of command. When the higher-ups were still in the headquarters, they didn't have a chance to run even if they wanted to. They could only obey the orders given to them. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, Mu Chaoran suddenly had a thought, and he followed behind them. Since he didn't have any idea where to look for Xiao Ichio, he should follow them, maybe he could find more clues. Room Q1 was somewhat far away. Mu Chaoran carefully hid from everyone he had encountered along the way and finally arrived at the so-called room Q1 mentioned by the two staff members. Room Q1 was actually the first room in a long corridor of rooms. The rooms all had Q in their names. Each room's design was very simple and crude, all the room just had one bed, a dresser and a tiny washroom. The two staff members used some equipment to open the door. Behind the door, an unconscious person was lying on the bed. Right as the two of them were about to lift up that person, Mu Chaoran saw the familiar scout uniform and had a thought. Bam! Bam! Mu Chaoran instantly knocked out the two staff members. Mu Chaoran carefully used the equipment in their hands to close the door of the room. Then, he walked towards the bed and smiled, that was really easy, no effort required. It turns out, it was Xiao Ichio who was lying on the bed. Mu Chaoran quickly checked around and instantly let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Ichio was only tranquilized and wasn't injured. Soldiers on missions always had life-saving medicinal agents on them. Mu Chaoran quickly took out a vial of medicinal agent and made Xiao Ichio gulp it down. Not long after, Xiao Ichio began to slowly open his eyes. After seeing Mu Chaoran's face, he was instantly surprised and almost shouted. However, he quickly reacted and softly said, "Meng Xiaoran, you got captured as well." Mu Chaoran glared at him. "You're the one who got captured. I'm here to rescue you. Just yourself." Xiao Ichio instantly became nervous. "Do you want to die? There are domain realm masters here. Don't worry, the troops the military sent will be here soon. We just need to wait until then." Mu Chaoran didn't want to explain that he was a domain realm master. He only told Xiao Ichio that they were going to be safe soon. Xiao Ichio was a smart person and immediately said, "You're a soldier." He thought of their current situation and said, "You're here to investigate the organization, right?" Xiao Ichio didn't wait for Mu Chaoran to answer and said angrily, "Sh*T, we really have been harmed by this organization. You don't know, the Xiao family." "Stop. Su Pei already told me." Mu Chaoran's lips twitched. He didn't think that Xiao Ichio was actually the talkative type. He hated being with talkative types. "Ah, Su Pei. Oh, is Su Pei alright?" Xiao Ichio immediately asked as he was reminded by Mu Chaoran about Su Pei who had tried to escape with him. "He's luckier than you, and has returned safely," Mu Chaoran replied. In reality, he wanted to save Xiao Ichio not just because of Su Pei's request. It was because in the forest he had chosen to save Su Pei and not Xiao Ichio. Although he was forced to do so, he still felt that he did Xiao Ichio wrong. "That's good." Xiao Ichio let out a sigh of relief and was happy that Su Pei was able to safely escape. Then, he looked at the monotone room surrounding him and smiled bitterly. "Unfortunately, we don't know when we can leave this god-forsaken place. Bang! Suddenly, a loud quaking sound made Xiao Ichio, who hadn't completely recovered, almost roll off the bed. Mu Chaoran smirked slightly. It seems the military is here. It seemed that those fake domain realm masters have already been taken care of by the military. After hearing this news while trying to balance his body, Xiao Ichio's eyes brightened. Are we saved? That's definitely the case. You wait here, I'm going to see what's happening outside. Mu Chaoran opened the door and ran out. The door closed once again and the room became silent. At that moment, Xiao Ichio had a big smile on his face. He softly said, Mu Chaoran, Tang Ningyu, I look forward in becoming your comrades. Ling Lan, who turned into mist, went past Tang Ningyu and returned to the surface. Tang Ningyu frowned and looked back at the empty corridor behind him. He didn't know why, but he felt as though something had gone past him just now. If it was possible, he wanted to activate his domain to lock down the area, but unfortunately his domain was too loud. Plus, the military hadn't arrived yet. He also didn't know whether there were any hidden experts within the headquarters, making Tang Ningyu not dare to expose himself. It's probably nothing. Only titled domain realm masters can silently leave under my watchful eyes. If there were titled domain realm masters in the headquarters, how could they let an invader like me come in? Tang Ningyu thought that it wasn't possible, so he tossed aside the odd feeling he had. After Ling Lan arrived on the surface, she led Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu back to the Azure Central Scout Academy. What's the situation down there? Li Lanfeng asked. It was as expected, everyone important has escaped through another exit, and they destroyed the exit after they left. Ling Lan replied in a concise manner. Then, she asked, have they all arrived? She originally wanted to just spectate in the backlands, but now it seemed like she actually had a chance to benefit off this altercation. Everyone's here, and they're all getting ready to let loose, smiled Li Lanfeng. Tell them to come to this set of coordinates. Ling Lan sent Li Lanfeng the coordinates Little Four had given her to let him arrange everything immediately. This is a great chance to get military merits, but the opponents are very strong, so tell them to be careful. There was also something Ling Lan hadn't mentioned yet, and it was the fact that they were going to fight fake domain realm masters. Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie Yi, who were all stuck at the optimal peak great perfection of Qi Jin for a long time, would definitely benefit from fighting with these fake domain masters. Ling Lan was currently too strong to be their sparring partner, so she could no longer spar with them to help improve. It was even possible that sparring with her would actually be detrimental to their physical skills progress. If by any chance she pressured them too hard, forcing Qi Long and the others walk down Xiao Ting's path, then it wouldn't be the best for them as they wouldn't advance naturally to the domain stage. This was why Ling Lan would only watch on as Qi Long and the others become frustrated at the fact that they were stuck at the optimal peak great perfection of Qi Jin. She originally thought that she could only wait for her comrades to naturally advance to the domain stage, but she didn't think that the mission she randomly received allowed her to see an opportunity, the fake domain realm masters. Fake domain realm masters only had a quarter of the power of a real domain realm masters. These fake domain realm master could defeat Qi Jin experts, but because of their flaws in their domain, they wouldn't be able to outrightly dominate them. Thus, this was Qi Long and the others' opportunity. As long as they could endure the pressure of fighting against a fake domain realm master, they would be able to understand the concept of a domain. Once they gain an understanding and break through their Qi Jin's barriers, they would not be too far off from advancing to the domain stage. This was why she asked Li Lanfeng to get Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie Yi to come here as soon as possible. Li Lanfeng immediately notified their three comrades who had waited for a long time. Oh yeah, the military headquarters is also sending their people here. Li Lanfeng told Ling Lan the information he had received. Who? Ling Lan's heart dropped. Is her father coming out again? Someone we're very familiar with. Staff Officer He Shuyang. Li Lanfeng cracked a smile. He and Han Jijian had battled with He Shuyang a few times for some clan resources. Both sides had wins and losses. Every time He Shuyang saw the two of them, his head would suffer from painful headaches. Li Lanfeng hoped that he didn't hate them too much. Ling Lan smirked. Looks like the 23rd Division also wants to reap benefits from this mission. Since this mission was given to you accidentally, General Ling Xiao would definitely not give up on such a good opportunity, Li Lanfeng said softly. The 23rd Division is a new division. All of its achievements are not noteworthy. If they want to gain more say in the military, then they must have achievements that the military cannot dismiss easily, and this mission is very important for the military, so. If that's the case, then we're not enough. Ling Lan only wanted Qi Long and the other two to benefit, and she didn't think as far as Ling Xiao. Now that she thought about it, with just a few of them, they probably wouldn't be able to completely take over everything. Don't worry, there are a few domain realm masters from the 23rd Division who are coming with Staff Officer He. Li Lanfeng didn't think that General Ling Xiao would be so daring that he would disregard the military's order to gather, and instead order the domain realm masters under him to wait for a chance to strike. You either don't do it or take the bigger pot. Ling Lan immediately understood what Ling Xiao was planning. If the 23 RD Division's domain realm masters obeyed the military's orders to gather for this mission, they would only be awarded with the standard amount of military merit upon successful completion. If they weren't successful, the 23rd Division, a division with very few resources, wouldn't be able to afford to spare these domain realm masters. Of course, if Ling Xiao discovered that other force joined in, completely reversing the situation, he would order his generals to help out in the time of crisis. Then, the amount of merits awarded would be very different. Of course, if the military's domain realm masters could handle this mission by themselves, Ling Xiao would give up the merits of this mission. It was just as Ling Lan had said, Ling Xiao was either going to do it and not want anything, or do it and take the bigger pot to reap more benefits. My father isn't as perfect as you think. Ling Lan gave a friendly reminder to Li Lanfeng. She thought of how the people see Ling Xiao as the perfect soldier, the face of justice. She couldn't help but sigh. Only she knew that Ling Xiao also had his own agenda and was definitely not as perfect as people thought. I know, that's why I admire General Ling Xiao. Li Lanfeng replied earnestly. If Ling Xiao was a real saint, Li Lanfeng wouldn't be admiring him that much. Right at that moment, the military had already taken control of the entire academy area. There were only a few fake domain realm masters from the unknown organization who were still fighting with the military. Ling Lan predicted that soon, the military would finish the battle and attack the headquarters in the forest. While everyone's attention was on the domain realm masters in the battle, Ling Lan led Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu out of the Azure Central Academy silently and went towards the direction the higher-ups of the organization retreated towards. Qi Long's group of 3 had already reached the location where the coordinates their boss had given them were indicating, but this location was quite close to where the retreating organization was currently at, so Ling Lan didn't want Qi Long and the other to fight them head-on without waiting for her first. In order to make sure no one notices them, Ling Lan's gathering spot was a remote path with lush trees on both sides, where elders would only pass by in the morning. When Ling Lan appeared, Qi Long instantly excitedly called out, "Boss! Is everything ready?" Ling Lan asked. Of course. Qi Long cracked his knuckles. Luo Lang was also excited and his face heated up until it was a beautiful blush red color, making Ling Lan understand what it really meant to be blindingly beautiful. Xie Yi on the other hand, just stood there calmly. Although he didn't say anything, one could still tell from his clenched fists that his fighting spirit was at its peak. Regiment Commander Ling, it's been a long time. He Shuyang, who was awkwardly standing beside Qi Long, and was thinking that Ling Lan would greet him first, said in dismay. Young Master Lan, how could you ignore me? He Shuyang cried on the inside. Staff Officer He, it has indeed been a long time. Your body seems to be stronger than before. Ling Lan said nonchalantly. What does young Master Lan mean by that? He Shuyang thought about the meaning behind Ling Lan's words. Then, he saw a few domain realm masters' lips moving slightly, as if they were trying to endure something. He suddenly realized. *T, young Master Lan is saying he is fat. Regiment Commander Ling. Staff officer. He felt hurt. He looked at Ling Lan with a depressed expression as if to blame Ling Lan for his sadness. Him becoming fat was because Ling Xiao threw him most of his work, thus not allowing him to have the time to exercise. What are the orders? Ling Lan ignored He Shuyang's expression and asked coldly. Not fun at all. He Shuyang replied with disinterest, the general gave us an order. Everything is under Regiment Commander Ling's command. After hearing that, the domain realm masters that came with He Shuyang had confused expressions on their faces. They originally thought that He Shuyang, the staff officer, would be the one commanding them. They didn't think that it was actually going to be this young Mecha clan regiment commander. However, those who were sent out by Ling Xiao were all Ling Xiao's confidants, so the domain realm masters didn't have any gripe with the decision. If General Ling Xiao made the decision, then he definitely must have his reasons. Ling Lan didn't decline and immediately explained the situation to the domain realm masters. After hearing that the enemy might have titled domain realm masters in their group, the domain realm masters all had serious expressions on their faces. One of them said, if they still have titled domain realm masters, then we probably won't be able to handle it. When it comes to the domain stage, the difference in domain strength could not be overcome with numbers. It's alright, if there are any titled domain realm masters, I can handle them. Ling Lan said calmly. Ling Lan's words made the domain realm masters widen their eyes. They knew that the person in front of them was definitely not a dumb and naive youngster if Ling Xiao trusted him. He wouldn't joke with them about that as his life was on the line too. Thus his words meant that he could definitely hold control of the situation. Could this very young man be a domain realm master? And also reach the level of being a titled domain realm master? He Shuyang was satisfied. Before coming here, he was informed that young Master Lan had already reached the capabilities of a titled domain realm master, which had frightened him greatly. Now, there were finally people who were also frightened by that fact. Indeed, Regiment Commander Ling already has the strength of a titled domain realm master. He Shuyang made certain of their guesses. Ling Lan looked at He Shuyang. It seemed that He Shuyang managed to get past Ling Xiao's test and finally acquired Ling Xiao's trust. Since everyone is clear on the mission, let's move out. Right as Ling Lan finished speaking, she completely disappeared. The domain realm masters looked at each other. Just then, they felt Ling Lan's domain energy. Shockingly, this young regiment commander was already a domain realm master. After mulling over that, they followed suit and also disappeared. Staff officer we're leaving now. Qi Long and the other two waved towards He Shuyang, and also left the scene. Right as Li Lanfeng was about to follow them, Li Shiyu grabbed him. It's too dangerous there. Li Mulan had only reached peak stage of Qi Jin, so he was not fit to join them. Li Lanfeng slowly pushed away Li Shiyu's hand and softly said, if I back out now, then I would never be able to follow them in my lifetime. Li Shiyu wanted to say more, but Li Lanfeng didn't give him another chance, and he left without hesitation. Li Shiyu stomped his feet and bit his lip before he followed behind his eldest cousin brother. He couldn't just watch silently as his eldest cousin brother put himself in danger. Domain battles were not something they could participate in. Their destination was a private manor. The entrance of the manor had a few manifestation stage guards patrolling around it. Everything seemed similar to a manor of a rich merchant. Ling Lan and the others didn't think that it was odd. If the organization was to have the exit lead them to a crowded area or perhaps a normal residential area, then that would be considered odd. A private manor could completely cover up everything that they were going to do. Boss, I found the information. This private manor was purchased by a foreign merchant with the surname Su. Little Four quickly acquired the information of the private manor. You can't find any dirt on him, right? Ling Lan asked calmly. How did you know that, boss? Little Four was surprised. He indeed didn't find any useful information, so he used all of his efforts to try to find some dirt on the owner of the manor. He even gone through all of his ancestors. Unfortunately, it was just as his boss had said, there was nothing wrong with it at all. If they were to screw up that easily, then the military wouldn't have such a headache with this organization, and used almost half of the entire Federation's military power just to find some clues. Even so, in the few years that ensued, they still couldn't even find the tail of the organization, so I knew that this faction's background wasn't that simple. It's possible that this manor's owner is used as a cover-up. If we look for them there, we would definitely not be able to find them. This was why Ling Lan didn't want to expose herself. With her current capabilities, she still couldn't go against them head-to-head. Then, would it be too troublesome for us to wrap around them? After being trained by Ling Lan, Little Four no longer had a one-thought mind. His brain worked very fast and immediately thought of this problem. He didn't want his boss to be in a sticky situation. Since our father made the decision, then he probably already has a foolproof plan. Ling Lan trusted that if Ling Xiao went ahead with this plan, then he must have already prepared their plan for retreat. It was just that Ling Lan's didn't know Ling Xiao's entire plan. She could guess parts of Ling Xiao's plan and could not completely guess it. However, that was fine. She couldn't see the plan now, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't be able to do it in the future. Although Ling Lan trusted her father, she still didn't like the feeling of anxiousness that would come up when she couldn't control the situation. Ling Lan carefully examined the inner parts of the manor, and felt a few strong auras within it. As expected, there were a few strong domain realm masters within the group who had retreated. Luckily, there wasn't anyone as strong as the wood element titled domain realm master. Ling Lan also discovered that not only were there fake domain realm masters, but also many actual domain realm masters. Ling Lan finally had a grasp of the situation. The strength of domain realm masters in the manor compared to her group of domain realm masters were around the same level, so it wasn't impossible for her group to completely devour the opposition. Since there wasn't a really difficult opponent, Ling Lan decisively waved towards Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie Yi, telling them to move in. Qi Long and the other two moved stealthily into the guard house without hesitation. They instantly struck down the group of guards, who hadn't noticed anything. The three of them were decisive, ruthless and didn't give the guards any chance to react. They took care of the guards and didn't alert anyone else in the manor. The 5 domain realm masters behind Ling Lan couldn't help but nod at Qi Long and the others' decisiveness. Ling Lan nodded towards the 5 domain realm masters and then led them through the gate. What they saw a large green forest surrounding a beautiful westernized white manor. At that moment, the plaza of the manor already had many hover trucks of different sizes parked there. Many people could be seen desperately trying to quickly load things into the trucks as if their lives depended on it. It seemed that, while they were retreating, they wanted to also take some precious resources. It was because of this that allowed Ling Lan and the others to catch up to them. They were almost done loading the supplies on the hover trucks. Seeing this, Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and held out her right. She then pointed straight at the hover truck in front of her. In response, the 5 domain realm masters all looked at each other. One of them nodded and vanished in the next second. Almost instantaneously, that domain realm master appeared on top of one of the roofs of the hover trucks. He then performed a pushing down, creating a strong force that was pushing everyone at the scene down, freezing everyone. Impudent! An angry shout came from inside the manor. Rocks from all directions suddenly flew towards the domain realm master who was on the roof of the truck. Seeing that, the 23 RD Division's domain realm master snorted coldly. As the rocks were about to reach half a meter in distance of him, a flash of light went by, knocking the rocks back to where they came from. Suddenly, a white-haired elder flew out from the manor. When he landed, he saw the domain realm master on the hover truck, and he instantly narrowed his eyes. "Who are you? Do you not know that this is a private area? We're looking for you. You dared to break the laws of the Federation. Even if you wear the skin of a human, I will still peel it off of you." This domain realm master from the 23rd Division was a middle-aged muscular man. Before Ling Xiao sent him here, Ling Xiao had already told him about all the laws this organization had broken, so the middle-aged man already hated them to the bone. Thus, he did not care about propriety and leak out the killing intent in his words. After hearing that, the elder knew they had been exposed. He cried out loudly and flew up into the air with a fist coming towards the middle-aged man. This wasn't a battle of physical skills, but rather a battle of domain. After his fist was sent out, it turned into a 1,000-ton stone and flew towards the middle-aged domain realm master from the 23rd Division. The middle-aged man pulled his hand back and a light appeared in the place where his hand was. Then, he slowly pushed the light out with his hand. Bang! A loud bang sounded. The large stone was stuck in mid-air and didn't continue to forward. The elder's expression froze. He saw a flash of light flashing under him and said, "A light elemental domain." It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was when the sun was the most bright, empowering his domain even further, while the elder was at a disadvantage as the surrounding areas were all grassy fields, with only a small amount of the stone element. The only stone element source that could help him was the manor behind him. However, he wasn't the only one in this battle. A flash-killing intent went past the elder's eyes. Suddenly, stone walls were erected at the 4 sides, forming a square cage, boxing the both of them. He then began to go at his opponent from all sides. Bang, 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 bang. 4 flashes of light appeared and guarded against the 4-pronged pillar attack from the walls. The two of them began to fight using their domain to see who would last longer. Right at that moment, a silhouette appeared above the middle-aged man. A sharp sword came from the heavens and ruthlessly went for the middle-aged man's head. The man was completely focused on fighting Elder, so he couldn't do anything about it. Right as he was about to lose his life, a water whip suddenly appeared and wrapped around the sharp sword. The water whip pulled on the sword and also pulled out the person who performed the sneak attack. At that moment, a middle-aged man with an elegant aura appeared at the scene. He spoke to the assassin, "If you need an opponent, then I can fight with you." "Who are you people? Aren't people the Federation sent still at the academy?" The assassin asked with a fearful expression on his face. They clearly had lured all of the troops the military had sent. Why are there still domain realm masters here? Is there a traitor among them? The Huaxia Federation have had the 36 stratagems since ancient times. Have you not heard of it before? The elegant middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Make a sound in the east, then strike in the west," the assassin said begrudgingly. "Looks like you've researched the treasures of our ancestors very well. Since you were guarded against the attack on the academy, then we, of course, will make a sound in the east, and then strike in the west." The elegant middle-aged man was still smiling warmly as if he was a teacher patiently answering his students' elementary questions. This attitude was undoubtedly to mock these people. The assassin didn't want to say any more, as another question would undoubtedly lead to another insulting reply. Another sharp blade suddenly appeared in his other hand. With both swords in his hands, he ruthlessly pounced towards the elegant middle-aged man with a heavy piercing attack. In actuality, there wasn't only just one assassin. 2 other assassins did appear, but it was just that they were intercepted by the 2 older domain realm masters who came with Ling Lan. Currently, there was only one domain realm master that stayed beside Ling Lan, but not for long, as Ling Lan could feel another 3 stronger forces of presence in the manor. In the next second, 4 domain realm masters suddenly flew out from the manor. Their auras were weaker compared to those who came out in the beginning. The last domain realm master beside Ling Lan frowned as he was surprised by the number of domain realm masters that were coming out of the manor. Although, he could stand his ground if they were to fight him one after another, but the outcome of the battle would be very different if they were to attack together. Right as he was about to intercept them, Ling Lan reached out her hand and pressed down on his shoulder. This domain realm master had a shocked expression on his face. In the eyes of the others, Ling Lan had stopped him just before he had moved, but this domain realm master knew he had already moved. It was just that in the moment he moved, he was easily forced down by Ling Lan's hand, forcibly removing his momentum. Are titled Domain Realm Masters this strong? This Domain Realm Master started suspecting something was off. Although titled Domain Realm Masters were stronger than them by one stage, they were definitely not strong enough to instantly stop them from moving. Who is this regiment Commander Ling? Maybe, he just looked young, but was actually a 100-old demon. While this Domain Realm Master was still in deep thought about Ling Lan's age, Ling Lan looked towards Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie Yi, and nodded to gesture to them that they could go in. The three of them went in without any hesitation. It was just that there were 4 fake Domain Realm Masters and they only had 3 people, so someone needed to fight against 2 of them. Seeing this, Qi Long bit his lip and decided to take the harder challenge himself. Out of the 3 of them, he was the strongest. Thus, only he had hopes of defending against attacks from 2 opponents for 1 or 2 rounds. If it was Luo Lang or Xie Yi, they would probably just lose in 1 hit. Suddenly, Ling Lan reached her hand out and grabbed someone behind her. Then, a silhouette could be seen flying straight into the battlefield and landing in front of one of the fake Domain Realm Masters. If you're not afraid to follow us, then you must have the resolve to die. Ling Lan's cold and heartless voice rang through Li Lanfeng's ears. Although Ling Lan was being cold and heartless, Li Lanfeng was not in low spirits. Instead, he was overjoyed. Li Lanfeng knew Ling Lan really well. If he didn't have any hopes of winning against a fake Domain Realm Master, Ling Lan would never let him go into battlefield and would also not say something like that. This meant that, even if there was a small chance, Ling Lan was still willing to believe that he would be able to find his way and become a Domain Realm Master. A man will die for anyone who recognizes his potential. Li Lanfeng finally understood the deeper meaning of those words. It was his life worth of luck that allowed him to have Ling Lan in his life. Li Lanfeng suppressed his emotions and concentrated on the opponent standing in front of him. The only way he could repay Ling Lan was to make sure the trust that was given him didn't go to waste. He must use this experience to understand the rules of the domain stage and become a Domain Realm Master. That's right, even though Li Lanfeng had only reached the peak stage of Qi Jin and hadn't reached great perfection yet, he could still clearly feel a shapeless barrier that was halting his advancement. It appeared after his spiritual power was quelled by Ling Lan. As time went on, this feeling became even clearer. He didn't know why his situation was different from the others, as they could only feel the barrier after reaching great perfection. He didn't know whether it was a good or bad thing, and was clueless on what to do. He originally wanted to ask Ling Lan after the mission, but after hearing there were fake Domain Realm Masters and Ling Lan telling him to contact Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie Yi, the intelligent Li Lanfeng knew what Ling Lan was planning. Ling Lan was creating an opportunity for the 3 of them to advance to the domain stage. After understanding this, Li Lanfeng was really tempted to join. He didn't want to be left behind by Ling Lan and lose to Ling Lan's comrades. He wanted to follow in Ling Lan's footsteps, so he couldn't let others advance before he did. This was also the reason why he wanted to come here. Bam! 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 On the other side, Qi Long and the other 2 have already begun their battles with the fake Domain Realm Masters. They originally thought they would be severely injured in 1 hit, but their current situation was that they were just slightly injured. This made them realize that these Domain Realm Masters were not on the same level as their boss. After gaining more confidence from their continuous successive defense, Qi Long and the other 2 became wilder as the battle went on. The 3 of them were the type of people who don't care about their lives. Once they got used to the pace of the battle, unless they die, they wouldn't stop fighting. Just like that, they were continuously struck down by their opponents, but would always rebound back up and continue fighting like elastic bands. This made the 3 Domain Realm Masters feel extremely amused by their hilarious acts, but as time went on, they began to become irritated. They originally thought that they were just Qi Jin stage ants who were performing a hilarious act without a care for their lives, and that it would only take a few hits until they die. However, after more than a dozen rounds, these 3 people were still full of vigor. Every hit caused them to spit out blood as if they were about to die. However, they didn't know what type of medicinal agents they did consume for them to be constantly full of vigor. In the end, they were actually held back by 3 Qi Jin ants, blocking them off to the side so they couldn't help the guests of their manor. They seemed to feel the watchful eyes that were filled with mockery coming from inside manor that were watching their battle. Their boss must definitely feel that they were losing face for the organization. Everything they had were given by the organization. If the organization abandoned them, the 3 of them suddenly felt a chill in the air. They didn't want to become materials and die in the laboratory. With that crisis in mind, they finally activated their strongest domain techniques. A sand element domain realm master was facing Luo Lang. A sand dragon appeared out of midair. Seeing the sand dragon, Luo Lang's wild expression suddenly became calm. He transformed from being a berserk beauty to a beauty that was as cold as ice. A wind element domain realm master, who loved close-range combat, was facing Qi Long. There were shapeless wind blades all around him with attacks that were undetectable by the naked eye. In actuality, Qi Long was in the most danger, but his smile was becoming wider and wider. It was as though he didn't care about his life. On Xie's side, a paper world had manifested. Layers and layers of paper started surrounding Xie and the paper element domain realm master. In the end, it became a sphere made of paper, trapping Xie and the paper domain realm master within it. Qi Long, Luo Lang and Xie had all reached the point where they had to fight for their lives. However, Li Lanfeng's situation was even worse than theirs. With weaker physical skills, he could only be pushed back without any chance to counterattack. If it wasn't for Li Shiyu's medicinal agents, Li Lanfeng probably would have not been able to get up a long time ago. However, even with the medicinal agents, Li Lanfeng was still not in a good state. Even though he didn't die, he almost there. He was continuously spitting out blood from the hits his opponent was sending his way. The domain realm master beside Ling Lan saw this and narrowed his eyes. His body moved unconsciously with the thought of helping them, but he resisted the urge in the end. He looked at the cold, heartless and unmoving Ling Lan. He didn't know what Ling Lan was thinking. Is he not doing anything because his comrades didn't listen to his orders and came here on their own accord? So even if they were about to die on the battlefield, she wouldn't make any moves just because it was their fault to begin with? Li Lanfeng, if you insist on following us, and die because of that, I will look down on you forever. Li Lanfeng, who was somewhat in a dazed state, suddenly had Ling Lan's cold voice rang through his mindscape. No, no, I don't want that. Anyone can look down on him, but Rabbit definitely cannot. Li Lanfeng returned back to consciousness. What he first saw was his opponent activating his domain. His opponent was actually a gold element domain realm master. The surrounding area was filled with thin gold needles. In the next second, these gold needles would make Li Lanfeng into a porcupine. His physical skills on paper was only short of Qi Long and the others by a small stage, but the difference in battle was so great. They could still endure in the fight, but Li Lanfeng could only watch as he gets beaten up. *T, Li Lanfeng cried out internally. If this was the virtual world, no one would be able to bully him like this. In there, he was the Reaper who had control over life and death in the virtual world. If we are in the virtual world, I will just need one thought to kill them. One thought. Li Lanfeng, now full of wounds across his body, had blood running down his forehead like a fountain into his eyes, reddening his originally dark eyes. Now, he saw everything in a shade of red. Everyone was in a blood-red color. Just like that, the people who he wanted to kill turned blood-red. After losing too much blood, Li Lanfeng's consciousness wavered once again, making him feel that he had entered the virtual world. Thousand Needle Rain. Every gold needle went towards Li Lanfeng. Ling Lan clenched her hand and trembled slightly, but she suddenly had a stunned expression on her face. She didn't think that Li Lanfeng's domain was like that. You want to kill me? Li Lanfeng smirked with hint of mockery. You actually dare to defy a Reaper. Then, you must know that the Reaper will take your life. Li Lanfeng's entire force of presence changed. The space around him became twisted and a strong force started to suck in everything around him. Li Lanfeng slowly raised his right hand and a black Reaper scythe slowly manifested in it. What a terrifying domain! What kind of concept does it follow? The domain realm master beside Ling Lan shouted in surprise. He was also completely surprised by Li Lanfeng's odd yet terrifying domain. Ling Lan didn't make a sound. She seemed to have figured something out. The reason why Li Lanfeng could feel the advancement barrier for the domain stage while he was only at the peak stage of Qi Jin. It wasn't necessary for him to strengthen his body to break through the barrier to advance. Instead, Li Lanfeng's terrifying spiritual power had already surpassed his mindscape's capacity. His spiritual power managed to reach the barrier of the domain stage before his body could. After thinking about that, Ling Lan was worried. If Li Lanfeng hadn't listened to her words and didn't keep on practicing the basic physical skills training to make him able to endure the pain, his current situation might be even worse. Luckily, when he met her in the real world, his spiritual power hadn't reached a level that could destroy his body. After the timely training of the meditation technique, he managed to improve the condition of his battered body. If anything had gone wrong, what awaited Li Lanfeng was a lifetime of being bedridden. He would just be like Ling Lan in her past life. Even if he had the meditation technique, it would all be for naught. In actuality, in the Li family's manner, Ling Lan had already felt that Li Lanfeng's spiritual power had reached his capacity when she was calming down Li Lanfeng's spiritual power. She originally wanted to wait until the mission was over to think of a method to let Li Lanfeng quickly advance to Qi Jin with great perfection then to the domain stage. It was just that Ling Lan didn't think that Li Lanfeng wasn't willing to wait. After noticing Li Lanfeng had followed them, she knew Li Lanfeng's decision. Ling Lan thought about it and decided to give Li Lanfeng the same opportunity as her childhood friends. Looking at all the possible scenario, Li Lanfeng's decision wasn't the best choice in Ling Lan's eyes. However, Ling Lan wasn't going to decide anything for her friends. If Li Lanfeng wanted to fight, then what Ling Lan needed to do was to trust him. This was why Ling Lan tossed Li Lanfeng into the fray. She used that move to tell Li Lanfeng that she supported his decision. Sometimes, you should just blindly support and trust your friends. These would give them strength in the most dangerous and difficult times. Ling Lan could only help Li Lanfeng in this aspect. The dangerous path of advancing required Li Lanfeng's own strength to walk. Now, the result of her decision was ideal. Li Lanfeng had become the first person to realize the way to successfully advance into the domain stage. The only thing she has a nit to pick about Li Lanfeng's advancement was that it was too rushed. His body still hadn't reached the requirements of advancing to the domain stage. Advancing up more than one stage like that would inevitably have severe consequences. She was just hoping that the consequences would be mended in the future and wasn't permanent. With Ling Lan being in the domain stage for quite a long time, she would clearly understand the two clear requirements of advancing to domain. One was physical constitution and the other was spiritual power. The Federation placed a high degree of high importance on physical skills because of mechas, while spiritual power was regarded as unimportant. The reason why most individuals with strong spiritual power would seem to be diseased and weak was because of their lack of physical skills training. When it was known that a person has a weak physical constitution, the Federation would always try to treat and heal them, but would not train their physical skills. Furthermore, the Federation would usually just let them be responsible for jobs related to spiritual power and wouldn't let them operate mechas. Thus, creating a phenomenon where the stronger the spiritual power of an individual, the weaker their physical constitution was. And as their physical constitution continued to weaken, treatment centers became more and more afraid to treat them as they didn't want their records filled with incurable patients, which ultimately lowers the reputation of the treatment center. This was why those individuals with insanely strong spiritual power could never be an outstanding mecha operator. Thus, it wasn't because those Qi Jin experts, who were stuck at the optimal peak stage of Qi Jin with great perfection, didn't get any chance to advance. Instead, It was because their spiritual power hadn't reached the lowest requirement to advance into the domain stage, so how could they succeed? Of course, this didn't mean that those people wouldn't be able to advance to the domain stage forever. If the qi gene in their bodies reached the point of overcapacity, it would naturally break through the barrier, and thus allowing them into the domain stage. However, the concept they would be derived based on their bodies. For example, speed, strength, etc. It wouldn't give them any concept regarding natural elements of the world. The domain realm masters who had concept bound to nature, along with strong bodies, were people whose physical constitution and spiritual power had both reached the requirement. These people were usually born with level 2 spiritual power. Babies that had spiritual power past level 3 always had weak bodies. These children would be nurtured towards the spiritual direction and wouldn't be considered for mecha operators. This was why during the talent determination procedure many years ago, spiritual power was a part of the test. At the same time, if spiritual power was so strong that the mind could not contain, then even if physical skills hadn't reached that level, it would still break through the barrier and advance to the domain stage. However, this type of advancement would bring about a large backlash to the body. While advancing to the domain stage, the physical body could be destroyed by the concept of the domain, and in the end become dust in the air and perish. However, someone like Li Lan Feng, who had spiritual power that was so terrifying that only one person like him would appear every few hundred years, would usually die as they were born. Those types of babies wouldn't reach the point where their spiritual power would seep out from their bodies. Due to Li Lanfeng's body not reaching the requirement and his spiritual power breaking through the barrier, Li Lanfeng's domain concept was derived from his spiritual power. He was originally a spectral ability individual. After deriving this concept, he could turn anything into virtual objects within his domain. Ling Lan had already determined Li Lanfeng's domain concept with just one look. On the battlefield, Li Lanfeng raised his black scythe and swung it towards the fake domain realm master. Ah! That fake domain realm master wanted to get away from the twisted dimensions around Li Lanfeng, but his strength wasn't comparable to a domain realm master who advanced naturally. The scythe easily sliced past his body. Then, his body began to crumble into little particles and started dispersing without leaving any traces. It was as though he never existed in this world. That's reformatting. Little Four cried out with surprise. If someone was to say what intelligent entities feared most, then Little Blossom's power of devouring data was one. The second one was the reformatting of all of the data in the virtual network they lived in. These two both would severely affect the way of life for intelligent entities and was something intelligent entities never wanted to see. As expected, it's this power. Little Four's words made Ling Lan certain of her judgment. Li Lanfeng's power was as expected a derivative of his spectral abilities. In his domain, Li Lanfeng was a reaper of death that could reformat everything. Right at that moment, something changed in the battlefield. A silhouette suddenly appeared behind Li Lanfeng. A gold-colored hand was going straight towards his unguarded back. Bam! Ling Lan's hand suddenly appeared and accurately caught the opponent's hand. She then coldly said, "Your opponent is me." It turns out, the person who made the move was one of the 3 stronger domain realm masters hidden in the manor. However, when Li Lanfeng was advancing to the domain stage, Ling Lan had already made preparations for any sneak attacks. That was because the opposition definitely wouldn't want them to have another domain realm master. Thus, they would definitely try to attack at that crucial moment. The domain realm master, who Ling Lan caught, was surprised. He didn't think that his sneak attack would be actually seen through by his opponent. Not only that, the pressure his opponent gave him was something he had never felt before. This young man in front of him might be the strongest enemy he must face in his life. The domain realm master shouted loudly and activated his domain. As the domain realm master was activating his domain, Ling Lan felt Li Lanfeng's body trembling behind her. She frowned and let go of the domain realm master's hand. Then, she jumped backwards, returning to her original spot, taking Li Lanfeng with her at the same time. Understanding Ling Lan's intentions, the last domain realm master sent by Ling Xiao appeared at Ling Lan's previous location to substitute her in the battle against the domain realm master. "How are you feeling?" Ling Lan asked while her eyes were still monitoring the battlefield because her 3 comrades were still fighting. Li Lanfeng cried out and spat out some blood. The consequences of advancing past the stage his physical constitution could endure was beginning to take its effect. The power of the domain stage was something his body couldn't currently handle. "I'm fine. It's just my body still held me back in the end." Li Lanfeng wiped away the blood on the corner of his lips and smiled bitterly. "It's because you're too hasty. If you had waited until your physical skills advance into great perfection, then you wouldn't have this problem," Ling Lan said with a cold expression on her face. Although she chose to trust Li Lanfeng and supported his decision, she still didn't agree with it. "I couldn't control my spiritual power anymore, so it will not let me wait. Plus, since I will be advancing anyways, isn't it better to advance earlier?" Li Lanfeng's face was full of smiles. He didn't regret his decision even if he had to pay a price for it. As long as he could get closer to the person he wanted to get closer to, he felt that it was worth it. "Rabbit, did I catch up to you a little bit?" The familiar nickname thawed out the coldness in Ling Lan's expression slightly. It was as though she had returned to the time when she worked hard with Cheetah, chasing each other around all the time. She suddenly understood why Li Lanfeng made that dumb decision. It was because she was moving too fast, making Li Lanfeng fear that he would not be able to catch up and lose her as a friend in the end. Thinking back to the tragedy of how Li Lanfeng was abandoned by the Li family and was left behind on planet Azure because of his physical constitution, Ling Lan softened and nodded. "You got slightly closer. Keep up the good work." "Alright, she should do something good once a day. Li Lanfeng is after all in a quite pitiful position." Li Lanfeng's eyes glistened in the light and his smile became even bigger. His resounding "yes" made Ling Lan feel that a little cheetah was in front of her, looking to be caressed. She couldn't refuse such an adorable pet. No, she couldn't let anyone know her weakness of cute things. It would make her lose her dignity as a boss. In order to stop her hand from going near Li Lanfeng's head, she decisively moved away from Li Lanfeng. Li Shiyu suddenly saw Li Lanfeng getting launched into the sky. He quickly ran to the position where Li Lanfeng would land, catching him the process. "Treat him." Ling Lan's cold voice rang through Li Shiyu's ears. He knew that he couldn't hide from his boss, so after hearing Ling Lan's order, he didn't think much of it. He quickly took out a vial of medicinal agent that he had previously prepared and gave it to Li Lanfeng. "Sorry for the trouble, Shiyu." Li Lanfeng smiled widely. "I'm our team's doctor." Li Shiyu had a serious expression on his face. He was only doing what the team's doctor should be doing, and wasn't only doing it because Li Lanfeng was his eldest cousin brother. At that moment, some battles were going well underway. The first was Qi Long. He used his animal instinct to dodge the invisible wind blades of his opponent. However, his opponent was using his domain to enclose Qi Long, surrounding him with countless wind blades. Although Qi Long's animal instinct was strong, he still couldn't dodge all of the wind blades with that many surrounding him. However, he successfully dodged the attacks that were perilous. Although it would seem scary to bystanders, with cuts all around his body, dyeing him blood red, they were still only surface injuries. These injuries that Qi Long had sustained weren't not for naught. From the moment he activated his animal instinct to passively dodge the wind blades, he began to slowly gain control over this ability. He could feel the direction and location of the wind blades. Animal instinct gave him a precautionary feeling, making him get hit by less and less wind blades. The wind element fake domain realm master felt the change that was happening to Qi Long. His expression changed slightly. He had seen the other guy successfully advancing into the domain stage while battling one of his comrades. Is this guy doing the same thing? With that fear in his heart, the wind element domain realm master went berserk. He suddenly began to use all of the wind element around him, overclocking his domain which was beginning to tremble. A large tornado appeared at the edge of his domain, which immediately compressed itself and moved towards Qi-Long, who was still in the domain. The tornado was made up of countless wind blades. If Qi-Long were to get caught in it, he would instantly be diced up. However, Qi-Long wasn't going to give his opponent that chance. His animal instinct let him know the location where he would be safe from the tornado. Qi-Long began to dodge left and right. Every time he dodged, he would just shy from touching the tornado, making people who were watching fear for his life. If Qi-Long made one wrong move, he would be diced up into pieces. I see. While dodging, Qi-Long suddenly had an expression of enlightenment. He then stopped moving his body. Right as the tornado was about to touch him, Qi-Long shouted. A strong force suddenly expanded out from his body, forcing the tornado to change its direction towards the sand element fake domain realm master who Luo Lang was fighting with. Bang! A sandstorm appeared before the tornado and the two natural disasters smashed onto each other. The sand element fake domain realm master was wounded from his comrade's rogue attack and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Wind 3, what are you doing? The sand element fake domain realm master shouted angrily. However, the wind element fake domain realm master couldn't answer his question as he was shocked speechless by Qi-Long. He was able to clearly feel a concept of a domain in the energy from his opponent released just now. His opponent naturally advanced to the domain stage just like that. He wasn't like the other person, who had only advanced after he was almost beaten to death. Wasn't advancing to the domain stage like a lottery? Some people might not even be able to break through the barrier in their lifetime. This was also why this fake domain realm master lost hope and in the end willingly accepted the organization's offer to be their guinea pig for their illegal experiments, which gave him the opportunity to grasp broken concept and become a fake domain realm master. Seeing this, Ling Lan smirked. It was as she had predicted, Qi-Long being the first person out of the three to advance to the domain stage. In reality, before all this, Qi-Long had already reached half a step into the domain stage, but unfortunately, Qi-Long had awakened animal instinct, which was a good innate talent for mecha piloting. However, as luck would have it, this talent was quite an enigma as it didn't really coincide with any of the more famous concepts. Even Ling Lan couldn't imagine what Qi-Long's domain would be like. Thus, this unknown aspect of his innate talent made Qi-Long unable to find the direction he should be working towards, making it impossible for him to break through the tough barrier without first finding his direction. However, fighting against a fake domain realm master who had touched the concept of his domain helped Qi-Long find his path much faster. In the end, Qi-Long managed to do it. It was just that Ling Lan didn't know what Qi-Long's domain concept could be. She could only feel the fluctuation of domain energy with no natural elements. Thus, Ling Lan decisively eliminated the possibility of concept of the natural elements. In actuality, she felt that the domain concept Qi-Long had awakened was similar to Li Lanfeng's, both of them belonging to the spiritual rules. Animal instinct was originally an ability that branched from spiritual power. Ling Lan suddenly realized that Qi-Long was actually the luckiest person alive. Not only was his physical constitution monstrous, the innate talent he had awakened was completely based off his spiritual power, which easily fulfilled the spiritual power requirement to advance to the domain stage. This also explained why Qi-Long had advanced into the domain stage that easily. Both requirements were fulfilled before this fight even started, making his advancement was more or less perfect. It wasn't like Li Lanfeng's advancement where even though he had advanced, he would still have many problems in the future. Qi-Long directed the tornado towards Luo Lang's opponent. Then, he excitedly clenched his fists after feeling the concept of his domain. When he looked towards his opponent, he no longer felt the pressure he had felt in the very beginning of the battle. Although he had just advanced into the domain stage and could only slightly control it, he still felt that if he wanted to kill his opponent, it would be a piece of cake. This was probably the difference between a natural domain and a fake domain. It was no wonder their boss didn't allow them to take shortcuts. It seemed their boss knew very well what price one would pay if they were to use shortcuts. Qi-Long began to laugh. He looked towards his opponent and softly said, "Die." Before his voice could reach his opponent, he had already gotten behind the Wind Element Fake Domain Realm Master. Then, the Wind Element Fake Domain Realm Master grasped onto his chest, and began to spit out massive amounts of blood along with his ruptured organs, causing him to fall over dead with his eyes still wide open. "You think you can escape?" Ling Lan, who was originally fully focused on watching the battle, suddenly felt two strong auras running away in two different directions. Ling Lan moved in a split second and instantly intercepted one of them. The Domain Realm Master in the other direction was overjoyed, thinking that he had escaped. Suddenly, a silhouette blocked his path. It was Li Lanfeng. It turns out, after drinking Li Shiyu's medicinal agent, Li Lanfeng's battered body was instantly healed up. When he was using the meditation technique to heal his body, his eyes didn't stop monitoring the manor. Thus, if there was anyone trying to escape from the manor, he would be able to instantly know. The person that Ling Lan had let go moved towards his direction. He thought about it and knew that he was most likely given to him by Ling Lan. A newly advanced newbie actually dares to stand in my way. Are you looking to die? The Domain Realm Master who was blocked off by Li Lanfeng shouted sharply. As he spoke, he simultaneously attacked Li Lanfeng using his right hand. White smoke started appearing in his palm, and it flew towards Li Lanfeng like an arrow. Li Lanfeng activated his domain decisively. Bam! The white smoke crashed onto Li Lanfeng's domain, creating a loud crashing sound. Li Lanfeng's body trembled a bit from the sound. He could feel the blood rushing up his chest, leaving a sweet yet gamey taste in his mouth. He was now facing an actual Domain Realm Master with many years of experience. This Domain Realm Master had a much higher proficiency over his concept than he had over his own. This opponent wasn't someone who had just advanced into the domain stage could compare with. However, Li Lanfeng was a stubborn person. Since Ling Lan trusted him and gave him the responsibility of delaying one of the Domain Realm Masters, then he couldn't let Ling Lan be disappointed. He forced down the blood that was trying to rush out his mouth and looked at his opponent with a calm expression on his face. The Domain Realm Master's expression changed slightly after seeing that his attack blocked by Li Lanfeng. Only he knew that his seemingly simple attack actually consisted of the full power of the concept that his domain applied. He didn't think that his opponent would be fine after blocking his attack. This Domain Realm Master knew that he couldn't escape that easily anymore. He was regretting it somewhat. In reality, when they had discovered that there was a titled Domain Realm Master among their enemies, they should have made the decision to escape. It turns out, the reason why these two Domain Realm Masters ran away was because they saw their comrade being intercepted by the opposing side's titled Domain Realm Master. They discovered that this titled Domain Realm Master was so much stronger than their frontline titled Domain Realm Masters. This discovery instantly quelled their will to fight, so they didn't dare to make any sudden moves. As the fight continued, they saw Qi Long advancing to the domain stage perfectly. At that moment, they knew they couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise they would all be defeated here and become prisoners of war. Almost simultaneously, the two of them both chose a direction to run towards. They only hoped that the titled Domain Realm Master could only stop one of them. The other would then be able to notify their strongest people to come and save them. Unfortunately, they thought of it too ideally and neglected the fact that Li Lanfeng's body could have healed. In the end, both of them were intercepted and didn't get away successfully. However, they weren't going down without a fight, especially the one who was intercepted by Li Lanfeng. That Domain Realm Master did not believe that a newly advanced Domain Realm Master would be able to stop him no matter how strange his domain concept was. He still had a chance to escape, as long as his comrade was trying his best to stall the titled Domain Realm Master. These Domain Realm Master from the unknown organization were unwilling to die here, and still had hope in their heart, so they both released all their domain energy simultaneously. In a single moment, all the elements began crashing against each other, creating a picturesque scene filled with myriad of colors. The Domain Realm Master that was intercepted by Li Lanfeng suddenly turned into a body of white smoke, and it started to spread out. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng's expression changed slightly, and then activated his domain. After he activated it, the space around him began to become twisted. The white smoke that was spreading all around was held in place by the twisted space, locking the white smoke in place. The black scythe appeared in Li Lanfeng's hand once again. Seeing this, the Domain Realm Master was scarred as he had watched his own subordinate, the fake Domain Realm Master, be instant erased out of existence. After feeling a sense of crisis, the Domain Realm Master used all his might. White smoke began to spread to the surrounding area wildly. Not long after, Li Lanfeng along with his domain were both engulfed by the white smoke. Li Lanfeng wasn't surprised, and he ruthlessly sliced towards the white smoke that had surrounded him. Bang! The scythe sliced the white smoke, but was blocked by a much stronger domain concept than his own. I can only disintegrate domains that are weaker than my own. Li Lanfeng frowned. He felt that it shouldn't be the case, but he only had just the basic understanding of his domain, so he couldn't fully understand it. Seeing he was alright, the Domain Realm Master instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He now knew his opponent's domain was not as strong as he had previously thought, and it could not kill someone who had a deeper understanding of his or her concept. In reality, this was the law of domain. If there was a concept where that concept would overrule any other domain concept, then that would be unfair. How would they be able to live if that was the case? After relieving his concerns, this Domain Realm Master used his domain to attack Li Lanfeng wildly. Li Lanfeng's domain was ineffective against his opponent, and it could only be used to defend himself. However, even so, Li Lanfeng didn't take any steps back. He didn't forget his mission, and that was to stop his opponent even with his life. *T. Seeing his opponent not budging just to hold him back, the Smoke Element Domain Realm Master instantly became irritated. He knew very well that if he didn't escape soon, he wouldn't be able to escape when the titled Domain Realm Master would eventually defeat his comrade. Knowing that his time was limited, the Smoke Element Domain Realm Master made a tough decision. Suddenly, the smoke that was originally surrounding Li Lanfeng began to disperse. The smoke quickly formed into 3 transparent ropes. Then, these smoke ropes began to dance around Li Lanfeng. Under the light of the sun, these ropes actually had a rainbow hue to them. Then, a silhouette suddenly walked out of the smoke. He reached his right hand out and clenched it tightly. The ropes that were originally dancing around Li Lanfeng instantly tightened and wrapped around Li Lanfeng and his domain. Li Lanfeng's domain instantly became unstable as it couldn't endure this type of attack, and it began to shake violently. Pinpoint attack. The opponent's method of attack was undoubtedly using this idea. This attack condensed the concept of his domain into 3 thin strings in an attempt to destroy the opponent's domain. Suddenly, a force shot down from the sky. The Smoke Element Domain Realm Master was stunned and could no longer shackle Li Lanfeng, so he moved to the side instantly to dodge this force. Bang! A fist struck the ground where the Smoke Element Domain Realm Master previously stood on, causing countless rocks to fly about. A silhouette slowly stood up and clenched his fist as he smiled, "Sorry for making you wait, I was stabilizing my domain." The person who came to save Li Lanfeng was Qi Long. "It's alright, I can still hold on." Li Lanfeng replied calmly. Although it was dangerous just a moment ago, it was just as he said, he could still hold on. It was just that fighting with real Domain Realm Masters made Li Lanfeng realize the difference between himself and those experienced Domain Realm Masters. The amount of domain techniques he knew were 0 to none. It seemed that he needed to invent many more domain techniques. The Domain Realm Master who Ling Lan stopped was the strongest among the 3 Domain Realm Masters that were hiding in the manor. Ling Lan had detected his force of presence and concluded that he was only half a step away from becoming a titled Domain Realm formidable warrior. Hence, she decided to stop this person herself as no one other than her could match up to him. Plus, Ling Lan had already made the decision to eliminate everyone here, so she would, of course, not allow anyone to escape. The Domain Realm Master frowned when he saw Ling Lan appearing in front of him. At first, he thought that Ling Lan would stop the weaker domain realm master, so he was slightly furious that Ling Lan chose him. Did his opponent think that he was afraid? He only chose to escape because he didn't want the manor to suffer more damages and was also going to look for reinforcements. There were two powerful domain realm masters guarding the headquarters. One was Elder Hong, who disappeared without a trace yesterday. No one knew if he was on a secret mission or was he caught by the military. The other person was Elder Liang. Elder Liang liked to suppress his force of presence and hid among the masses. He was not like Elder Hong, who had a high status. When they were retreating, Elder Liang even disguised himself and fought with the enemies outside. He didn't retreat from the headquarters with the first batch. This domain realm master was planning to ask Elder Liang for help. Since he was stopped, he could not leave this place anymore. His only hope was to tie down this person so that his comrade could maybe leave. The domain realm master made a decision and immediately activated his domain. He prepared to fight with Ling Lan, to the death. Ling Lan felt a huge gush of hot air when this person activated his domain. Flames appeared out of nowhere in her opponent's domain. Compared to Mu Charon's red flame, this person's flame was slightly green and the energy in it was more powerful than Mu Charon's red flame. If she was right, a green flame was a tier higher than a red flame. This showed that her opponent had a strong understanding of his domain concept. Ling Lan frowned. She didn't expect her opponent to have a fire elemental domain. The fire and ice element naturally restricted each other. Additionally, she had ever fought with a fire element domain realm master before. Will this fight give her some new experiences? Ling Lan felt a growing fighting intent, and a cold aura started to exude out from her body. Ice element. The fire element domain realm master was extremely sensitive to elements that restricted him. Ling Lan had only released a little of her force of presence, but he instantly knew what her element was. His expression changed slightly. He started to turn vigilant. This kind of mutated domain was very hard to predict and was very powerful, so they were hard to deal with. Domain realm masters hated opponents who had such mutated domains. Thus, to not get caught off guard by them, one would have to constantly stay on their guard. Among the 5 basic elements, the fire element had the strongest offense, the metal element had the greatest explosive power, the earth element was the sturdiest, the water element had a good balance between offense and defense, and the wood element was the hardest to detect. All of them had their advantages. It could be said that most domain realm masters knew these 5 elements inside out. Thus, when they fought against such elements, they already knew what to expect. However, mutated elements were rare, so not much information could be gathered. Thus, people could only rely on their personal experiences to battle against these mutated elements. This kind of domain was very troublesome to deal with. However, there was another kind of domain that was not just troublesome, but it was also so scary that enemy domain realm masters had to be constantly careful and be alert of it, and it was the special domains. Li Lanfeng's weird domain was a perfect example of those special domains. No one could know what the domain could do, so a moment of carelessness might cause one's death. On one side of the battlefield, the air was burning hot and filled with green flames. On the other side, it was cold and icy. Steam appeared at the meeting between the two domains. Soon, the steam disappeared. The two of them confronted each other silently for a few seconds. Then, at the same time, the fire and ice arrows flew towards each other. The two people acted in unplanned unison. Both of them were trying to gauge each other's strength. No one was able to gain an advantage over the other. The clash between hot and cold produced a slightly warm mist that warmed up the entire battlefield. It seemed to be overpowered by the warmth from the flames. The fire element domain realm master's eyes suddenly lit up. The mist surrounded him started to clear up first on his side first due to the heat from his flame. He could see his surroundings clearly again. Then, he saw the mist around his opponent and suddenly had a thought, and instantly, his entire body became engulfed in flames. The flames around him started to spiral upwards, twisting and curling into a huge green flame dragon that flew towards the Ling Lan side, covering the Ling Lan's entire side of the battlefield. However, the fire dragon didn't hit anyone. It just struck an empty piece of land. Molten rocks and boulders were flung into the air. The fire dragon stood up and it started receding back, forming a human silhouette which was the fire element domain realm master who was wearing a worried expression. The green flames around him started to burn even brighter and grew from 3 inches to 10 inches. His force of presence also increased almost 3 times. He didn't expect his opponent to disappear without a trace. There were no signs of ice around him. Where is the ice element domain realm master hiding? Why wasn't there any force of presence here? Domain realm masters who could turn into their element would usually carry the presence of their element with them. However, he didn't feel any coldness around him. Did he leave? The fire element domain realm master inspected the air around him again and confirmed that there was no coldness in it. Another thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. He suddenly turned his head towards the direction where his comrade went and he felt the force of presence of a domain realm master with his comrade. He immediately understood what had happened. He got tricked by his opponent. His opponent's real target was his comrade. The other party didn't plan to let any one of them away. The fire element immediately changed into a green flame dragon again and flew as fast as he could. He was filled with anger and grief. Don't worry, I'll definitely find Elder Liang and take revenge for all of you. At the last moment, he chose to save himself and sacrificed his comrades. He was focused on escaping that he didn't notice a warm mist entering his domain. The temperature of the mist was the same as his aura, so he thought that it was just some leftover mist from the battlefield. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Ice blockade. A cold voice could be heard next to his ear. He felt his body turning cold. The moment he felt that his body froze into an ice statue. The mist around him slowly dispersed, revealing Ling Lan's body. She had never left. The fire element domain realm master didn't stop struggling. The green flames on his body tried to burn the ice surrounding his body. However, he was cut off from the surrounding fire elements by the ice, so he could only rely on his domain energy. If he couldn't escape before his energy got depleted, he will be dead. He saw Ling Lan walking out of the mist. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could still clearly feel that there was no cold aura in the mist. It was warm. This couldn't be done by an ice element. He let down his guard because of this and allowed his opponent to infiltrate his domain with his ice element. The coldness in his body got even colder. The cold didn't just come externally, it came from within him too. When he turned into a flame dragon, he sucked in the mist accidentally. This mist turned into ice element in his body and disrupted the energy inside him. As expected of someone who was almost a titled domain realm formidable warrior. You lasted for a long time even after my ice element infiltrated into your body, Ling Lan said calmly. This battle with this fire element domain realm master made Ling Lan gain a deeper understanding of the third state of the water element. Compared to the other 2 states, this state was almost invisible. She could attack her opponent without a trace. The bugged technique could only be used when her opponent touched her in her liquid state. In the gaseous state, she could hide in her opponent's domain and sneaked an attack on him without him noticing. The damage done to her opponent when her ice element infiltrated his body was stronger than any external attack. If she purely used her ice element in its solid state, she would need to use a technique that would overpower her opponent. For instance, ice blockade. However, her ice element energy would be used up in the process, and she wouldn't be able to resist against an attack by another domain realm master. If she used the gaseous state to infiltrate her opponent's body and then turned it back to its solid state, the results would be the same as using ice blockade. But, the energy consumed would be much lesser. Even if another enemy came to attack her, she would have the strength to fight against him. Through this battle, Ling Lan was able to use the 3 states of the water element interchangeably and seamlessly. She understood that strength was not the only decisive factor in a battle. Understanding her opponent's mindset and using the right technique could kill people were important factors that could swing a battle to either side. At first, Ling Lan thought that she already had a good understanding of her domain. Now, she realized that those understandings were just theoretical, and only through experience would she be able to gain enlightenment and more insights towards her own domain. She always thought that the gaseous state was only suitable for sneak attacks and not direct confrontations. Now, she felt that she needed to further explore the offense techniques of the gaseous state. She might be able to create some new and unique techniques. No wonder her father always gave her difficult missions. His intention was to let her understand her domain quicker through all these experiences. As expected of her father, he knew her the best. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Lan was not someone who likes to fight. Hence, he had no choice but to bear with the pressure from his wife to give Ling Lan some troubles. Ling Lan looked intently at the struggling fire element domain realm master. Then, she turned back and increased the power of her domain. The ice element soon consumed all the domain energy inside him, ending his power to resist. The ice element slowly froze his body from the inside until jagged ice shards could be seen puncturing out of his skin. Slowly the ice shards started to merge with each together, creating an ice statue with a face that was filled with grief and regret. Ling Lan snapped her fingers. The ice statue started to show some visible cracks, and the number of those cracks got higher and higher. Soon it reached its threshold and the shards started to fall apart. As the shards were falling down, the shards were somehow dissolving in midair, and soon no traces of the ice statue were left behind. Usually, her liquid state technique would still leave a pool of blood, but for this technique, not even the smell of blood was left behind, only the coldness in the air could be felt. But, under the hot sun, it would disappear soon too. Compared to the techniques of the other two states, Ling Lan preferred the solid state of her element. It had nothing to do with how powerful they were. It was just her personal preference. As Ling Lan killed the fire element domain realm master, Luo Lang and Xia Yi's battles were coming to an end too. Compared to Qi Long, Luo Lang was in a worse situation. He almost got trapped by his opponent's sand seals and was almost dragged into a sea of sand. Luckily, Luo Lang activated his innate talent on time and released his calm personality, managing to save himself from the danger. I didn't expect the primary personality to be beaten so badly by a fake domain realm master. Not everyone liked the calm personality, but the primary personality trusted the calm personality the most, and would always release it during times of danger. Hence, the other personalities were jealous. It's better than being a crazy dog. The calm personality refuted, mocking the personality that spoke up. The other personalities were furious. If Luo Lang hadn't suppressed them, all the personalities would have fought within him. Why are you all still arguing with each other? If it wasn't for all of you, why would I still be stuck at the optimal peak of Qi Jin for so long? Even that bastard Qi Long managed to advance to the domain stage, but I haven't even scraped the surface of it. You all know that I don't like to lose to Qi Long, but you all are still not helping me. Not only that, you all just constantly fight among yourselves. I'm so angry. Luo Lang finally exploded in anger. If you all don't want to help me, fine, just stop disturbing me. Luo Lang wasn't a scheming person. He was straightforward and forthright. Additionally, he treated his other personalities well. As long as his other personalities didn't go too overboard, he would just close one eye and let them do what they want. He never used his power as the primary personality to force the other personalities to do anything. It should be known that Ling Lan had already helped him to subdue all the other personalities, so Luo Lang felt that these personalities were his companions who had been through thick and thin with him. That was why he didn't want to use them as servants. Luo Lang's outburst caused the other personalities to shut up. If the primary personality didn't like that specific personality would just disappear. This was the reason why they didn't want to submit to Luo Lang in the beginning, because submitting to him meant that they would have to listen to him. The personalities thought back about how the primary personality treated and endured them all these years. They felt guilty. Sometimes, when a certain personality felt that he hadn't come out for quite a while, he would discuss it with the primary personality and the primary personality would let him out for a while. If they had met an oppressive primary personality, they believed that their days wouldn't be so easy. Actually, we should really think about this. The cold personality felt that this wasn't a good time to fight among themselves. I agree. The personality with a strong killing intent turned friendlier. It was rare for him. I agree too. The savage personality didn't want to see the primary personality get beat up too. If the primary personality advanced in his physical skills, it would be beneficial for them too. They felt that they might be able to come out more often in the primary personality advance to the domain stage. Isn't it good to come out? The calculative and cold personality always chose things that were beneficial to him. The other personalities knew that doing this wouldn't harm them. It might even be beneficial for them. Hence, they all agreed. What a rare occasion for all the personalities to agree on something. Based on Boss's investigation, if one can understand his or her domain, one can advance to the domain stage, and understanding one's domain has to do with one's innate talent. My innate talent is alter ego, which is all of you. However, I don't understand what domain can I derive from alter ego. Luo Lang was stuck here. Just like Qi Long, his innate talent was too unique. He couldn't use the 5 basic elements as a reference to find out what his domain could be. This was why there were very few domain realm masters with special domains. Not many of them were able to understand what concept their domain could be in advance to the domain stage. From the data collected over thousands of years, special domain realm masters only made up 1% of all domain realm masters. The 5 basic element domain realm masters made up 60% of the domain realm masters. Mutated elements domain realm masters made up 20%. Combining these two, the elemental domains made up 80% of the domain. Besides elemental domains, there was the true form domain which took up 10% and the assist domain which took up 9%. Based on these data, special domains were extremely rare. However, the world is fair. Special domain realm masters had it hard, but once they succeed, they would be stronger than most other domain realm masters. Almost everyone with a special domain had a bug technique, making them extremely strong. No normal domain realm masters wanted to face a special domain realm masters. Li Lanfeng's ability should be the virtualization of the real world, right? The calm personality suddenly asked. Yes, we should think about it in that direction. It is the actualization of his specter ability. Maybe we can actualize our innate talent too, one of the personalities said excitedly. If they could actualize their innate talent, then all of them could appear in the domain, right? And they wouldn't have to fight for space anymore. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this and they looked at Luo Lang with sparkling eyes. How can we do that? Luo Lang was puzzled. He had thought about this too, but he didn't know how to do it. Luo Lang's other personalities turned quiet. Indeed, this was the hard part. F***K, I don't believe that we can't think of a way. We have so many brains, a bad-tempered personality shouted. By the time you all think of a method, grass will have grown on our grave, said the calm personality while evading another dangerous attack. Damn it, why are these people having a tea party now? Can't they tell that he was having a hard time? Capable people should take more responsibility, the primary identity replied to him. Yes, you are powerful, right? You are the big brother. Of course, you should handle it, the other personalities complimented the calm personality half-heartedly. Why not you all come out and fight instead of being useless in there, the calm personality said unemotionally. If he did have emotions, he would have vomited blood in anger by now. However, even if that was the case, he still felt slightly unhappy. He wanted to give up and stop fighting, but his calmness prevented him from doing such irrational things. Thus, he squeezed out that sentence to ask these bastards to do something and stop provoking him. You are taking the spot now. How can we come out when you're there? The other personalities rolled their eyes. They wanted to go out, but without the body, they couldn't do anything. Force your way out then. If one of you can't do it, try two. If that doesn't work, then all of you should force together, and maybe we can break the barrier. The calm personality felt that instead of talking, they might as well do something. Who knows, they might find a solution in the process. That could be possible. Everyone seemed enlightened. All the personalities rushed towards Luo Lang's brain and forced their way out. The possibility of them breaking the barrier was slim, but they still tried their best. "Hey, why are you all bringing me along?" shouted the primary personality in frustration. He was mushed in the middle of everyone and was dragged by them along the way. He suspected that his other personalities were plotting to kill him with this so that they could become the owner of the body. "Without you handling the body, everything might be a mess if we really advance to the domain stage without you," one of the personalities replied. Thus, all the personalities charged into Luo Lang's brain crazily. Just when the primary personality felt that it was going to die from being squeezed together from the shoulder that was pushing on his cheeks to the elbow that was stabbing his back, an explosion occurred. Due to all the personalities rushing into the brain at once, the calm personality's brain went dull for a moment, slowing his actions down, which allowed his entire body to be swallowed by the sand. Boom! The sand that engulfed Luo Lang suddenly exploded. Luo Lang opened his eyes slowly and a light flashed past them. Activate domain. Two figures appeared beside Luo Lang, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left exuded a strong killing intent while the one on the right looked indifferent and cold. Luo Lang looked at the two people who had the same face as him but with totally different auras. He smiled brightly. "I didn't expect to be able to fight along with you two one day." The person on the right scoffed. "If you were strong enough, we would not have been trapped in there for so long. Although there are only 2 extra spots, it's better than last time." On the left was the pouting malicious Luo Lang. He looked dissatisfied. "No worries. As long as the primary personality continues to gain a deeper understanding of his domain, more and more personalities will be able to appear." The calm personality thought about Luo Lang's domain and understood the crux of its power. His domain concept was to allow his other personalities to appear within their domain space. Luo Lang's domain was exactly the opposite of Li Lanfeng's domain. As the latter could virtualize reality while the former could actualize the personalities in his mind. If Luo Lang continued to understand his domain even further, he might be able to let more personalities out in the future. "I didn't expect the two of us to be the first to come out. The other personalities must be furious." The malicious Luo Lang smiled. He was proud that he was able to be one of the first to come out. The other personalities in Luo Lang's mind heard what he said and started biting their nails in anger. Why did they lose to him? "I have to say that you are quite lucky," the calm personality replied. Besides the primary personality who would definitely be able to come out, the other personality that could come out would be him. Before the primary personality was able to understand more about his domain, the 2 personalities that could come out would be the strongest among all the personalities. Hence, one of the positions was rightfully earned by him. On the other hand, the malicious personality managed to win against a few personalities who had the same strength as him and succeeded in getting a spot. I have to admit that. The malicious personality didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He was indeed lucky. He just didn't know if he would be able to come out next time. But no matter what, they are still jealous of me. The moment he finished speaking, a strong killing intent started to leak into the area. The Sand Element Domain Realm Master felt his body being frozen by the malicious intent, making him unable to move at all. Soon, the malicious personality appeared behind the fake Domain Realm Master silently. The fake Domain Realm Master struggled furiously, and a sturdy sand shield appeared behind him. Good reaction. The malicious personality smiled and disappeared again. The killing intent pinning the fake Domain Realm Master down was suddenly gone. He coughed and tried to stand up, but a long thin wound on his back was forced open by the movement of his body, and blood started dripping off his back. The fake domain realm master sensed the attack and tried his best to resist it. However, he was still a step too late. The malicious personality already managed to injure him. Fortunately, he was able to prevent the malicious personality from killing him. You didn't manage to kill him in a single strike. Looks like you got weaker. The calm personality saw this and felt surprised. If we did everything for him, how can the primary personality master his own domain? The malicious personality gave a mysterious smile. He didn't kill that fake domain realm master not because he couldn't. He didn't kill him because it was not beneficial to him. It is rare for you to be smart, the calm personality agreed. There is no need for me to be in the past. I can only come out for a few minutes, so why would I waste it thinking? Of course, I will just do what makes me happy. The malicious personality raised his eyebrows. In the past, all the other personalities queued up and waited to come out. How could he waste his time thinking? He would rather kill some people and make himself comfortable and happy. As for using his brain, he had much time to think when he goes back to the depth of Luo Lang's mind. However, everything is different now. The sooner the primary personality's understanding of domain gets deeper, the sooner they could come out in the future. This was why he was willing to control his urge to kill. That way, the primary personality had a chance to grow and understand his domain faster. The calm personality thought the same way too. He didn't choose to fight. Instead, he just looked at Luo Lang. His appearance was just to give some moral support to the primary personality. Honestly, he was worried about this pure and slightly stupid primary personality. Luo Lang's face turned red. He seemed to have sensed the thoughts of the two personalities in front of him. How dare these personalities to look down on him? Fine, I'll let you two off this time. Luo Lang closed his eyes angrily and started to get a feel of his domain. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again, but they were filled with puzzlement. He opened his hands and a bright long knife appeared on his palms. Luo Lang grabbed it tightly with both hands and slashed it in the air. Suddenly, a strong killing intent exuded from his body. The uncertain look in his eyes disappeared, but it also took all the emotions from his face. So this is what it means, Luo Lang said calmly. He waved the long knife in his hand. The long knife was around 1.5 meters in length. When he waved it, a strong knife aura was released. The knife aura appeared to have increased in length as it sliced towards its opponent. The knife aura it released was frightening, seemingly able to slash everything apart. The fake domain realm master's expression changed tremendously. He wanted to evade the attack, but his body remained still due to the malicious personality's killing intent. The knife aura came closer and closer to him. He frantically used his domain to try to break free from the killing intent. Ah! Fresh blood spurted everywhere, and an arm fell to the ground. The fake domain realm master grabbed his bloody right shoulder. He tried his best to escape, but he still lost an arm. Run! He knew he was not the match of his opponent, who just advanced to the domain stage. Plus, there were 3 people on the other side. 2 had attacked him. 1 injured him while the other chopped his arm off. If the third one attacked him too, he would just be dead. The fake domain realm master turned around and escaped. Do you need me to act? A cold voice asked. No. Luo Lang replied coldly. He finally knew what his domain was. A strong killing intent was released from his body again. The malicious personality saw this and understood something. I see. This time, the killing intent he released was much more powerful than before. It seemed to have consumed every single inch of the place. A few domain realm masters around him got affected by the killing intent too. They felt as though they were fighting in water, facing resistance with every action they make. The fake domain realm master ran for a few meters before he got frozen by the killing intent again, completely immobilizing him. His face turned pale and there was a look of despair in his eyes. Luo Lang seemed to have cut himself away from all forms of emotion. It was as if nothing could bother him. The only person in his eyes was his opponent. To the fake domain realm master, he was Hades. Without any hesitation, Luo Lang raised his knife and slashed it twice. The visible cross-shaped knife aura flew towards the fake domain realm master. Ah! The fake domain realm master gave another scream of agony before he was sliced into 4 big chunks by the knife aura. The 4 chunks slowly fell into a pile of blood, piece by piece. The weapon the primary personality created is a knife. The calm personality looked at Luo Lang in surprise. The knife didn't suit Luo Lang's current face. Although he had that face too, he always felt that it belonged to the primary personality. The primary personality was always lively and positive. People would feel happy when they see that face. What caught him off guard was the fact that the primary personality's domain had another ability besides actualizing his personalities. He was able to combine and reset. It meant that he could take parts from the actualized personalities and combined it with his primary personality. Just now, the primary personality took the killing intent from the malicious personality and took his ability to control his emotions, making the primary personality someone calm with a suffocating killing intent, thus allowing the primary personality could kill his opponent that easily. Suddenly, the killing intent disappeared from Luo Lang's body. His face was full of expression again. He blinked and smiled brightly. He tipped his head high and said, "Look, I did pretty well, right?" Even though he seemed proud of himself, one could see the clenched fist behind his back. Not bad. The calm personality wanted to nag about his performance, but he felt that for someone who used his domain for the first time, Luo Lang did quite well. Hence, he swallowed whatever he wanted to nag about and went back to Luo Lang's mind along with the malicious personality. "Work harder next time, don't." The malicious personality didn't manage to finish his sentence before he was sent back into Luo Lang's mind. Luo Lang's domain disappeared. The calm and the malicious personalities disappeared along with it. As soon as they disappear, Luo Lang flopped on the ground weakly and muttered to himself, "Having domain is good and all, but it used up too much energy." Then, he gave a bright smile. "I will work harder and let us all appear together. This is my promise to all of you." Luo Lang never took his other personalities as his slaves but as friends who went through thick and thin together. Thus, when he knew that he could fight together with them, he was extremely motivated to do just that. "I can finally catch up to boss." Every time his boss fought with other domain realm masters, he and his comrades could only hide behind their boss and just try to not be a burden. All the members of Ling Tian felt unhappy about this, so they worked hard and pushed themselves for the day when they could stand together with their boss with their heads held up high. Now, he finally took his first step to achieve that. Luo Lang was elated. Then, he looked at Qilong and Li Lanfeng were fighting with a domain realm master with their activated domains. "Damn it, he is faster again." Luo Lang pouted. He was unhappy that he lost to Qilong again. However, he regained his smile quickly. "That's good, they had all advanced to the domain stage. It's all up to Xie now." Luo Lang looked at Xie's direction. He couldn't be seen due to paper dome trapping him. He prayed silently, "All the best. Don't lose to us." At that moment, a loud explosion occurred in that direction. Multiple purple lightning shot out from the center of the paper dome, burning the paper into ashes. A man with lightning snaked all around him walked out. Luo Lang's eyes lit up. Did Xie succeed too? As Xie was walking out of the paper dome, he suavely flicked his wrist and a bolt of lightning quickly flew towards his opponent, giving him no time to evade. He got struck by the lightning bolt and his body slowly crumbled, forming a neat pile of ashes where he once stood for the wind to eventually blow away. Luo Lang jumped up excitedly when he saw Xie. Before he could walk a few steps forward, he saw Xie smiling widely with black smoke coming out through the gaps of his teeth. Just as he was about to say something, Xie patted his chest and said, "Phew, I almost died." Luo Lang was speechless. What is this Xie up to? Xie saw Luo Lang staring at him intently, so he quickly retracted his domain. After the lightning around him disappeared, Luo Lang discovered that Xie was covered entirely in soot and his hair was reaching for the skies. This was an entirely different image compared to the suave moment when he had just now. What on earth happened? Luo Lang asked curiously. In the past, Xie didn't fully awaken his powers, so, whenever he used his innate talent, both he and his opponent would get injured from the backlash. It was like dealing 80 points of damage to himself to inflict 100 points of damage to his enemy. Did he fail to advance to the domain stage? But that doesn't make sense. If he didn't advance to the domain stage, how could he kill his opponent that easily? Is there a problem with his domain? Is it the same problem as last time? I only have a half domain, Xie replied helplessly. He was happy that he managed to advance to the domain stage, but he also unhappy that he didn't manage to do it perfectly. This had to do with his bloodline, but he didn't know how to explain it without exposing his secrets. What? Luo Lang asked with a hint of confusion. Their boss told them that there were 3 domains they could get if they were to advance to the domain stage. The 3 domains they could get were a fake domain, a pseudo-domain, and a real domain. Their boss wanted them to get the real domain and become a real domain realm master. But, he never said anything about a half domain. A half domain is not a fake domain, however, it is not a real domain, yet, it is different from a pseudo-domain. Xie didn't know what to say. Talk human language, Luo Lang replied angrily. It means that the other half of my domain is on my other personality, Xie finally answered honestly. Your dark character. Luo Lang was shocked. How do you know that it is my dark character? Xie raised his eyebrows. There was suddenly a cold aura around him. Luo Lang waved his hand nonchalantly. No matter who comes out, the one not coming out is the dark character, right? Xie smiled brightly again. His teeth seemed exceptionally bright when compared with his charred look. I got the Yang lightning and he got the Yin lightning. However, I'm the only one who advanced to the domain stage. Therefore, there is currently an imbalance of power between the Yang and Yin lightning, so I injured myself. That year when I was constantly injuring myself when I used my power, it was also due to this reason. He is not willing to cooperate. Luo Lang was puzzled. Why aren't they working together? No, we are both willing to help each other. However, we have 2 conscious, so we can't work cohesively. Would they only be able to solve the problem if one of them disappeared? Xie frowned. This was not what they wanted. Luo Lang understood Xie's thoughts, but he couldn't do anything to help. Why don't we ask boss later? He might be able to find a solution. Xie sighed. That's my plan too. If I can't solve the problem, I may never be able to maintain my domain for an extended period of time. If I try to force it, I might as well be burnt to death. Luckily, his opponent was a paper domain realm master, and lightning restricts paper. If it was some other domain realm master, he might not be able to kill him that easily. As Xie and Luo Lang were speaking to each other, loud explosions were constantly heard in the background, signifying the battles on the other sides finally coming to an end. The battles were able to end so quickly because Ling Lan came and ended it for them, as her presence alone caused the opponent to give up and want to escape. However, when fighting with someone on par with you, any loss of attention could lead to dire consequences. The moment these people wanted to escape, openings appeared in their moves. The domain realm masters who Ling Xiao sent were all experienced domain realm masters who had been in the domain stage for many years, so they would not give up on this opportunity. Hence the instant the openings showed themselves, they quickly used their most powerful technique and killed their opponent. The 23rd Division didn't have many people, so they couldn't just throw caution to the wind, and just keep these domain realm masters as prisoners. Even if they could seal off their opponent's domain, they wouldn't dare to take them as their prisoner. Thus, they could only kill them. If the seal broke, all their efforts before this would be wasted. Plus, no one knew if their opponents had a way to send information out. If the organization knew of their position, they might be ambushed and become prisoners instead. Ling Lan knew this, so she just silently watched the massacre. In the end, only the boss of the headquarters, who was still hiding in the manor, was left. However, the boss was a decisive person. When he knew all hopes were lost, he decided to commit suicide, keeping the secrets of the organization to himself. Was this because of his loyalty, or was he afraid of the organization? Ling Lan, however, was not surprised by his actions. When she decided to block their path of retreat, she had already predicted this ending. As the boss of the headquarters, when he was unable to protect the safety of the headquarters and the results of the experiments, he would have to commit suicide to compensate for his inability. If the boss didn't commit suicide, then that would be surprising. They searched through the entire manor and confirmed that there were no more enemies hiding in the manor. Ling Lan contacted He Shuyang to ask him to come over. This time, however, He Shuyang didn't just bring domain realm masters. He also brought a full transport logistics team. When he saw the resources starting to roll out from the manor, his eyes lit up with credits flashing his eyes. Very soon, He Shuyang took away all the resources in the manor. If he could, he wanted to take the manor away too. Luckily, he maintained his composure and knew he must not embarrass the 23 RD Division's name, so he controlled his urge and allowed the manor to remain as it was. In actuality, there was nothing left inside. Ling Lan saw that everyone seemed elated except Xie Yi. She said, "You can all go back and stabilize your domain, especially Lan Feng. Your domain is in a fragile state, so you must be careful." As for Xie Yi immediately looked at Ling Lan hopefully. He seemed like a hopeless little puppy who had finally seen its owner. Ling Lan wanted to pinch his cheeks so much. Sob, why are there so many cuties in her team? She really couldn't maintain her cold persona anymore. Ling Lan coughed and continued indifferently, "Wait for me to go back, I'll try to solve it." "Yes, boss." Xie Yi shouted excitedly. If their boss decided to do something, he would be able to do everything. "I hope so." The other Xie Yi pouted. He was not a brainless fan. Ling Lan organized everything and quickly returned to the Azure Central Scout Academy while Li Lanfeng and Li Shiyu secretly went back to the Li family. Little Four had already tampered with the footage on the surveillance cameras along the way, showing that the Li brothers went back to their house the moment the attack happened. As descendants of the Li family, it was understandable that they decided to return home and seek protection from their family. No one would suspect their actions. At that moment, all the scouts from the Azure Central Scout Academy were already gathered at a vast field somewhere in the school, far away from the forest. They waited for the result of the battle there. Ling Lan silently sneaked into the crowd of scouts. Of course, to make sure that she was not discovered, she entered from the edge. "Why did you run out?" Coincidentally, two familiar people were at the place where she attempted to sneak in. It was Yu Jingyuan and Little Jean. Yu Jingyuan looked at Ling Lan, who was standing at the edge with a confused look. He frowned. He thought that Ling Lan was bullied. Little Jean shook his head and said, "The edge is more dangerous. No one knows if there are any enemies left, so you should come back inside." Ling Lan saw them and immediately looked as though she had found her life savior. "Brother Little Jean, I lost Little White." Yu Jingyuan quickly realized that Little White was not in Ling Lan's arm. Ling Lan always carried it around with him. "Did you left it in your apartment?" Little Jean asked quickly. "No, it was always beside me. When I was thrown by that huge monster just now, I didn't manage to grab it. I lost it." Ling Lan was so worried that she looked as though she was going to cry at any moment. Yu Jingyuan and Little Jean couldn't bear to see her cry. "Little White looks smart. It can probably find you." Yu Jingyuan wanted to console Ling Lan, but Ling Lan gave him a look of disdain when he said that. He couldn't continue his sentence. "Fine, that fat little ball had nothing to do with the word clever. He once saw Pei Xiaoyun asking Little White for direction a few times, but Little White always gave the wrong direction, so it must be bad with directions. If it was lost, it probably wouldn't be able to find its way back. Once this matter ends, we will help you to look for it. Little Jean was better at consoling people. He immediately suggested helping Ling Lan to look for Little White. Ling Lan's expression immediately lightened up. Little Jin's words managed to comfort Ling Lan. Little Jean looked at his leader proudly, seemingly implying, "Look, I know our little brother better." Yu Xingyuan bitterly smiled and shook his head. As expected, people with the same level of intelligence communicated better with each other. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly came out from nowhere. Yu Xingyuan quickly grabbed onto Ling Lan, who lost her balance from the small earthquake. He frowned and looked at the direction of the explosion. The military had reached the forest now. Why did such a huge explosion occur here? Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in the crowd's vision. When they blinked their eyes just once, he was already in front of them. When the middle-aged man saw the valedictorian uniform Yu Xingyuan was wearing, his eyes lit up, and he quickly flew to grab him. "How dare you!" A lightning bolt and a stream of water suddenly attacked the middle-aged man. At the same time, a fire wall appeared in front of Yu Xingyuan and others, preventing the middle-aged man from harming them. The middle-aged looked at the lightning bolt and the stream of water. He had been injured by the combined attacks of these two elements before, so he would not be injured by that cheap trick again. He exponentially increased his speed and ran away from the lightning and water. Then, he charged through the fire wall and rushed towards Yu Xingyuan. Ah! Ling Lan appeared to be shocked by the situation. She seemed to have lost control of her emotions and pushed Yu Xingyuan, who was beside her. Yu Xingyuan knew that he was unable to escape, so he was preparing to fight the middle-aged man to his death. However, he didn't expect Ling Lan to suddenly push him, so he fell to the side, landing heavily on the ground. At first, the middle-aged man wanted to catch Yu Xingyuan. But after Yu Xingyuan fell down, he instead grabbed Ling Lan, who was standing beside Yu Xingyuan. He was shocked, but he didn't have any more time, so he just settled with Ling Lan and quickly flew out of the school. He originally wanted to use his ultimate technique to kill some scouts at the field. That way, the military would have to split their attention to the cadets. However, with more than 10 domain realm masters behind him, if he used his ultimate technique, he would be stranded here. His life was more valuable than just some scouts. Only the middle-aged man knew who his target was. People might think that it was Ling Lan, but his actual target was Yu Xingyuan, who was just slightly injured by his force of presence. Damn it! Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu were furious when they saw the middle-aged man grabbing their beloved roommate, Pei Xiaoyun. They quickly chased after him. The water element domain realm master who cooperated with Tang Ningyu, as well as a few other domain realm masters, chased after the middle-aged man too. They didn't expect there to be another titled domain realm formidable warrior guarding the headquarters. Fortunately, they outnumbered the middle-aged man. If not, they might all have died here, as the middle-aged man was much stronger than them. They didn't want the talented youths who were groomed by the military to lose their life here, but at the same time, they wanted to trap the titled domain realm formidable warrior here, as he would be a huge threat to the Federation if he escaped. Very soon, colorful figures disappeared from Yu Xingyuan's view. Yu Xingyuan picked himself up from the ground in shock and looked at the people who disappeared with a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Leader, are you alright?" The other members of his team were shocked too. They didn't expect to face a domain realm master that closely. "I'm fine." Yu Xingyuan shook his head. Deep inside, he knew that if Pei Xiaoyun hadn't pushed him, he would instead be the hostage. Did Pei Xiaoyun do that on purpose? If it was a coincidence, he was really lucky. If it was intended, Yu Xingyuan felt his heart pumping loudly. "Pei Xiaoyun, you must come back safely," Yu Xingyuan softly muttered. His query could only be answered if Pei Xiaoyun came back. Pei Xiaoyun got taken away. Little Jean felt fortunate that his leader was safe, but he wanted to cry when he remembered that Pei Xiaoyun was captured. His cute little brother. What should he do? He wished that he was the one who was captured instead. The middle-aged man was unable to throw the people chasing him away. He didn't want to expose the other secret bases of the organization, so he turned around angrily and activated his domain. Then, he pushed his palm out. Two ice mountains suddenly appeared and flew towards Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, who were the closest to him. In order to save Pei Xiaoyun, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran released all their energy and chased after the middle-aged man, which allowed them to tail the middle-aged man closely. This must be the fastest they had ever flown in their lives. When they saw the ice mountain coming towards them, they gritted their teeth and threw out a lightning dragon and a fire dragon. The two dragons slammed onto the ice mountain. Even though they could have evaded the attack, but they didn't, as they were afraid that the middle-aged man would escape when they were wasting their time evading. Boom! Cold met hot. The ice mountain exploded when the lightning and fire dragons crashed onto it, shrouding the surrounding in a dense mist. This was exactly what the middle-aged man wanted to happen. He quickly turned around and flew again. Two domain realm masters, who were two of the faster pursuers of the middle-aged man, suddenly jumped forward. The two of them worked together to release a strong gust of wind which cleared up the mist. Just as the group of domain realm masters was about to catch up to him, the middle-aged man flashed them a cruel smile. He was now going to show them why he captured a hostage. He released Ling Lan from his grasp, allowing her to freefall with her terrified face facing towards him, who still had a cruel smile on his face. He raised his palm towards her face, and Ling Lan's face was instantly frozen with a frightened expression. The ice started to spread from her face to every part of her body, creating a glistening ice statue in the sunlight. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's eyes turned bloodshot when they saw this. They quickly flew forward and caught Ling Lan in their arms. Then, they controlled the speed of their bodies and softly landed on the ground. They gently laid Ling Lan on the ground. Mu Chaoran quickly used his fire domain energy in an attempt to melt the ice around Ling Lan to save her. When the middle-aged man saw this, he scoffed heartlessly. Ling Lan, who had turned into an ice status, started to crack. Bits and pieces of the statue started to fall off slowly in front of Mu Chaoran. Little brother Xiaoyun. Mu Chaoran shouted in despair. He desperately tried to hold the statue from crumbling, but it was of no help. When Tang Ningyu was about to chase after the middle-aged man, he suddenly heard a loud scream of agony, stopping him in his tracks. He rushed towards the source of the scream, Mu Chaoran. When Tang Ningyu arrived next to Mu Chaoran, he only saw Pei Xiaoyun's cracked face. There were even frozen tears near Pei Xiaoyun's eyes. Xiaoyun didn't want to die, right? Tang Ningyu wanted to spend time with Pei Xiaoyun again, but he didn't have the chance to anymore. The ice statue continued to crack even more until there was only dust of it once was. A breeze suddenly came by and blew the dust away, leaving nothing behind. It was as if Ling Lan never existed in the world. Mu Chaoran felt the emptiness in his arm. He was at a loss. He was originally someone who didn't care about anything. He felt that the world was unfair, and his anger towards the world made him indifferent towards everything. In the past, he thought that this was how he would spend the rest of his life, but he didn't expect for someone to enter his life and impact his life that much. Pei Xiaoyun was a sincere and honest person. His eyes were pure and bright like the stars in a dark night. Every time Pei Xiaoyun looked at him with those eyes, he would feel guilty at the fact that these pure eyes would eventually be stained by the filth of the world, so to prevent that from happening, he vowed in his heart to treat him well. It was only half a month, but Pei Xiaoyun had already entered the depths of his heart. This was the first time he wanted to treat someone well. He wanted to become lifelong brothers with Pei Xiaoyun. He wanted to protect him from the filth of the world. Yet, this person disappeared before him so easily, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. This helplessness made his heart hurt. He was filled with grief and anger. Tang Ningyu looked at grieving Mu Chaoran helplessly. The timid, sincere, and innocent young man was gone. He was really unable to accept this fact. He was already prepared to protect Xiaoyun when he enters the military. However, the middle-aged man had killed him, right before his eyes. This was clearly a joke. Ha! Did he want to become the leader of the new generation at the Flying Dragon Special Forces? He couldn't even protect the person he wanted to protect. How could he have the conscience to even try to become the leader of the new generation at Flying Dragon Special Forces? Tang Ningyu was greatly impacted by Pei Xiaoyun's death. He finally lowered his head. He never lowered it before, he was in pain. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran weren't in the right state of mind to chase after the middle-aged man anymore. The other domain realm masters wanted to chase the man but they were too slow. Thus, the middle-aged man managed to escape from his pursuers. Damn it! The fastest wind element domain realm masters quickly activated his domain and scanned the area around them with his wind. There were no foreign forces of presence around them anymore. It seemed like the middle-aged man had quickly left this area. They didn't know which direction he went and he was more powerful than them, so they didn't dare to split up to look for him as they might fall into his trap. He's gone. The domain realm masters had no other choice but to give up on the pursuit. They landed next to Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's side. Very soon, they realized that something was wrong with these two people. They quickly called out them in a worried tone. Tang Ningyu regained his senses first. He clenched his fist and then let go of them. He raised his right hand and placed it on Mu Chaoran's shoulder, who was still half kneeling on the ground. I'll definitely destroy this organization and get revenge for Xiaoyun. Tang Ningyu held Mu Chaoran's shoulder tightly. Don't forget to inform me at that time. We will go together. Mu Chaoran replied coldly. He would not forgive these people. Since little brother Xiaoyun was gone, these people must also not exist in this world. Mu Chaoran gave a sinister and eerie smile when he imagined that world. Very soon, Mu Chaoran, Tang Ningyu, and the other domain realm masters left with regret and anger in their hearts. A few minutes later, a figure started to take physical form in the air. It was the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man never left. He just turned himself into ice elements and blended himself into the surroundings. He made this bold decision because he believed that his vast experience would fool those domain realm masters. As expected, those domain realm masters didn't notice his presence and left regretfully. The middle-aged man left happily and rushed towards a secret base of the organization. He didn't have his guard up so he didn't notice the faint cold mist that was creeping beside him. Even if he did, he would have thought that it was the aftereffect of his energy. The middle-aged turned a few rounds and finally came to the manor which Ling Lan destroyed. The moment he landed, he saw the ruined plaza. There was no one here. His expression changed. He quickly activated his domain and felt around the area. Ice element, fire element, lightning element, and something unknown, so many domain realm masters were here. An intense fight must have occurred here. He could still smell the faint scent of blood in the air. Who did this? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. His eyes were burning with anger. I also want to know who you all are. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. The middle-aged turned around in shock. He narrowed his eyes to see the figure in the distance and he gave a look of disbelief. A young-looking youth was smiling at him. His face was like an angel but his eyes were like a devil. Are you human or ghost? The middle-aged shouted fiercely. This young man was killed by him just now, so how could he appear here? What do you think? The young man continued smiling brightly. The middle-aged man's eyes instinctively went to look for the young man's shadow. When the middle-aged man saw the young man's shadow on the ground, he repeatedly patted his chest as if to let out the fear in his heart. But, he still couldn't understand how this young man escaped from death, but since he was still human, there was nothing to be afraid of. You were lucky to escape once. Why did you follow me? You are really looking for death. The middle-aged sneered. He waved his hand and an ice arrow shot towards the young man. This young man had seen the embarrassing side of himself, so he needed to kill him personally to cleanse the embarrassment he felt. Thus, the middle-aged man didn't show any mercy. That is the ice element. The young man didn't retaliate. He just let the ice arrow hit his body. However, the moment the ice arrow touched his body, it broke and disappeared into the air. The young man was unharmed. The middle-aged man was flabbergasted. He understood why this young man didn't die. He was a domain realm master too. Only domain realm masters were able to resist his attacks. But, he still didn't know how this young man disappeared without a trace after he was turned into ice. He didn't sense the young man's presence at that time too. The young man's next action instantly cleared his queries. The young man was an ice element domain realm master too. That is not how you use ice. The young man said coldly. He stomped his feet and powerful ice energy started to spread out from his feet. The ice quickly crept up to the middle-aged man's leg. The middle-aged man was shocked. However, he still managed to jump into the air in time and evade the attack. Trying to dodge it? It is not that simple. The young man stretched his right hand and pointed at the middle-aged man. The ice energy on the ground suddenly shot up into the air, forming a huge mouth with sharp icicles as teeth, wanting to swallow the middle-aged man up. Ice World! The middle-aged man shouted. A hail started to rain down around him. The frozen pellets were like a machine gun, it continuously shot at the icy huge mouth formed which was created by Ling Lan. The icy huge mouth also retaliated by blowing out wind in sub-zero temperatures. Boom! The two sides eventually reached their limit, before finally exploding in perfect unison. The huge explosion formed a deep crack in the manner. You are a titled domain realm formidable warrior. Ling Lan felt the power of her opponent's ice element. The techniques her opponent used were very different from hers. Although they were both ice element titled domain realm formidable warrior, the temperature of her opponent's ice element was higher than her own. Thus, her opponent's most powerful technique, which they both knew how to use, was weaker than hers. Same element, same rank, different amounts of power. So the domain stage is not fixed. How much you understand depends on your capabilities and how hard you work. Ling Lan was deep in thought. This was something new. The rules in the domain stage were weird. The combination of talent, comprehension, and hard work allowed for there to be a difference in power even with the same rank and technique. Survival of the fittest. Ling Lan understood the true meaning behind this phrase. She knew why the Federation followed this rule, the only rule nature gave. The middle-aged man noticed that his most powerful attack was not able to injure the young man. The young man must be a titled domain realm formidable warrior too. He might even have a deeper understanding of the ice domain. He had this thought because he felt a painful coldness deep in his bones. As an ice element domain realm master, he was not supposed to feel cold. Thus, the only explanation was that this young man was significantly more powerful than him. As an ice element domain realm master, the middle-aged man could already feel the difference between them. If he continued fighting, he would be at more of a disadvantage. Thus, he threw another ice world technique at the young man. In the next second, he turned into ice particles and quickly escaped towards the manor. But, the moment he moved, he was stopped. He wasn't able to move anymore. Why did you change into ice particles to escape when your enemy is an ice element domain realm master who is much stronger than you? I really don't know what to say. The cold voice rang beside the middle-aged man's ear. Then, his body started congregating. His arm was already caught by the young man. If one particle of his body was caught, he would be unable to escape anymore. This was the rule, and no one could change this rule. The middle-aged man lost all hopes of escaping now. Thus, he made a huge decision. He vomited blood and then his body started greedily absorbing all the ice elements in the surroundings. The huge suction force caused Ling Lan to let him go. She moved back quickly and left the boundary of the suction force. Ling Lan frowned. She got serious. A technique that could only be used after injuring himself must be a technique above his stage. The middle-aged man was prepared to give his all in this final attack. Suddenly, the middle-aged man exploded into numerous ice needles. The ice needles altered their trajectory towards the direction where the shocked Ling Lan was at. Ling Lan quickly swiped her right hand and an ice wall was erected up from the ground. The ice needles split into 3 groups. 2 groups of ice needles flew around the ice wall while the last group of ice needles stabbed into the ice wall forcefully. Multiple ice needles pierced through the ice wall, which completely collapsed the ice wall. Those needles were so powerful and sharp. They managed to destroy her ice wall in a blink of an eye. The 2 groups of ice needles managed to go behind Ling Lan. The 3 groups of ice needles surrounded Ling Lan and simultaneously flew towards her. Ling Lan decisively activated her most powerful attack, Ice Blockade. She tried to freeze the ice needles, but this time she miscalculated her strength. The ice needles broke through her ice blockade. The ice needles pierced into the spot where Ling Lan was standing at. The ice needles all released a thick mist when they reached their destination, which blocked one's vision. When the mist dissipated, the spot where Ling Lan was originally standing at was empty. When the ice needles noticed that they had missed their target, they flew into the air again and prepared themselves for the next round of attack. Condense. Ling Lan suddenly appeared in mid-air. She clenched her fist and all the ice element in the area around her started to condense rapidly, forming many perfectly shaped water droplets. In response to this, the ice needles turned into water droplets too. It was essentially a battle between 2 domain realm master with 2 different perspective and understanding of the ice elements. Suddenly, red mist appeared out of mid-air, symbolizing the final fate of a titled domain realm formidable warrior. Ling Lan looked at the red mist with cold eyes. She raised another hand and clenched it into a fist again. Ah! A faint scream could be heard and all the water droplets exploded. The force from the explosion of the water droplets injured Ling Lan too. Fresh blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth. Just half a step more, then I can advance to the Imperial level. But, Ling Lan's understanding of her ice elemental domain was at the Imperial level. What was stopping her from becoming an Imperial level domain expert was her understanding of her own Imperial level technique. She had only understood 50% of her Imperial level technique, Condense. This was the name she had given to the technique. An Imperial level technique was given the term Imperial level because of the significance it had in one's domain stage battles. Every Imperial level technique was the perfect blend of offense and defense. It was perfect in every situation depending on how much the user understood the technique. Unfortunately, Ling Lan only understood how to use Condense for defense as she was unable to comprehend its offensive power yet. Hence, she was stopped by this. The ice needle technique the middle-aged man used almost reached the standard of an Imperial level technique. If he just had a deeper understanding of his technique, Ling Lan would not be able to defeat his ice needles technique so easily. However, even if the ice needle technique reached the standard of an Imperial level technique, it would still be incomplete as it only had its offensive power with no means to use it for defense. This was its lethal weakness. Ling Lan didn't use Condense right from the start because she wanted to find an opportunity during the battle that could help understand her Imperial level technique better. This kind of opportunity was difficult to find. Ling Lan didn't get enlightened even after she fought so many hard battles. Maybe the time is not right yet. Ling Lan was not frustrated. Since no results could be found now, she just pushed this thought to the back of her head. Her master had told her once before that she had progressed too quickly, resulting in a flaw in her foundation. Maybe this was why she was still unable to fully understand the Imperial level technique. Looks like I have to experience more battles. Ling Lan thought to herself. After some time, once 250 Ace Mecha Clan was fully prepared, she would try to request to the division headquarters to send her Mecha Clan onto the battlefield. There would have enough battles for her to gain more experience on the battlefield. Suddenly, Ling Lan frowned as she detected numerous domain realm masters running in her direction. Her battle with the middle-aged man probably had alerted the domain realm masters from the military, as even Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were in the cohort. Ling Lan had completed her mission and made Pei Xiaoyun disappeared successfully, so she didn't want to meet her roommates now. Ling Lan snapped her fingers and her ice element energy around her dispersed a little. Then, a breeze of frosty wind blew by, completely shrouding Ling Lan from the world. When the wind finally went past Ling Lan's original position, she was not there anymore. A few seconds after Ling Lan left, many people appeared at the manor. What a strong ice element energy. There seems to be other domain energy as well. It's really messy. I can't put a finger as to what they are. Some of the domain realm masters tried to sense their surroundings. I felt a tinge of fire element. Mu Chaoran was sensitive to fire elements, so he immediately sensed the faint fire element in the air. He frowned. There is lightning element too. Tang Ningyu was serious. Without a doubt, while the battle at the Azure Central Scout Academy was ongoing, a huge battle was happening here too. Tang Ningyu had the feeling that the people who fought here were those fake domain realm masters who had escaped from their headquarters. However, their newfound freedom was brutally taken away. Is there another secret organization observing them silently, waiting to profit as the third party? It's a pity that we can't trace them. Although they could only feel the huge mass of domain energy in the manor, no signs of domain energy could be found leading out of the manor. Looks like the other party was very careful and didn't leave any traces behind. Do you think that bastard died along with these people? Mu Chaoran narrowed his eyes. He really hoped that the bastard didn't die that easily. The ice element here is dominating any other elements, so we can conclude that bastard won his fight and got to flee before we got here. Plus, that bastard won't die so easily. Tang Ningyu didn't believe that an ice element titled domain realm formidable warrior could be killed in such a short time, as only an imperial level domain expert could do such a deed. Plus, if there actually was an imperial level domain expert, the domain energy left behind in this area would be much greater than what they had detected. Tang Ningyu felt the energy left behind by an imperial level domain expert in the past. That was why he didn't believe an imperial level domain expert was here. At that time, he had only just recently advanced to the domain stage, and unluckily while walking around, he stumbled across a tinge of energy left behind by an imperial level domain expert, but it was enough to destabilize his domain. If his captain didn't save him in time, he might have been crippled for his entire life. This experience engraved the overwhelming strength of an imperial level domain expert into his mind. By his estimations, even a titled domain realm formidable warrior would be killed instantly if he were to meet an imperial level domain expert in battle. The ice element energy in the manor was definitely suffocating, but it wasn't as much of a stranglehold of an experience like the one he had in the past. The energy might just be left by an ice element titled domain realm formidable warrior. That's good too. Tang Ningyu thought in his heart. If they couldn't kill this person personally, they wouldn't be able to feel appeased for the rest of their lives, becoming the devil in their hearts. What should we do now? Mu Chaoran asked. Tang Ningyu sighed. Let's just go back and report our mission for now, and the military will take care of the rest. Mu Chaoran nodded. The two of them disappeared. On the way back, Mu Chaoran suddenly remembered something. This time, you lost to the person who took the same mission before you, right? Did you manage to find out who he is? Tang Ningyu remained silent for a moment. Yes, I lost to him this time and I intend to fully accept my defeat. But until now, I don't know who he is. He might be among the transfer students or he might not. Honestly, I would have suspected Xiao Yun if he didn't die. However, he didn't give me a chance to suspect him. I would rather suspect him and hurting him than him being killed by that bastard. Tang Ningyu clenched his fist. If Pei Xiaoyun was still alive, their relationship might not be the same anymore after they had tricked him so much and took a lot of advantages of him. But, he still wished that Xiaoyun would jump around in front of him, waving his finger at him and be angry at them for lying to him. Tang Ningyu recalled the shy and timid young boy who always wore a smile on his face. He was heartwarming and considerate. However, he was now gone. Yes, even after he knew about everything and still broke ties with us, I will accept that, and I'll be comforted to know that there is still a little brother Xiaoyun in the world being angry at us. Mu Chaoran was depressed. The image of Pei Xiaoyun flashed past his mind. He could almost imagine how he would look if he was furious, the angry but helpless expression on his little brother's face when Xiaoyun knew he couldn't do anything to him. In just a month's time, Pei Xiaoyun let him, a lonely person, understood what brotherhood meant. They suddenly stopped walking. They turned their heads side to side and realized that they had returned to the place where Xiaoyun had died. Xiaoyun, no matter where you are, have a good life, Tang Ningyu said in a low voice. You must live a carefree life, remember that. I hope you have an older brother who pampers you. I hope your older brother will help you settle everything that was bothering you. I hope your older brother is not as evil as me. I hope he won't tease you, and I hope he would pamper you with all his heart. Mu Chaoran suddenly smiled. There were tears in his eyes. Let him do the things I wasn't able to do for you. Don't be like me, a worthless person who sees no value in life. Don't live a regretful life like mine. Live happily. He regretted not telling Xiaoyun that he had already taken him as his brother. He really liked him. Tang Ningyu looked at Mu Chaoran in surprise. He didn't expect him to develop such deep feelings towards Pei Xiaoyun in just 30 days. I didn't expect it too. When I realized it, it was already too late. Mu Chaoran gave Tang Ningyu a forced smile. Then, he disappeared from his spot. Tang Ningyu sighed. Pei Xiaoyun was an obstacle that he and Mu Chaoran had to eventually get over. He disappeared thereafter too. Squeak. Little White looked around and was confused by what it saw. It was looking for directions in the forest. It looked up at the sky in resignation while crying. That stupid person, he took me here and just threw me here. How irresponsible of him. How could he do this? Ah! I will curse you. May you not be able to get a wife. What an evil curse. Little White tried to use the tall trees as indicators of which direction he took, but all the trees here looked the same. It finally gave up. It hugged a tree trunk and admitted its mistakes. My dear master, Little White has learned from its mistakes. Little White should not be so excited and accidentally throw you out, master. Please come and bring Little White back. Don't leave me alone. Sob, why isn't master here yet? Is it because my apology is not enough? Little White remembered how it ran away in times of danger and dared to escape from its master. It was enlightened. There was still a mistake it didn't apologize for. Sob, Little White learned from another from its mistakes. Little White shouldn't run away with a man whom I don't know the name of. I learned that running away is wrong. I won't dare to run away again. Master, please bring me home. The forest remained quiet. Little White was finally scared out of its wit. It finally made a decision and gave its promise. Master, if you bring Little White back, Little White promised to listen to you obediently and, you can do anything to me. The moment it finished relaying its thoughts, Ling Lan appeared in front of Little White. Little White started crying furiously. God, you must be kidding. I just made a promise and master appeared. Sob, can I take back my words? I don't want my master to do anything to me. Ah! Little White scooped Little White up from the bottom of the tree and held it in her palms. She gave Little White a mysterious smile. Did you say that I can do anything to you just now? Little White fell to the side and pretended to be dead. It was not going to admit it. Little Four. Ling Lan suddenly called Little Four. Boss, I have recorded what Little White said. There is enough evidence. If he dares to deny what he said, I will ask Little Blossom to destroy it. Little Four smiled as it threatened Little White. Little White immediately jumped up and hugged Ling Lan's thumb. It gave Ling Lan an obedient smile and shouted, "Master, Little White was tired from finding my way in the forest and fainted just now, so I didn't notice what you said." Sob, Little White loves Master. Little White welcomes you to do anything to me. Please do whatever your heart desires. It then plopped itself lifelessly on Ling Lan's palm like a rag doll. It seemed to be telling Ling Lan that she could do what she wanted. Ling Lan wanted to laugh. After spending some time with the members of Ling Tian, Little White learned how to curry favor with her. She wondered what those bunch of people taught Little White. However, Ling Lan didn't plan to let Little White off. Although Little White throwing her out resulted in many good things, she was still unhappy at the fact that her pet threw her like a pile of rubbish without her order. She squeezed Little White forcefully and said calmly, "That's good." Little White cried. It could already predict its future. It would spend the remainder of its life being squeezed and squashed by its master. Oh. Do you have anything against it? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and glared at it coldly. Little White still had tears in its eyes. Its face turned weird due to the squeezing. These are tears of joy. Little Four was shocked. Whoa, Little White, when did you become so smart? Did you get smarter whenever boss squeezes you? Little Four started to wonder if it was a wrong decision to reject Ling Lan's abuse in the past. Did it hinder his evolution? He remembered how the members of Ling Tian grew up so quickly under his boss's harsh training. Little Four started pondering. He rubbed his hairless chin and said, "Maybe I should ask boss to hit me next time." Little Four, you are looking for death. The military quickly removed all the spies from the unknown organization in the Central Scout Academy. The two fake domain realm masters staying at the Xiao family and the Su family were also invited to the school by Su Pei and Xiao Ichio. Unfortunately, before they could be caught, the two fake domain realm masters committed suicide. The people in the headquarters in the forest had all escaped. The ones who were left were just the low-level workers who didn't know what was happening. In a secluded room, the military found various organs and body parts that were almost fully rotten. The workers who were left behind at the headquarters confirmed that this room was the most important laboratory, as only the higher authorities had the right to enter this room, so they were oblivious as to what went on in this room. There were other gory materials in other laboratories too, so the military didn't place much importance in this room. They just compiled all the body parts together and burnt them. Then, they asked the Earth Element Domain Realm Masters to bury the ashes. They hoped that those people who got experimented on could rest in peace now. Su Pei and Xiao Ichio were tricked into coming here and almost becoming materials for the organization. It was actually a blessing in disguise, as their talent finally got recognized by the military. To compensate them, the military allowed them to enter the 3rd Men's Military Academy without having to take the exam. Su Pei and Xiao Ichio were elated. This was their first step to their similar goal. Both of them wanted to get the ticket to the entrance evaluation for the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Su Pei remembered what Mu Chaoran said to him. In order to get the ticket to the entrance evaluation, he needed to fulfill one of the two requirements: either he advanced to peak level Ace Mecha Master or above, which Su Pei was not able to complete this within a short time, or the other requirement was for him to obtain a pseudo-domain. This was what Su Pei strived for, as he was already peak stage of Qi Jin, so he had hopes of fulfilling that requirement. Xiao Ichio looked at Su Pei and smiled. Su Pei, let's work hard together. We must go to the Flying Dragon Special Forces together. Su Pei looked back at Xiao Ichio and gave a warm smile in reply. Yes. We must go together. He was lucky to have such a friend. At the 250 Ace Mecha Clan's base, Zhao Jun rushed into the meeting room, which was next to the regiment commander's office, angrily. Upon entering, there were already many people sitting orderly in the meeting room. When they saw Zhao Jun entering, some of them smiled and welcomed him. Li Lanfeng smiled brightly and walked up to him. Zhao Jun, we were all waiting for you. What sort of gains did you get for this mission? Zhao Jun looked at the smile. He should be happy to see it, but he was furious now. He gritted his teeth and snorted. Compared to you all, my gains are basically nothing. This bunch of people was so lucky to be called by their boss when he was on his mission. What was worse was that they managed to advance to the domain stage because of that. F***K, he advanced to the optimal peak of Qi Jin at the same time as Qi Long, so shouldn't he and Qi Long be the first ones to advance into the domain stage and followed by Luo Lang and Xie, right? Most importantly, what the hell did Li Lanfeng do? He was at the peak stage of Qi Jin, but he managed to advance to the domain stage after just one mission with their boss. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken the mission. Curse my hand. After Ling Lan left for her mission, the 23rd Division gave 250 Ace Mecha Clan an assignment. They were just tasked to guard some supplies until they reached the agreed-upon drop-off point, so only one team was required for this mission. Besides Li Lanfeng, who was on leave, the other 9 team leaders decided to draw lots for this mission. In the end, Zhao Jun was the lucky one that day. This was what Zhao Jun thought at the start. Later on, he realized that he was not lucky at all. Sob. He left with his team happily and completed the mission perfectly. When he came back excitedly to report the rewards of the mission to Lin Zhongqing, he heard that Qi Long, Xie, Luo Lang, and Li Lanfeng managed to advance to the domain stage with the help of their boss. He exploded in anger at himself. Hence, when he knew that his boss called for a meeting, he came over hurriedly. The moment he entered the room, he felt pressure from just being in the presence of Qi Long, Luo Lang, Xie, and Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng used to be weaker than him. In the past, Li Lanfeng was jealous and envious of them, but now, it was his turn to be jealous and envious. You're back. A cold voice sounded beside him. Ling Lan walked over from the regiment commander's office. Boss. Zhao Jun called her with a slight hint of grievance. Ling Lan frowned a little. She couldn't stand it when a man shows this kind of whiny expression. She pointed at a seat immediately. Sit down. We will talk about you later. She must have owed these people a lot in her past life. Ling Lan felt helpless. However, she was unable to ignore them too. Fine, she is destined to worry for her comrades. Zhao Jun's eyes lit up. Does this mean that his boss already had plans for him? Yes, I'm sure of it. Boss is such a fair person. Of course he would not forget about me. Zhao Jun thought about this and calmly sat on his seat. Ling Lan walked to her seat after calming Zhao Jun down. When she was about to arrive to her seat, Qi Long obediently pulled her chair out for her. Ling Lan glanced at him coldly before sitting down on her seat. She felt quite speechless about this whole situation. She then saw the 10 team leaders standing up simultaneously like they were in some kind of mafia and felt even more speechless. She felt like a mafia boss. She coughed before saying in a cold voice, "Have a seat." "Yes, boss." All the 10 team leaders sat down. Ling Lan didn't know what to say. When did the 3 veterans become like this too? Were they influenced by her childhood friends too? Ling Lan felt that there was something amiss about her situation. She remembered her father, General Ling Xiao, who had great sway in the military and political scene with a God-realm formidable warrior, Mu Shuiqing, backing him. This was the dream situation for an ultimate boss-like figure. Fine, I must stop myself from becoming like that. I must prevent them from using this address. It might cause a really big misunderstanding in the future. Ling Lan looked at everyone sharply. Even those people who had just advanced to the domain stage were unable to withstand her gaze. You must follow the rules of the military and address me accordingly. If not, you will be punished, Ling Lan said indifferently. The 10 leader got a shock, but they hurriedly replied, "Understood, Regiment Commander." Yang Mingji, Lu Furong, and Gu Dongyang gave a look of satisfaction. Ling Lan's actions won their approval. Although they followed the crowd and called Ling Lan, boss, their intentions were to test her. From the looks of it, Ling Lan was a good soldier. She had no intention of building her own faction. Qi Long noticed that Ling Lan was not angry, so he smiled and interrupted her. "We will call you that in private. That is okay, right?" Ling Lan glanced at him. "Remember that you are still in your uniform, but once you take off your military uniform, you can call me whatever you want." It was just too striking when they call her boss in the military. Ling Lan didn't really like to attract more attention to herself. Qi Long immediately lowered his head. He said dejectedly, "Yes, regiment commander." Sob, but it feels better to call him boss. When he called his boss, regiment commander, Qi Long felt it was creating distance between them. He didn't like it. Fortunately, his boss was doing this out of irritation. He just didn't want to break the rules of the military. Qi Long was slightly comforted by his thoughts. Ever since their boss allowed them to advance to the domain stage, Qi Long told himself that he would follow his boss for life. He had the same thought in the past too, but his decision was even firmer now. Even if his father beat him to death with a baseball bat and cut ties with him, he would still follow his boss. The three veterans nodded their heads when they heard what Ling Lan said. Their regiment commander knew how to differentiate private and official matters. He was a very professional soldier. While Ling Lan was testing them for the entire year, they were also testing her. They respected Ling Lan for her decisiveness and ruthlessness. However, they were worried that she was heartless to her own soldiers and that she would place her own benefits in front of the country's benefits. Within this 1 year of monitoring her actions, they concluded that Ling Lan was vicious, but she knew when to make the right decision. Her character was good too. She finally won over the hearts of the three veterans. Actually, Ling Lan just wanted to keep a low profile. She didn't know that her actions gained the approval of the three veterans, making them decide to follow her wholeheartedly from now on. "It has been a year since I took over the role as the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. I want to know what is the situation with all the teams after a year of training." Ling Lan looked at everyone. Everyone turned to look at Yang Mingji. Ling Lan didn't give ranks to the 10 teams, but everyone recognized Senior Colonel Yang Mingji as the number 1 team of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Hence, Yang Mingji should be the one answering Ling Lan first. Yang Mingji coughed and opened his mouth. Team 01. Number of qualified Ace Mecha Masters, 22. Everyone is in good condition. They can go for war anytime. As a veteran, Yang Mingji knew why Ling Lan called for this meeting. After reorganizing the Mecha clan for 1 year, it was time for the Mecha operators to go on the battlefield. That was the only way they could know how if these Mecha operators were back to their old form. Ling Lan's gaze landed on Lu Furong. Lu Furong said in a loud voice, Team 02. Number of qualified Ace Mecha Masters, 21. We can go for war anytime too. After the other 8 team leaders reported the situation of their teams in order, Ling Lan tapped on the table lightly in a fluid rhythm while in deep thought. The 10 team leaders didn't dare to say anything. They waited silently for their regiment commander to make a final decision. Finally, Ling Lan made her decision. She stood up and placed her hand on the table. She tilted her head downwards and looked at the 10 team leaders. Order. All the 10 team leaders stood up immediately to receive their orders. We will officially start preparing for war. Yes, Regiment Commander. The 10 team members received the order and quickly returned to the teams. They passed this order to their team members. Soon, the entire 250 Ace Mecha clan started working towards a shared objective. As the head of the logistics department, Lin Zhongqing and his 4 deputies started worrying about their lack of manpower again. They looked at everyone who was furiously working. Lin Zhongqing clenched his fist tightly. The next time I meet boss, I must ask him for more people. Damn it. The heavy workload finally caused the calm and patient Lin Zhongqing to explode in anger. At the headquarters of the 23rd Division, He Shuyang had a cup of hot tea in his hand as he sat in his office. He smiled and lazily looked at the list of rewards they got due to their performance on planet Azure. He was the one in charge of this mission, so he knew how much benefits General Ling Xiao asked from the military. The continuous good performance of the 23rd Division caused the military to change their attitude towards them. They no longer ordered them around like a boss ordering around his teenage part-time worker. Whenever the military came to talk to him, they would speak nicely to him now. Young Master Lan played an important role in helping the 23rd Division to gain its current status. The military was definitely paying more attention to him now as the two greatest achievements were achieved by young Master Lan. As expected of General Ling Xiao's son. General Ling Xiao is a bug in the system and his son is a bug in the system too. He Shuyang remembered a few weeks ago when the entire Federation was elated over a 25-year soldier who managed to advance to the domain stage. They didn't know that their young Master Lan had reached the standard of a titled domain realm master. He Shuyang calculated with his fingers. Young Master Lan must have achieved the domain stage when he was just 20 years old. He was much stronger and better than those talents in the Flying Dragon Special Forces. As General Ling Xiao's advisor and confidant, he knew some secrets of the Federation, which the Federation didn't even know of. He Shuyang was in a good mood. Suddenly, a young deputy second lieutenant who was in charge of collecting information knocked on his door carefully. He came to report his work. Chief of Staff, the list for the first season of application for entering the battlefield is out. The deputy greeted He Shuyang before reporting his work. He Shuyang always wore a smile on his face and had a warm attitude. He seemed easy to talk to, but everyone knew that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The person in this position before him made a minor mistake and got sent to the grassroots units. This young second lieutenant had just came for his first day of work, so he didn't know what his superior was like, but the rumors he heard were enough to strike fear in his heart. He Shuyang was in a good mood, so even if this second lieutenant appeared too timid for his likings, he still didn't get angry. He just nodded and said, "Continue." "Yes, Chief of Staff. There are 27 mecha clans who applied to go on the battlefield. The detailed list is as such: Wuying Ace Mecha Clan from East 1st Corps, Qingyang Ace Mecha Clan from East 2nd Corps, White Wolf Ace Mecha Clan from East 2nd Corps. He Shuyang listened attentively to what the second lieutenant said. He raised his teacup slowly and took a sip of the hot tea. It was relaxing to have some hot tea in such a beautiful afternoon. 250 Ace Mecha Clan from Middle 2nd Corps. He Shuyang spat his tea out. He put down the teacup abruptly and he didn't even bother to wipe the mess on the table. He asked hurriedly, "What did you say just now?" The second lieutenant was stunned by his superior's reaction. He was shocked. "What did I say just now? Sob, did I make a mistake just now? What should I do? The Chief of Staff is scaring me." "Fine, let me look at the documents myself." He Shuyang saw his subordinate's fearful expression and felt a little helpless. He asked the second lieutenant to pass the documents to him. "This second lieutenant just graduated from the military academy, so I shouldn't frighten him too much. As expected, my young Master Lan is unique." The second lieutenant quickly passed the documents over. When he saw He Shuyang waving his hand, asking him to leave, he immediately rushed out of the office like a rabbit that got scared. He went back to his office table and heaved a sigh of relief. The colleague beside him saw his expression and asked curiously, "Jiang Li, what happened?" Jiang Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said in a frightened tone, "Chief of Staff is so scary. Sob, is he able to report his work to the Chief of Staff properly next time?" "Really?" The new workers gasped. The senior workers were much calmer. If their Chief of Staff was easy to deal with, would they have to hire new people all the time? Those workers that left had all reached their limit of tolerating Chief of Staff. They couldn't handle it anymore, so they sent in an application to request to be transferred out of the headquarters and be sent to the grassroots units. However, their Chief of Staff still treated those capable people very well. Those officers that went to the grassroots units became an advisor of a mecha clan or sat in a position that had real power. All in all, there were some regrets but most left happily. It was a fresh start for them. He Shuyang flipped through the documents. His new deputy was timid but he did his job well. The list was segregated into sections and every information could be seen clearly. He Shuyang quickly found the middle second corps and saw the 250 Ace Mecha clan written under it. What is he doing? Does young Master Lan think that the battlefield is a place for him to mess around? He Shuyang was agitated. Once young Master Lan goes on the battlefield, he would only be able to come back 3 years later, and 3 years is enough time for innumerable of life or death situations to occur. No one knew what could happen within this period of time. Also, on the battlefield, even with his domain stage physical skills, it would never compare to the power of mechas. He Shuyang couldn't sit still anymore. He took the documents and rushed into the general's office. Ling Xiao was looking through various documents when he heard someone requesting to come into his office. Come in. The door opened automatically. When he heard the hurried footsteps, he knew that it was his chief of staff. From the rhythm of his footsteps, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows in doubt. He Shuyang is always calm and composed. Why is he in such a hurry today? General. He Shuyang shouted as he walked into the office. What is the matter? Ling Xiao smiled like always. His expression didn't change because of He Shuyang's serious look. Here is a certain mecha clan's application for them to enter the battlefield. He Shuyang passed the document in his hand over. Ling Xiao took the document but he didn't look at it. He placed it at the side and then put down his pen. He leaned back in his chair and held his hands together above his chest. He smiled at He Shuyang. He Shuyang was surprised. His general didn't look at the document. After remaining silent for a moment, Ling Xiao asked in a low voice, "Did Ling Lan apply to go on the battlefield?" After preparing for so long, it was the right time for Ling Lan to act. Ling Xiao understood his daughter very well. In order to ensure that her comrades would grow up quickly, she would apply to go on the battlefield in the last year of the promise with her mother. The innumerable life or death situations on the battlefield would help her comrades to learn quickly and mature faster. Ling Lan was a smart person. She would not give up this chance. He Shuyang calmed down when he heard Ling Xiao's words. Because of his worries about Ling Lan's safety, he was unable to keep his composure. However, as Ling Xiao's confidant, his capabilities and mindset were almost perfect, so when he realized that his general had everything under control, he regained his composure. "General, you knew that young Master Lan wants to go on the battlefield." This was not a question. It was a statement. Ling Xiao didn't look at the document because he knew about Ling Lan's decision long ago. "I have been preparing for this moment." When Ling Lan asked for 2 more years from Lan Luofeng, Ling Xiao already knew that she wanted to go on the battlefield. But the battlefield is a very dangerous place. Shouldn't we let young Master Lan just do some exploring missions first? If not, we can even send him to clear intergalactic pirates and let him gain some experience that way. He Shuyang suggested what he thought were better alternatives. No need. They did well during the previous land clearing mission. They have already gotten enough experience. Ling Xiao rejected He Shuyang's suggestion directly. He Shuyang looked at Ling Xiao's indifferent expression and finally understood why he gave the land clearing mission to 250 Ace Mecha clan that early. He wanted to acclimatize young Master Lan to warlike situations. That meant that Ling Xiao had made preparations long ago. Even if young Master Lan didn't send in his application, Ling Xiao might have given him the orders to go on the battlefield anyways. He Shuyang didn't know whether he should criticize his general for being too harsh on his own flesh and blood or should he admire his love for the nation. He wanted his son, Ling Lan, to grow up quickly and become a capable soldier of the Federation. General Ling Xiao constantly threw obstacles at Ling Lan in order to help him grow faster. He Shuyang didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't want his daughter to go to the battlefield at all. Because of the blunder he made in the past, his beloved daughter had to live as a man for so many years. If he could, he would use all kinds of means to let his daughter leave the military. Unfortunately, his daughter valued her friends very much. To ensure that her friends were able to survive when she leaves, she rejected Lan Luofeng's suggestion and requested to continue protecting them for 2 more years. He and Lan Luofeng felt guilty towards their daughter, so they had no choice but to agree to her. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't deny that deep down, he was very proud of his daughter. His daughter didn't lose to any man, whether it was her physical skills or her mecha piloting skills. Even in the Flying Dragon Special Forces, no one was on par with his daughter. Ling Xiao was in a dilemma. On one hand, he couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer. On the other hand, he wanted to create the best conditions for his daughter to succeed in whatever she wanted. Ling Xiao closed his eyes. He buried his reluctance and worry in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, he was now the general of the 23rd Division, not Ling Lan's handsome father. Ling Xiao calmly took the document and opened it. He read through it slowly and calmly. He saw that 250 Ace Mecha Clan was indeed on the list. He grabbed a pen with his right hand and firmly signed his signature on the bottom of the document. He used so much force that the pen stabbed through the document. Arrange a time for all the approved mecha clans to gather 3 days later. They will head to the battlefield then. Ling Xiao threw the document at He Shuyang and gave his order. Yes, General. He Shuyang quickly took over the document. Then, Ling Xiao placed his head down and continued looking at other documents. He Shuyang opened his mouth, wanting to say something. In the end, he just sighed and left the general's office. He knew his general well. He was not someone who changed his decisions easily. Young Master Lan would be going on the battlefield, nothing could change this. When the door closed, the pen in Ling Xiao's hand turned into dust. He was expressionless as he just stared at the document in front of him blankly. He couldn't understand what was written on it. In the end, I still lost control of my emotions. If he hadn't used his domain to maintain the shape of the pen, it would have turned into dust when he was signing the document. Ling Xiao stared blankly at his office ceiling and gave a bitter smile. He was not a good soldier. He was just Ling Lan's father. He was not a good general for the 23rd Division. The moment he signed his name, he started regretting it. Lanner. You must come back safely. Ling Xiao's feelings were complicated. In the end, these were the only words he could say. Boss, the order is here. Our application had been approved. Little Four had been observing the headquarters intently, so he received the new information the moment the data had refreshed. Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She knew that her father would agree to her request, but there was still her mother lingering around. Her mother had Second Lieutenant He around her and their relationship was very good. That's right, her father always got caught by her mother because he always had a mole beside him. Haijiao was the name Huaxia Federation had given to this planet. However, the Helia Alliance called this planet, Planet Luolia. Helia Alliance always thought that planet Haijiao belonged to them. However, the Huaxia Federation would never allow them to think that way. That year, explorers from the Federation landed on planet Haijiao a step faster than the explorers from Helia Alliance. They stuck the Federation's flag on the planet first. Even though their army arrived a few days later than the army from Helia Alliance due to the Federation being much further away from planet Haijiao, Huaxia Federation did not give up on planet Haijiao easily. A huge war occurred on planet Haijiao that year. Huaxia Federation won the hard-fought war as they had a more powerful army, gaining full control over planet Haijiao. Planet Haijiao was situated at the border of the Helia Alliance. Due to this, the Helia Alliance was constantly alert about the strong army the Huaxia Federation stationed on planet Haijiao. To make sure they could feel at ease in their own territory, the Helia Alliance's military would constantly launch attacks on planet Haijiao, vowing to one day take control of this planet. However, with the strong army of the Huaxia Federation, they never lost even a single inch of their land ever since their nation was formed. They wouldn't retreat just because of fear. Hence, planet Haijiao turned from a 3-star planet with a good environment into a planet that had constant battles every day. Soldiers made up most of the population of planet Haijiao. The soldiers from the Huaxia Federation took the east side of the planet while those from Helia took the west side. Helia was able to fight toe-to-toe with Huaxia Federation for so long because they had a logistical advantage, as their country was closer to planet Haijiao, so it was much easier for them to send in reinforcements. As for Huaxia Federation, they had to cross an entire galaxy to reach planet Haijiao, making it troublesome for them to even transport something small. However, the soldiers of the Huaxia Federation were valiant in their efforts. Even though they had less manpower, they were able to secure half of planet Haijiao. Planet Haijiao belonged to the Federation. Over the course of the years since this planet was found, many small base cities had been built here. Besides soldiers who were stationed here, commoners lived in these cities too. They came here because the pay was much better than where they were originally from. As time goes by, these small cities became just like the bustling cities within the Federation's borders. The only difference was, mechas and powerful weapons could be seen everywhere. If you were walking on the streets, you would be able to see a team of fully armed soldiers walking around. The alarms for evacuation would occasionally ring, reminding the people that this was a war zone, not a peaceful and safe city. These base cities were governed by the military. It was to support the soldiers that were stationed here. The distance between the Huaxia Federation and planet Haijiao was too great. The transportation of supply was slow to sustain them, so these cities had to be self-sufficient to support the soldiers here. Of course, in the cities closest to the front line, they were just bases for the military and there were not commoners there. The bases situated near the front line of the battlefield were named with numbers. They didn't have an official name. The base that we would be talking about was Base 013. A bunch of experienced soldiers who just finished a battle were returning to their base. The malicious aura around them was still apparent. They controlled their mechas and followed the orders given by the JMCs to port their mechas. After porting their mechas, they jumped out of their mechas and changed into their military attire. Then, they went to their canteen to have their meal. This was a unique culture of planet Haijiao. Whether they were hungry or not, they would go to the canteen to have a meal, proving that they came back alive. The canteen was packed with people. All the mecha operators that came back from the battlefield were eating here. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I heard that a new mecha clan is coming to our base." The noisy canteen turned quiet instantly. Everyone stopped moving their chopsticks and turned to look at the person who spoke. The moment they saw the person, they looked like they had understood something. The person they were looking at was called Qiu Ming. His nickname was Help. He was a logistician at the base with a rank of senior captain. Because of his position, he was only able to operate an intermediate mecha. The origin of his nickname was from a mission he took. While he was sending some resources over from the main base, he was ambushed by the soldiers from Helia who received intel of their route. He got so frightened, he started to shout for help. In addition to that, his birth name was Qiu Ming. It sounded similar to Jiu Ming, which means help in Chinese. Hence, he got this nickname. The experienced soldiers had to admit that they looked down on this timid person. Qiu Ming was furious when he heard his nickname, but he didn't dare to stand up for himself. It couldn't be helped, as even a ground scout had a higher status than a logistician like him. Qiu Ming's rank was just slightly higher than the normal soldiers, so he didn't dare to offend these experienced soldiers. There were mecha masters teasing him too, so all the more he didn't dare to say anything about his nickname. Although the veterans looked down on Qiu Ming, they acknowledged that his intel was always accurate and fast. Well, he had a relative working as a deputy of the commanding officer of the base. Hence, the news he got was always faster and more accurate than everyone else. "Help, please tell us what's happening. It has been a while since a new mecha clan came to base 013. One of the mecha operators bit on a toothpick and replied with interest. Qiu Ming's face turned black when he heard this nickname. However, the person talking to him was a special class mecha operator, so he didn't dare to talk back to him. Hence, he smiled and replied, "Senior Captain, I just heard some news, so I wanted to share with everyone." "Help, stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us." "Yes, stop teasing us. If not, when you shout for help again next time, we will not save you." "Huh," everyone started laughing loudly. Xiao Ming's face turned green. In the end, he controlled his emotions and told them the news he received. "It's like this. We received the news that the Mecha clan that was supposed to come here was changed from the 6th division, right? The Mecha clan coming here this time is actually from the 23rd division." "Haha, that's good. The 23rd division belonged to General Ling Xiao, so they must be good," a veteran shouted. "Don't be too positive yet. General Ling Xiao's 23rd division has only been around for 6 years. It might not have a strong foundation like the 6th division. We don't know how powerful a 6-year-old division is. I just hope that it is not a bunch of useless people." Another mecha operator was not so positive. "It's still better than being ignored by the 6th division. Ever since the Ace Mecha clan that was stationed in their base left, no new Ace Mecha clan came to take over its place. All the other base cities had Ace Mecha clans stationed there, while their base only had a few Ace Mecha masters. Luckily, the 2 bases beside them helped them a lot. They were able to survive this year because of the help they had received from them. However, because there weren't enough Ace Mecha clans to go around, in order to protect their base, many of their brothers-in-arms lost their lives unnecessarily. All of this happened because the commanding officer of their base had offended a higher-up of the 6th division, causing them to not have an Ace Mecha clan stationed at their base. Although everyone wanted to blame them for their brothers-in-arms' lives, it was still the battle between the higher-ups where they couldn't do anything about. They could only watch and suffer as they see their comrades continue to lose their lives. This was why they were so happy when they knew that their base was going to be taken under the wing of the 23rd division. "I heard it's not a standard clan, but an Ace Mecha clan." Xiao Ming saw that everyone's moods were low and immediately gave them the good news. "What? An Ace Mecha clan?" Everyone jumped up in excitement with expression of joy on their faces. "Doesn't that mean that their base is finally going to have an Ace Mecha clan?" That was definitely good news. "Huh, I knew General Ling Xiao wouldn't do us dirty like the 6th division." One mecha operator smacked his table excitedly. "An Ace Mecha clan will finally come." All the veterans began to celebrate. "What's the name of the Ace Mecha clan?" some people asked. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's expression changed oddly. He hesitated for a moment and said, 250 Ace Mecha clan. 250. The initially excited veterans became gloomy once again. *T, after waiting for a year, they actually sent a normal clan. One veteran began to swear and throw insults. Although they were just normal soldiers and didn't belong to the Federation's 23 divisions, they still knew about the meaning behind the names of clans within the divisions. Ace Mecha clans were either titled Ace Mecha clans and normal Ace Mecha clans. Titled Ace Mecha clans had mecha operators who were veteran Ace Mecha operators chock full of battle experience. It was possible that half of those mecha operators have already reached the halfway point to becoming an elite. There were probably also a few who reached the peak. In battlefield where only Ace Mecha operators existed, peak Ace Mecha operators were the best of the best. If Base 013 had these mecha operators, would they still be scared? On the other hand, standard Ace Mecha clans wouldn't have any titled. The Ace Mecha clans that only had numbers in their names were formed from the gathering of Ace Mecha operators, many of which just had advanced. There were even cases where some of these Ace Mecha clans had only half of its members being Ace Mecha operators. The other half would be filled by special class operators, which capabilities were incomparable to those of Ace Mecha operators. For example, if a standard Ace Mecha clan had 1,500 mecha operators, a titled Ace Mecha clan would only need 500 people to decimate the 1,500 mecha operators if a standard Ace Mecha clan was to battle with a titled Ace Mecha clan. This was the difference between the two. Does our base 013 get looked down on that much? It's still the same even though we switched to being under the 23rd Division. Some sighed softly. Who knows? Maybe our base's commanding officer has been unlucky recently. No one knew who said it, but everyone agreed with the statement. At that moment, the commanding officer of the base, Senior Colonel Dong Yuanzhong, was suffering a headache. Not only did he know that the Ace Mecha clan that was sent there was just a standard one, he also knew this standard clan greatly lacked personnel. The total was around 600 people, which was not even comparable to Mecha clan that had a full 5,000 members. Also, there were only 200 or so mecha operators within the clan. It wasn't big enough to be considered a clan. It also wasn't even big enough to be considered a battalion and was more like a team instead. However, since they were a clan, he must give them a place to stay. It was just that there was only one location that could be used. It was where the Ace Mecha clan from before had stayed a year ago. It wasn't because Dong Yuanzhong didn't want to give it to them, but it was because the location was right beside the Evil Wind Mecha team. Evil Wind Mecha team was mecha team that grew within the base. These mecha operators had all stood on this battlefield and slowly evolved from a low-level mecha operator to an ace mecha operator. They all grew up in an ocean of blood. Some of them might not have the finger dexterity of an ace mecha operator, disallowing them from being one, but their attack power was much greater when compared to ace mecha operators that had just advanced. Perhaps they couldn't perform the high-level techniques written in textbooks, but they operated their mechas with one belief, and that was to kill. It was all simple and with the most basic techniques. However, even though each move was simple, they were all sure-kill techniques. Their average talent forced them to fight for their lives for each breakthrough. Their bloody advancement method and savage attack techniques made them look down on those who learned from the academy. In their eyes, academy mecha operators were all softies who couldn't walk the walk but could just talk the talk. Even titled ace mecha operators didn't wow them too much. That was because in a real battle, no one knows who would die and who would live. The mecha operators in the Evil Wind Mecha team were this type of existence. Even the Ace Mecha clan's regiment commander that used to stay in base 013 tolerated the numerous provocations made by the team leader of the Evil Wind Mecha team. It was because he wasn't sure if he could defeat them. The title Evil Wind wasn't its official title. It was instead given by the Evil Wind Mecha team's team leader. With the title of Evil Wind, it meant that they were all mecha operators who developed on the battlefield and were all demons. After 250 Ace Mecha clan move into their new camp, Evil Wind Mecha team would definitely provoke them just like they had with the previous Ace Mecha clan. Dong Yuanzhong was hesitant, but thought that if he didn't arrange a place for them, it would be his fault. If word of this were to get out, he might be in a lot of trouble. After thinking about it, Dong Yuanzhong made a decision. He told the logistics division to arrange for 250 Ace Mecha clan stay at Area 38, which had been empty for more than a year. They're here. They're here. The Ace Mecha clan is here. The staff member responsible for the surveillance of Base 013 suddenly shouted. He saw a large group of people appearing on the surveillance monitor. His colleague looked over his shoulder and saw around 400 mechas guarding the group from the air. These mechas included advanced mechas along with around 300 transport trucks. He was really confused. Isn't that a transport team? He didn't see even one ace mecha. Do you not see those trucks? The staff member who shouted in the beginning couldn't help but roll his eyes at his colleague. If it wasn't because he had seen a lot of those trucks before, he would not have noticed either. Right then, the cloth that covered one of the trucks had a corner lifted up by the wind and showed a part of an ace mecha. *T, it's actually ace mechas. He remembered that the first ace mecha clan that came had all ace mechas. Only logistics personnel sat in hovers trucks and came with the transport trucks. How can this ace mecha clan be so odd that their ace mecha operators didn't pilot the mechas while those who piloted mechas were only a few advanced mecha operators? But, the number of them is quite small, right? Another staff member counted and only saw around 200 ace mechas. Are the ace operators piloting ace mechas behind them? And these mechas on the transport trucks were shipped here because their mecha operators were not here because they were busy. Who cares, we still need to report this to the base's JMC. We have to tell them to prepare to take in the convoy as soon as possible. The staff member that saw the large group contacted the base's JMC as soon as he finished speaking. All these staff members were wondering if they had missed something. In the convoy, other than transport trucks with mechas inside, it wasn't anything similar with the way the past Ace Mecha clan had come to their base. There weren't countless hover buses that had soldiers in them. Other than transport trucks, there weren't any other hover vehicles. No, there was actually a hover car that was the military's newest model hover car, which was shaped like a bullet following the convoy. The convoy stopped at the front of the base. The person in charge of the convoy had already sent their request to the base and was waiting for the base's permission for them to enter the base. Soon after the request was sent in, many multi-terrain vehicles came out from the base, filled with fully equipped soldiers that were either standing or sitting on top of the vehicles with serious expressions on their faces. Although the convoy had received permission to enter the base, they still needed to undergo a safety inspection. In the front of the multi-terrain vehicles, a junior rank officer was standing there with a microphone by his mouth. He shouted, "The person in charge of this convoy, please come over here." When he shouted that, almost all of the advanced mechas in the air that was following the convoy turned around to look behind the convoy. The bullet-shaped hover car slowly drove past the transport trucks, coming to the front of the convoy, and parking parallel to the junior rank officer. The window of the driver rolled down automatically, showing a face that was full embarrassment. What's the matter? Where's the information?" The junior rank officer frowned. "What kind of Ace Mecha clan is this? The person in charge of this convoy is small and timid." The driver quickly took out a computer chip and gave it to the junior rank officer. The junior rank officer used the optical supercomputer in his hand to scan it, receiving the information of the convoy. It showed that it was indeed 250 Ace Mecha clan's transport convoy. The junior rank officer was disappointed that the higher-ups sent this Ace Mecha clan to them. This clan is probably just a standard Ace Mecha clan, randomly created from just a multi-bunch of Ace and Special Class operators. It is no wonder that its name is only a number. How can a random clan be given any titles? He was clueless as to why the Ace Mecha clans that were stationed in their base was becoming worse every time. After losing interest instantly, the junior rank officer waved his hand to his subordinates to examine the convoy. Then, he handed the computer chip back to the driver. The person in charge of the convoy, the driver, took back the computer chip without the usual attitude of arrogant Ace Mecha clans. This type of warm and respectful attitude made the junior rank officer feel better about this clan, but he was still disappointed. As expected, it is lowly and random Ace Mecha clan that didn't even have the demeanor of an Ace Mecha clan. It seems our base will be continuing to rely on the two bases R us to help us again in the future. Half of the soldiers inspected the cargo while the other half collected everyone else's information. After they compiled all the information together, a representative immediately ran back and reported to the junior rank officer the results of their inspection. As expected, it is that kind of Ace Mecha clan. In the cargo, other than the 200 Ace Mechas, there were also a few dozen special class mechas. The junior rank officer was wondering why this 250 Ace Mecha clan only had their mechas here. Where is their mecha operators? He thought. Where the rest of your Ace Mechas? Are they currently used by your mecha operators? The junior rank officer couldn't help but ask. Huh? The driver of the bullet-shaped hover car had a confused expression on his face in response to that question. Does your mecha clan only have this many mechas? The junior rank officer saw the driver's expression, and wasn't pleased. Is this guy pretending to be an idiot? Yes, our mecha clan only have these mechas currently. The driver finally understood the question and answered sincerely. The junior rank officer immediately raised his head and looked toward the driver, discovering that the driver had serious expression on his face and was not joking with him. He suddenly felt his chest cramping up and some blood almost gushed out from his throat. It turns out this mecha clan couldn't even be considered as a standard ace mecha clan. Then, where are your mecha operators? If there weren't any mechas being piloted, then shouldn't their mecha operator be here? Hearing this, the driver put his head back into the car and took out a navigator from the glove box. He placed it in front of him and fiddled it with a serious expression, seemingly was searching for something. "What are you looking for?" the junior rank officer asked confusedly. The driver looked at the junior rank officer with a look that was asking if the junior rank officer was an idiot. "I'm looking for our mecha operators. He just asked me where our mecha operators are. Aren't I helping him look for them? Are all of the soldiers in this base that dumb?" The junior rank officer almost spat out a mouthful of blood from the answer. Do the people in this 250 Ace Mecha clan have a screw loose in their brain? Right as he was about to become angry, the driver exclaimed, "They're here, they're here." Afterwards, he literally pulled out his torso out of the window and began furiously waving towards the back of the convoy. The junior rank officer looked towards the direction where the driver was waving at, but he didn't see anything. After squinting his eyes to try to spot for something, he seemed to have thought of something. He patted his body and found his binoculars, then quickly placing it in front of his eyes. At the edge of the horizon, dust could be seen being swept up like a storm. A white and blue dragon was moving the dust storm. When it got closer, the junior rank officer had a stunned expression on his face. The dragons was actually a group of people. They wore the 23 RD Division's white and blue uniforms and were running towards them at a fast pace. The reason why the junior rank officer was surprised was because of the speed at which that group of people moved, as it was only possible for experts who had reached the Chi-Jin stage to reach that speed. Not long after, even the soldiers from the BSE could see them. It showed just how fast they were going. The junior rank officer felt his lips were chapped. Our mecha operators. The driver had a big grin on his face. They ran all the way from the main base to here. Run. A few hundred kilometers, the junior rank officer just could wrap his head around that answer. He asked weakly, "Why are they running here? If they had the physical endurance to run all the way here, then they would totally be able to operate a mecha and fly here." No, mecha operators who were Chi-Jin experts didn't have any problems with endurance. The person in charge's brain began to twist and turn, causing him to actually become unable to compute the situation. The driver waved his hand and said, it was because they were too excited, angering our regiment commander. Then, the junior rank officer asked with stunned look on his face. They were punished and sent to do some cross-country running, the driver said with schadenfreude. What a terrifying regiment commander, the person in charge was dumbfounded. He actually began to stutter, then, where is your regiment commander? Before the driver could speak, the soldiers who made up the white and blue dragon all stopped in front of the hover car. Their faces were all red, with their hands holding their legs as they breathed heavily. Even for Chi-Jin experts, it wasn't easy for them to run alongside the convoy. They had to put in all of their might just to catch up with it. Chi-Long and the others aren't here yet. The driver looked around but didn't see Chi-Long and the others. He instantly covered his mouth and laughed. Boom! A silhouette landed from the sky and knelt halfway onto the ground. He had a girl on his back. It was Han Shuya. Han Shuya jumped down from the person's shoulder excitedly and shouted, "Next time you get punished, Chi-Long, I'm going to be your baggage again. I definitely don't want to do that ever again." Chi-Long almost died from exhaustion. What did Han Shuya eat when she was growing up? She was so heavy. Another person followed behind him and landed in the same style. Luo Lang piggybacked Luo Chao and arrived swiftly as well. Luo Chao jumped down immediately and asked in a caring tone, "Elder brother, are you all right?" Luo Lang was exhausted to the point where he couldn't speak and could only wave his hand. In order to increase the workload of these guys who were at the domain stage, the boss made them piggyback one person while they ran here, in addition to the 150-kilogram sandbags on their ankles. Luo Lang thought he was going to die on the way to the base, but luckily the distance wasn't too far. Many people started dropping down from the sky one by one. One of them stumbled as he landed. The person beside him released the person he was holding and helped the person who stumbled. Lin Zhongqing got held by a strong hand, preventing him from falling on the ground. He was sweating profusely. His entire forehead was filled with sweat. His military uniform was soaked too. When compared to everyone in Lingtian, his physical skills was weaker than the rest of them. Hence, even though he managed to keep up with the main group, he really felt like dying in the end. He almost collapsed when he stumbled just now. He looked at the person who helped him and said indifferently, "Thank you." Lin Zhongqing would never imagine that Lingjie, the person who forced him to enter his team in the Scout Academy, would become his teammate in the future. He thought about the past and all sorts of emotions well up in his mind. Lingjie scoffed when he heard Lin Zhongqing thanking him. "Although you are a logistician, you must remember that you are a member of the Lingtian battle team too. Look at you. You have been escaping training so your physical skills got weaker. What an embarrassment to us. When you reach the base, you must remember to train with us every morning." Lin Zhongqing really wanted to punch him in the face when he heard that. The only stopping him from doing so, was his fatigued body. He wasn't able to train because of them. Every one of them had so many requests. They didn't know how much effort he needed to put in to satisfy all of their requests. As expected, Lingjie was still as irritating as before. Even when he became his teammate, he was still irritating. "Even if I want to train, I will follow Qilong and Luo Lang." Lingjie gritted his teeth and glanced at Lingjie. He would not train with this bastard. Lin Zhongqing's gaze made Lingjie unhappy. "Are you looking down on my team?" Although they were Team 10, that didn't mean that they were the last of the 10 teams. "I'm in Qilong's team." Lin Zhongqing's reason was irrefutable. Lingjie was furious. He glared at Qilong, stunning him. That stupid Qilong advanced to the domain stage before him and even snatched his team members. Lingjie remembered all the grudges he had against Qilong. It showed how furious he was when he didn't manage to get Lin Zhongqing as his team members in the past. This had already become the devil in his heart. Lin Zhongqing wanted to get away from Lingjie but he stopped when he saw the last batch of members coming in. Li Lanfeng arrived with a white ball on his head while carrying 2 team members in his arms, one on each side. He must have been really tired or the 2 team members in his arms couldn't hold on anymore. For whatever reason, all of them suddenly felt lightheaded. However, Li Lanfeng reacted quickly. He let go of the 2 team members in his arms and stopped himself from slamming on the ground with his 2 hands. The white ball saw this and immediately started making a sound. It slapped its tentacles on Li Lanfeng's metal mask. Li Lanfeng was able to communicate with Little White using his spiritual energy so he knew what Little White was saying. His face turned green with anger. This little fellow is laughing at his physique. Bastard! Li Lanfeng wanted to kill this evil fellow. If this fellow didn't purposefully increase its weight along the way, he wouldn't have performed so badly. After this experience, Li Lanfeng finally understood the purpose of the health-bolstering qi cultivation exercises Ling Lan had taught him. This health-bolstering qi cultivation exercises should be used when he was exercising, helping him to replenish his stamina. That was why he was able to last until now even with Little White's weight and the 2 people in his arms. Li Lanfeng wanted to kill Little White but he couldn't do so in reality. Little White was Ling Lan's pet. If he offended this fellow, it would talk bad about him in front of Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng's mood turned worse when he thought about this. To hell with these small talks. Li Lanfeng didn't want to continue to be mocked by this stupid Little White. Hence, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself off the ground. As he was about to do that, someone reached his hand out and pulled him up. This person was Li Shiyu. He was also exhausted but he pushed himself to help Li Lanfeng up. Boom! Something smashed into the ground again and dust flew in the air. Luo Lang held his breath and used his hand to fan the dust away. Then, he saw what landed in front of him. It was 3 humans, lying prone on the ground without moving. Luo Lang waited for the dust to disappear before going forward and kicking the person lying in the middle. "Hey, Xie, are you dead?" Xie looked up and gave a hideous smile. "Of course not. I'm in pain and I'm happy." He didn't expect his boss to ask Li Lanfeng and him to take 2 team members with them while they were running here. Although he didn't need to carry them, making it seem like an easy mission, his 2 team members lost their stamina halfway through the journey. They had reached their limits. He literally dragged them through the next half of the journey, thus making him be in a worse state than Qilong and Luo Lang. One of the experienced soldiers saw that there was no one left and shouted, "Gather." He was the team leader of Team 01, Yang Mingji. At his command, all the 200 soldiers gathered and split quickly into 11 teams. The 5 members that couldn't even move anymore due to exhaustion were dragged into the 11th team by Han Shuya and Luo Chao, who didn't use any strength along the journey at all. After gathering and counting their people, the 10 team leaders and the head of the logisticians, Lin Zhongqing, concluded that no one was left behind. Then, they turned to look at the driver who was smiling at them. Chang Xinyuan. Qilong moved his mouth without a sound, wanting to ask him how their boss was feeling now. He winked at Chang Xinyuan and hoped that he could give them some hints. If their boss's mood was bad, they would rather wait and not act rashly. Chang Xinyuan just shrugged and maintained his smile. He was schadenfreude. The 200 people standing below were furious at him. They wanted to pull him out and beat him up. They were from the same Mecha clan. Why did they have to suffer so much while this person enjoyed his time on the bus as he drove their boss over? The door of bullet-shaped hover car closest to them suddenly opened. A young officer was revealed, half lying on a chair while wearing a white and blue military uniform. Regiment commander. Everyone stood up straight and greeted her. They wanted to show her that they still had energy left in them. The young officer opened her eyes when she heard the shout. The chair was tilted back to the sitting position. She looked at the exhausted soldiers outside. The soldiers felt a cold gaze moving past them, cooling their warm bodies immediately. Their bodies tensed up involuntarily. A chill ran down their spine and their hearts pounded furiously. God, please bless us and make sure our regiment commander is satisfied. If they were ordered to run another few hundred kilometers, they would definitely collapse halfway through. Lin Zhongqing. A cold voice sounded beside Lin Zhongqing's ears. Lin Zhongqing shivered. His face was already pale due to exhaustion, but his face turned even paler. It was full of fear. He didn't dare to make any delays, so he shouted immediately, "Here." Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu's face turned pale too as his name was called. "Here." A few more people were called out too. All the logisticians were called. Lin Zhongqing's deputies, Li Jinghong, He Chaoyang, Yuan Yuyun, and Luo Xiaoyun were all called. Gao Jinyan's small team was also called too. The 5 people who laid on the ground exhausted were part of Gao Jinyan's team. Gao Jinyun and his team members' physical skills were all not high. Hence, they became logisticians. When they were ordered to join the long-distance marathon, Gao Jinyun knew that their weak performance during this marathon had angered their regiment commander. He knew that they were dead. The results were just like what he expected. Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng's lips twitched. As expected, Ling Lan was not satisfied with his performance. Xie. Xie's expression collapsed. He was the last to arrive. He knew that he wouldn't have a good ending. Double your training at night. Ling Lan finally told everyone their punishment for those people with unsatisfying results. Yes. Before Chang Xinyuan could give them a smile of pity, he heard his boss calling his name. Chang Xinyuan. Here. Chang Xinyuan quickly replied. He wondered if his smile was too glaring. Did I anger my boss? Luo Chao and Han Shuya. Ling Lan looked at the only two ladies at the scene. This long marathon was extremely tiring. Ling Lan was afraid that they would faint, so she didn't ask them to run. They were in charge of being the burdens this time. However, this didn't mean that she would let them off just because they were females. Ling Lan knew that this was the battlefield. Without absolute strength, they could die at any moment. She would never allow this to happen. You three will train with them at night. Ah! Chang Xinyuan groaned. On the other side, Han Shuya and Luo Chao's face turned red with excitement. They shouted, "Yes, Regiment Commander." They had been waiting for this day for a long time, especially Luo Chao. She clenched her fist tightly and told herself that she must catch up with her boss. The person in charge of inspecting the convoy was stunned by their behaviors. When he heard Ling Lan's cold voice, he suddenly regained his senses. He looked over and saw a person with a cold aura standing in front of the door of the bullet-shaped hover car. He only glanced at this person, but the person instantly noticed his glance. Her cold eyes turned to him. The person in charge felt as though his blood was frozen. His entire body turned cold. He was so frightened he didn't dare to look at Ling Lan again. "Second Lieutenant." A cold voice sounded beside him. The voice melted the ice around him and woke him up from his thoughts. "Yes, Regiment Commander." The second lieutenant instinctively greeted Ling Lan as though she was his regiment commander too. Ling Lan was speechless. What's wrong with this second lieutenant? Shouldn't he call me senior officer or lieutenant colonel? She was not his regiment commander. However, she didn't have the time to correct him. She saluted and asked, "Can we go in now?" "Yes, regiment commander." The second lieutenant shouted after saluting back at her. Then, he signaled the people behind him to let them in. Soon, the convoy entered the base. All their mechas were placed inside 250 Ace Mecha Clan's personal mecha hold. The second lieutenant watched as they went in. After a while, he suddenly remembered that he didn't ask them where their logisticians were. Also, for some reason, he called the lieutenant colonel, regiment commander, instead. In the base of Evil Wind Mecha Team, around 30 people were sitting in a meeting room, talking about the 250 Ace Mecha Clan which entered base 013 recently. "Leader, I heard that we have a new neighbor. It's an Ace Mecha Clan." One of the team members told his leader about the news that had been spreading through their base recently. "The information I got from help states that there are only 200 people in that Ace Mecha Clan. They only have enough mecha operators to form a major team like us, but they are a mecha clan. Leader, do you think that 250 Ace Mecha Clan has some special background?" A feminine-looking soldier who looked around 30 years old said. "The Changfeng Ace Mecha Clan that were stationed here in the past was nothing special. Their regiment commander was not even our leader's match. Yet, they are a titled Ace Mecha Clan." A team member gave a look of contempt. "Yes. In the past, I heard that titled Ace Mecha Clans are very powerful. Now, I feel that they are nothing." This person's words gained the approval of everyone in the meeting room. The team leader, who was sitting on the main command seat, shook his head instantly. "That is not true. Changfeng Mecha Clan is not a real titled Ace Mecha Clan." He remembered the words the regiment commander of Changfeng Ace Mecha Clan said to him before he left. Those words let him understand how deep the water was in the mecha world. His mind went back to the day when he had a fight with the regiment commander of Changfeng Ace Mecha Clan using their mechas. They were both exhausted, but no one was able to win against the other. Yen 3, I didn't expect a mecha operator who came from the grassroots to be so powerful, the regiment commander of Changfeng Ace Mecha Clan exclaimed. Qing Shu, you are not bad too. As expected of the regiment commander of a titled Ace Mecha Clan. Yen 3 respected Qing Shu too. He used to be angry at Qing Shu because he always evaded his invitation to have a fight. My mecha clan is not a titled Ace Mecha Clan, Qing Shu jeered at himself. Yen 3 was stunned. He knew that only titled mecha clans had a title. Other mecha clans were called by numbers. He asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Cheng Shu looked at Yen 3. "I'm going to leave base 013 soon. Before I leave, let me give you a present. I'll tell you some secrets of the military so that you won't provoke someone you shouldn't." Yen 3 felt his heart being lifted up and he listened attentively. Cheng Shu sighed. A real titled ace mecha clan is indeed very powerful. They are not like my mecha clan which is unable to maintain its title. You must learn to look at their rank. Ah! Yen 3 exclaimed in surprise. He thought that all titled ace mecha clans were the same. He didn't know that there were different ranks. There are 5 ranks available for a titled ace mecha clan, and each rank is further split into 5 sub-ranks, differentiated by the number of stars it has. So, the most powerful titled ace mecha clans are first-rank 5-star ace mecha clans. Everyone in those mecha clans is powerful and frightening. Yen 3, if you meet a first-rank titled ace mecha clan, don't ever offend them. You can't afford to provoke anyone in those mecha clans. Even a normal member of those ace mecha clan is much stronger than us. Yen 3 nodded seriously. If a normal member of those ace mecha clan was stronger than Cheng Shu, then the people in those mecha clans were definitely not people he could provoke. Cheng Shu suddenly smiled. If you stay at base 013 forever, you might not be able to meet them at all. Even I have only heard of them but never saw any of them personally. Yen 3 scoffed. Why could I be stuck here forever? I would eventually leave this base one day. He got angry so he asked in a mocking tone, "What rank is Changfeng then?" Cheng Shu's smile was turned upside down and his face turned green with anger. After some time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Changfeng. We are just a 5th tank 1-star ace mecha clan, the worst among the worst of all titled ace mecha clans. If we drop another rank lower, our title will be taken away and we will become a normal ace mecha clan. Your ace mecha clan is that bad?" Yen 3 looked at him with disdain. "If it is that bad, why can't you all just work harder to climb higher? Why can't you gain another star?" Cheng Shu sighed. He replied, "This is a problem of succession. Every titled ace mecha clan, even a first-rank 5-star ace mecha clan, will have this problem. If the succession is successful, the ace mecha clan will be able to maintain its rank and might even be able to climb higher in rank. That ace mecha clan might even become an important ace mecha clan to the division, or it might even become the core of the military, attaching long-lasting glory to its name. However, the possibility of this happening is very low. Many titled ace mecha clans were not able to pass the torch successfully. Each generation got worse than the one before them, resulting in their ranks getting lower and some even got their title removed, becoming a normal mecha clan in the end. In addition to that, some titled ace mecha clans would get sent on the battlefield and their men would get killed in the process of an ongoing war, making their mecha clan severely weaker by the time they leave the battlefield. Changfeng ace mecha clan is just getting worse by the generation, and there's no way to stop that. Cheng Shu wanted to make Changfeng ace mecha clan better but he couldn't defy the rules of the military. If you don't have enough mecha operators, why can't you just train more? Yen 3 didn't understand Cheng Shu's thinking process. You have never entered an ace mecha clan so you don't know the unspoken rule in the military, removing blood and grooming blood. Cheng Shu gave a forced smile. Removing blood and grooming blood? Yen 3 came from the grassroots units. When he heard what Cheng Shu said, he felt that he had wasted half of his life in the military as he had never heard of such a thing. The ranks between all the titled ace mecha clans are not present to differentiate the capabilities of all ace mecha clans. They are present because of this unspoken rule. This unspoken rule allows titled ace mecha clans that have a higher rank than us within our division to pick outstanding mecha operators from our ace mecha clan and transfer them to their own ace mecha clan. In a sense, our mission as a low-rank ace mecha clan is to groom mecha operators. With this unspoken rule, a pyramid is formed within the ace mecha clans. The tip of the pyramid consists of the most powerful ace mecha clans which had the best mecha operators, making them the core of the military. There is nothing wrong with that. Yen 3 felt that this rule suited the military. The core ace mecha clans should have the right to have the best mecha operators. However, this rule causes the lower rank ace mecha clans to be stuck at the bottom of the pyramid forever. Some ace mecha clans fell down the ranks because too much blood was removed from them. Changfeng ace mecha clan is an instance of this. When Qing Shu took over the Changfeng ace mecha clan, he was motivated and driven to bring his mecha clan to the top. However, when the ace mecha clans above them kept taking away their mecha operators whom they took much time and effort to groom, his heart started to turn cold. He didn't want to waste his efforts anymore on someone who would eventually be taken away. After years and years of removing blood, Changfeng ace mecha clan started to drop in rank. That was why they were sent to planet Haijiao. They were forsaken by the military. Removing too much blood. Yen 3 sensed something amiss. Yes. At first, only 3 mecha operators can be taken out every 5 years. Now, it changed to 2 mecha operators every year. We are unable to keep our good mecha operators in our clan, so we can't increase the ability of our ace mecha clan. Qing Shu sighed loudly. Not only that, the ace mecha clans above us might give us some mecha operators with special backgrounds too. These people are not ace mecha masters, but they still force them into our ace mecha clan so that they can get a good resume. These people would usually leave half a year later, and they would be placed in higher positions, but in actual fact, they didn't have any capabilities to obtain that position in the first place. What a joke. Ever since he came to planet Haijiao, the higher authorities never sent anyone like that in his clan anymore, so he managed to get some peace here. Qing Shu felt that this was something good he got from the adversity. I see. Yen 3 finally understood what Qing Shu meant. The mecha world was so complicated. Yen 3, we are leaving soon. I don't know which ace mecha clan will be sent here. However, the commanding officer of your base had offended someone within the military headquarters. I think that they won't send you a powerful ace mecha clan. Qing Shu thought for a moment and decided to give him a suggestion. Yen 3, if you can, join an ace mecha clan. You have the ability to. You shouldn't be wasting your time here. Yen 3 shrugged. How about I join your ace mecha clan? Qing Shu smiled bitterly. I don't want to harm your future. Changfeng ace mecha clan has been forsaken. The military had not sent anyone to examine our ace mecha clan for the past few years. If you join us, you will never have the chance to climb higher. If another ace mecha clan comes to this base after we leave, find a chance to join them. I hate the removing blood system, but it can help you. This was Qing Shu's last piece of advice to Yen 3. Back in the meeting room, Yen 3 smiled coldly. Help me? He had ambitions to climb higher up the ranks, but if he was to join an ace mecha clan, that clan's regiment commander must have the ability to make him bow down to him first. If not, he would rather stay at base 013 his entire life, as he would not tolerate being under a weak regiment commander. Ah! A team member shouted, 250 ace mecha clan is here. One of our members saw a huge group of people coming in. Leader, shall we take a look? Everyone looked at Yen 3 excitedly. They remembered how their leader brought them over when Changfeng ace mecha clan came and gave them an opening gambit. Yen 3 knocked his fingers on the table and thought for a moment. Then, he smiled. Let's go. Do your best, everyone. Han Shuya placed her hands on her hips as she shouted at the logisticians who were moving their equipment. On the other side, Luo Chao was busy recording all the pieces of equipment that were placed inside their warehouse. These were weapons that were brought over from the 23rd Division. It was precious to them. Although Planet Haijiao would provide them with some weapons, their boss didn't want to rely on other people. Hence, their boss prepared all these as their backup. If they met any urgent situations, they would not have to wait for other people to help them. Hey, there are two beautiful younger sisters in the Ace Mecha clan that came this time. What good fortune. A frivolous voice sounded above them. Han Shuya and Luo Chao looked up and saw a person squatting on the wall, smiling at them. On the roofs of the buildings around them, there were also many people standing there and pointing at them. Who are you? Han Shuya's expression turned dark as she shouted angrily. Your neighbor, Evil Wind Mecha Team. The person squatting on the wall continued to smile and replied. After that, he sent out an invitation. Beautiful lady, shall we have a meal and spend the night together? Han Shuya was furious. Although she and Luo Chao grew up with men around them, all their companions treated them like little sisters. They would never tease them like this. In the military academy, they were protected by their companions and seniors, so no one dared to harass them. She didn't expect someone to harass her the moment they came to base 013. How dare you? Han Shuya shouted furiously. How dare I? I dare to do even worse things. Do you want to try me? Everyone on the roof laughed when they heard what he said. Han Shuya was burning with anger. She jumped up and punched the person on the wall. Boom! The wall collapsed. The person jumped down and landed lightly on the ground within the base of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He patted his chest and appeared as though he got a shock. I'm so scared. I met a female dinosaur. Humph. Han Shuya snorted. She clenched her fist and started fighting with the person. The other logisticians saw this and put aside their work. They wanted to help Han Shuya and teach this person a lesson. Luo Chao saw through their intentions and stopped them. She signaled them to let Han Shuya fight first. If Han Shuya didn't vent her anger, she would turn crazy. The logisticians understood First Lieutenant Luo's decision, so they stood at the side and watched the fight. However, they all agreed that if First Lieutenant Han was not able to defeat the person, they would attack him together. In their 250 notebooks, it was written that if they could win by numbers, do it. There was no such thing as heroism. If anyone disobeyed this rule, they would be punished. This mindset was instilled in them the moment they entered the Mecha clan. After practicing together for a year, it had become a habit for them. Leader, what do you think? The people standing on the roof appeared to be watching the show happily, but instead, they were here to understand the capabilities of 250 Ace Mecha clan. The two female officers are at the peak of refinement. They can be considered at the tip of the pyramid among all the female soldiers. As for those people around them, they should be logisticians. The person behind Yen 3 was good at analyzing people. However, he seemed a little uncertain when he was talking about the logisticians. These logisticians are not bad too. Most of them are at refinement, even the weaker ones are at the 10th stage of manifestation. They are only one step away from refinement. I've never seen a bunch of logisticians that powerful. Logisticians were the lowest rank soldiers. Only those soldiers who couldn't meet any of the requirements for the other positions become logisticians. This position had no future. Yet, the physical constitutions of these people were enough for them to become land mecha operators. Yen 3 touched his chin. He was deep in thought. He only saw the tip of the iceberg of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, but they already seemed hard to deal with. Is 250 Ace Mecha Clan a titled mecha clan that just got its title removed? Or is this display of strength just for show? Add some oil to the flame. Yen 3 whispered to the person beside him. The person nodded before disappearing on the spot. Luo Chao was focused on Han Shuya. After observing the battle for some time, Luo Chao noticed that the person who verbally harassed Han Shuya was just slightly stronger than her. He was already at the primary stage of Qi Jin. Han Shuya was able to fight with him for so long because she was already half-step into the Qi Jin stage and her innate talent was strength. In addition, her way of fighting was similar to Qi Long, brutal and vicious. The other party was afraid of her viciousness, so he got held back. Luo Chao had read through the rules of the Mecha clan, so she was about to ask the logisticians to help Han Shuya by ganking her opponent. However, she suddenly sensed danger and she quickly moved her body away. Another person appeared at the spot where Luo Chao was at just now. If Luo Chao didn't react quickly, she would have been caught by this person. Luo Chao looked at the person vigilantly. She said slowly, "Please leave our base immediately. If not, we will not show you any mercy." The commotion here should have alerted her brothers. If one of them comes, none of these people would be able to escape. "Huh, little beauty, I welcome you to show no mercy towards me at night." The person teased Luo Chao blatantly, turning Luo Chao's fair face red in anger. She gritted her teeth. She had not seen such a shameless person in her life. How evil of him. The people from Evil Wind started laughing when they saw the little beauty gritting her teeth helplessly. "Huh, little beauty, why aren't you speaking? Have you agreed to communicate with me at night?" The man saw this and raised his hand. He wanted to touch Luo Chao. Suddenly, his expression changed. He moved his body, wanting to dodge the incoming attack. But, he still failed. A flash of white light zoomed through everyone, hitting the person who was about to touch Luo Chao. The person from Evil Wind flew through the air and slammed heavily onto the ground. He slid for a few meters, forming a long skid mark on the hard ground. The flash of white light bounced on the ground and rolled to the side. It was Little White. It stumbled as it got up and walked a few steps. Then, it made a sound and fell to the ground. It fainted. A figure landed on the spot where the person from Evil Wind was at just now. Luo Chao's beautiful face appeared in front of everyone again. However, this person had a strong killing intent around him, that immediately shut everyone up from Evil Wind. "You want to communicate with her? Well, let me communicate with you instead." A beautiful smile formed on the person's face. It was a seductive and enchanting smile. However, the people from Evil Wind only felt chills down their spines. The moment Luo Lang finished speaking, he walked to the person who tried to touch Luo Chao. The person wanted to get up, but Luo Lang stepped on his head, forcing his face flat on the hard ground. He tried to struggle, but the huge force on his head prevented him from getting away. Luo Lang didn't seem to have used much strength, but he still couldn't break free. Yen 3's expression changed when he saw this. His physical skills was the highest here, at the optimal peak of Qi Jin. However, he still couldn't determine how high the man's physical skills was. For him to not be able to determine that, it must be either the person practiced some secret skills or he was more powerful than him. If it was the former, then everything was fine. If it was the former, Yen 3 felt that it was impossible. The man should be no more than 25 years old. How could he be a domain realm master? However, the fact that he couldn't see the other party's physical skills stage still made him worried. He moved his body and appeared in front of Luo Lang. "Little brother, my friend talks a lot, but he will never touch the lady. Please forgive him." When he scanned his opponent top to bottom, he noticed that this person was not the little beauty. His major insignia was enough to prove this. Luo Lang looked up and smiled at Yen 3 brightly. "You are their leader, right? It's about time for you to appear." Yen 3 maintained his expression. If the other party still didn't understand his intentions, then 250 Ace Mecha clan was useless. A figure appeared at the spot where Little White lying on the ground. He calmly picked Little White up. The moment Little White was in his hand, it woke up. It turned its body and grabbed the person's finger. It started making loud sounds while shaking the person's finger. "Bastard, bastard. How dare you throw me out like a ball? I will go back and tell master. I will let him punish you." Its master had asked this person to bring it around to watch the surroundings. How dare he treat it like that? Go and die. The person sneered. Are you sure? I will tell your master that you didn't want to save Luo Chao. TSK. Little White shivered. It knew that its master cared much about the only two ladies in his team. If master misunderstood him. Little White widened its eyes and looked furiously at the masked man. All it did was made things difficult for him during the marathon just now. What a treacherous person. He kept his grudge and took revenge on it the moment an opportunity came. He threw it out furiously until it got dizzy and almost killing it. Now, he was framing it. Ha! Little White was really angry. It wanted to kill him. Little White turned crazy. Its voice got shriller. It landed in his hands because he was the only person who could communicate with it besides its master. Sob, master is busy so he doesn't have the time to take Little White out for a walk. Ah, no. He doesn't have the time to take me to inspect the surroundings. That was why master asked the evil masked man to take me out. A finger landed on its round body and started scratching it. Little White closed its eyes a little and laid on the person's hand. It moaned in satisfaction. Ah, this is so comfortable. I will let you go today. Hey, why are you stopping? Scratch this side. Little White turned its body and asked the person to continue. It no longer wanted to kill Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng gave a gentle smile. As long as I got its weak point, I could do anything to it, right? Little White lost to Li Lanfeng's massage. On the other side, the atmosphere between Luo Lang and Yen 3 was tense. A battle seemed imminent. Boom! They two of them punched each other at the same time. Both of them were forced to step back. Yen 3 was an experienced person. The moment they stepped back, he swung his leg and hooked the person under Luo Lang's foot back. Two figures flew out and caught the person. He vomited blood and told his companions in a low voice, "He is very powerful. I couldn't retaliate at all." The two people retreated back to the crowd. They also realized that the 250 Ace Mecha clan was not as simple as they thought. This beautiful man was already hard to deal with, and with the masked man that appeared silently just now, it will only get harder. They only realized that he was there after he appeared. Luo Lang saw the other party saving the man who harassed his sister. He clicked his tongue. If his boss didn't ask them to hide their domains, his opponent wouldn't be able to save his comrade. Optimal peak of Qi Jin. Yen 3 guessed Luo Lang's physical skills from that one punch. He turned serious. Are you the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan? Our regiment commander is not so free. He doesn't have the time to take care of a small fish like you. Luo Lang looked up proudly. Yen 3 was unhappy at his arrogant look, but he controlled his emotions. He had heard what this person said. He was not the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan. He became cautious. The thought of giving 250 Ace Mecha clan an opening gambit was gone. The Evil Wind Mecha team was a wild and unyielding mecha team who always had conflicts and arguments with other mecha teams. The commanding officer of the base always felt his head hurt when he thought about them. However, that didn't mean that they were arrogant and brainless. As the leader of the Evil Wind Mecha team, Yen 3 was an intelligent person. He knew his limits. No matter what he did, he never crossed the bottom line of his commanding officer. That was why the Evil Wind Mecha team had a high status in Base 013. He could see that 250 Ace Mecha clan was not a simple mecha clan. The people inside were powerful. Hence, he decided to stop whatever he was doing. He would take action again after he understood this mecha clan better. Yen 3 laughed. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother, we just wanted to greet you all, but my team members saw the beautiful ladies and lost their minds. We are sorry that we offended the ladies. I will visit your regiment commander personally and apologize for the reckless behavior of my members. Luo Lang's anger subsided a little when he saw Yen 3's sincere attitude. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the wall Han Shuya broke. What about that? Since it's our fault, we will repair it. Yen 3 accepted the responsibility immediately. Luo Lang was satisfied. He shouted, "Shuya, stop fighting." Han Shuya stopped and panted heavily. Her opponent gave a bitter smile and waved his hands. He didn't expect this lively and pretty little lady to be so fierce. Her strength was greater than his. He could feel the pain on his body at the areas she hit. There were probably bruises all over him. "I'll let you off today. We will continue tomorrow." Han Shuya saw that she couldn't subdue her opponent today, so she issued him a challenge. "Huh?" The person was shocked. Is this lady was still not done? "We must fight," Han Shuya said firmly. She finally met someone whom she could fight on equal grounds without any worry, so she would definitely not let him off that easily. Speaking of fighting, Han Shuya wanted to cry. She was not a gentle lady like Luo Chao. She liked to solve everything with brutal force. To put it crudely, she liked to fight. However, Qi Long and those monsters around her were much more powerful than her. She couldn't even experience a good fight when she found an equal, as they were afraid of hurting her. As for the logisticians, they didn't dare to fight with her at all. In the 250 Ace Mecha clan, which was filled with talents, so there was no one who could be her sandbag. Today, she finally fought to her satisfaction. She would not let this sandbag run away. Luo Lang saw through Han Shuya's intentions, so he smiled at Yen 3 and waited for his reply. Yen 3 decisively betrayed his team member. "Stone, fight with this first lieutenant tomorrow." Stone's lips twitched. "Can I reject this invitation? I don't want to be in pain every day." However, he knew that his leader never changed any decision he had made. Thus, he had no choice but to reply helplessly, "Yes, leader." If he knew this was going to happen, he would have picked the other lady. He suddenly glanced at his teammate, who was lying his other teammate's arms weakly and with blood occasionally dripping down his lips. Actually, fighting with this fierce lady is not so bad after all. The Evil Wind Mecha team came happily but left dejectedly. Li Lanfeng looked at Yen 3's firm back. He raised his eyebrows. That man is not someone who would admit defeat easily. This matter hasn't ended yet. Suddenly, Luo Lang rushed towards him, stopping just when he was right in front of his face. Li Lanfeng got a shock at the beautiful face that was looking at him intently. Li Lanfeng smiled. "What is the matter? Why did you act before me just now?" If Li Lanfeng didn't smash Little White at the person who harassed Luo Chao, the person wouldn't have escaped with just light injuries. "We just came here and don't understand the internal workings of this base yet, so it's better to be careful," Li Lanfeng smiled as he replied. "Do you think I don't know this?" Luo Lang smiled coldly. "Does he think that I'm stupid?" Li Lanfeng raised his hands helplessly and apologized, "I'm sorry then. I was being a busybody." Luo Lang glared at him. No sincerity. Li Lanfeng frowned when he heard this. "Luo Lang, do we have any misunderstanding here?" Ever since they entered the domain stage, Luo Lang had been looking at him questioningly. "My calm personality told me to keep a distance away from you," Luo Lang replied honestly. Li Lanfeng wanted to laugh. Isn't he betraying himself? The calm personality was speechless. The other personalities started laughing at him. This was something only the primary personality would do. What a poor thing. The calm personality couldn't do anything to the primary personality. "I'm not stupid. I trust my calm personality, but boss trusts you. Hence, I choose to trust you," Luo Lang continued. The calm personality started thinking. Is the primary personality really as dumb as they had thought? Li Lanfeng retracted his smile when he heard what Luo Lang said. He looked at Luo Lang seriously and smiled after a few seconds. "I understand. Don't worry. Even if I can harm anyone, I will never harm Boss Lan. I hope you remember your words." Luo Lang turned and went to take care of his sister. His calm personality. Li Lanfeng's smile got deeper. As expected, he couldn't deceive everyone. What a failure. Ever since he entered the domain stage, he discovered his other ability, bewitch. But from the looks of it now, it couldn't be used on everyone. For instance, Luo Lang's calm personality and rabbit. When this was happening, Ling Lan was not there with them. She had instead brought Yang Mingji along to meet the commanding officer of the base. She only knew what had happened when she came back. During the team leader meeting in the afternoon, she let the team leaders decide how they should handle this matter when Shi Long asked her what they should do. Ling Lan brought another piece of news back from the commanding officer. Base 013 was going to throw them a welcoming dinner. It was said to be a welcoming dinner, but they were just going to have a meal together in the canteen. Of course, the people that were invited to the welcoming dinner were all junior officers and above in terms of rank. The logisticians could only prepare their own meals in their camp. They are just trying to pressure us in that kind of situation. Luo Lang raised one of his eyebrows. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everyone will be there just to understand our capabilities, Li Lanfeng replied thoughtfully. Regiment Commander, what do we do? Yang Mingji asked. Ling Lan looked at the list Lin Zhongqing had passed to her. It was the list of items provided by the base. Just like what she had expected, they were provided with just the basic items. There was no advanced weaponry. They didn't even provide them with enough supplies of energy storage units. The logistics department of Planet Haijiao was not very good. She raised her head and replied to Yang Mingji, "We will act accordingly." Then, she smiled. 250 Ace Mecha Clan will get to the top in the future. The 10 team leaders smiled as they had understood what their regiment commander meant. 250 Ace Mecha Clan would soon reign over Base 013. At the commanding officer's office, the advisor beside the commanding officer asked worriedly, "Commanding officer, will something bad happen if the 250 Ace Mecha Clan meet those people?" "Whether it is good or bad, something will definitely happen. Did you see the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan?" The commanding officer frowned. Ling Lan was a really cold person, just a glance from her would make him shiver to the bone. She definitely looks like someone that would not be easily controlled. Also, he received the news that the Evil Wind Mecha team had some conflict with 250 Ace Mecha Clan just now, but everything was resolved calmly. If they were able to have the Wild Yen 3 take a step back, the people in 250 Ace Mecha Clan were definitely not simple. The commanding officer hoped that a powerful Ace Mecha Clan would come and help to protect Base 013. However, he also hoped that it wouldn't be a Mecha Clan that was hard to control. As the commanding officer of the base, he didn't want a portion of his power to be taken away by some hard-headed outsiders. Thus, he needed to find out more about 250 Ace Mecha Clan before making further plans. Evil Wind Mecha Team was not the only people in the base that was hard to deal with. There was another special Mecha Clan too. The people inside were all descendants of elite families. After gaining some merits here, they would go back and be promoted to whatever position her families had prepared for them. These people were arrogant and domineering most of the time, doing whatever they wanted and looked down on everyone, but because of their strong background, no one dared to talk back to them. The only exception was, the Evil Wind Mecha Team, as it was made up of a bunch of people who were not afraid of death, so they were able to subdue this bunch of descendants and stop them from being too overboard. If not, who knew what they would do? "Have you made the necessary arrangements?" the commanding officer asked. "Yes," the advisor replied. The commanding officer smiled. "That's good. We can watch a good show tonight." In the female dormitory district of the logistician camp, female JMCs were dolling themselves up carefully as they were going to welcome an Ace Mecha Clan in the welcoming dinner. This Mecha Clan was just a normal Ace Mecha Clan, but there were still some Ace Mecha Masters inside it. Even if these Ace Mecha Masters just newly advanced, they should be at least at the rank of senior captain. These ladies felt their hearts fluttering when they thought about this. All of them hoped to find a powerful officer as their boyfriends or maybe potential future husbands. However, only one lady appeared out of place. She wore a military uniform and didn't put on any makeup. She had an unhappy expression on her face as she was upset about the behavior of her friends. Lady May, stop putting on your stern face. Even if you don't like those ace operators, we need them. One of the female soldiers purposely wore a smaller-sized military uniform which displayed her curves more prominently. She seemed determined to find a good boyfriend this time. She already has Major Zhou. Of course, she wouldn't care about the new ace mecha masters. Another female soldier covered her mouth and smiled with her eyes, but there was envy in her eyes. Major Zhou had been chasing Lady May for the past few days. They were touched by all the things he did for her, but Lady May's heart was rock solid. She was not moved at all. What do you mean by mine? If you want him, you can take him. Lady May frowned. She had no feelings towards Major Zhou at all. His identity and his oppressive behaviors caused her to remember her mother's sufferings. Lady May's name was Mei Gu. Gu here means lonely. The female soldiers felt that her name was not so nice to call her, so they called her Lady May. Lady May liked to take care of them like an elder, so this nickname suited her quite well. Lady May was an illegitimate child. She didn't know who her father was. Her mother also didn't want to tell her who he was. However, after years of probing, she found out when her mother was a JMC, she got played by a high-ranking officer. The high-ranking officer abandoned her after a while and even threw her out of the military so that he could cover up what he did, destroying her mother's life. Lady May couldn't even imagine what her mother felt when she gave birth to her. If Major Zhou likes me and gives me what I want, I will willingly let myself fall in love with him. I don't understand what you are thinking. He is such a sincere and loving man, the female soldier said with a tone filled with jealousy. She felt she was good-looking too. Why did Major Zhou fell for Lady May and not her? I will not rely on a man for my needs, Lady May replied with a dark expression. What is wrong with relying on a man? The female soldier stood up instantly. The two of them were about to start a fight, but the other female soldiers pulled them apart. Lady May looked at the bunch of innocent ladies and sighed. She said coldly, with the exception of talented monsters, all ace mecha masters are at least 30 years old and above. Most of them will have families already at that age. 250 Mecha Clan is just a normal ace mecha clan, so there will probably not be any talented people in it. It will be difficult for you all want to find someone you like. There will definitely be fish that escaped the net. The female soldier who was dressed sexily smiled. They could accept older men as long as they were not married. The average lifespan in the Federation was 150 years old, so a 20 years old age gap meant nothing. That's right. Even if those talented and powerful people come to our base, we won't have any chance to. Another female soldier said, only a goddess like Lin Fei will be able to. It is not impossible to. General Ling Zhao's wife was a JMC, right? One female soldier didn't agree with her friend. She started to appear as if she was dreaming and said, I believe that my Ling Xiao will come and look for me. Stop dreaming. The other female soldier laughed. They were all excited and anticipating this welcoming dinner while Lady May sat dejectedly at the corner. She didn't want to talk to these stupid ladies whose mind was filled with blind love. Lan Luofeng was a lucky person. However, how many Lan Luofengs was there in the military? Most ladies were tricked and played by the officers. Her mother was one of them. Fine, fine, Lady May, don't be angry. A beautiful female soldier saw the sadness in Lady May's face and rushed over. She hugged Lady May's shoulder and patted her. I know that you are afraid that we will be fooled by the men. You want to climb up using your own abilities. However, we just don't have that kind of ambition. We just want to marry a good husband and have a child with him. But, Lady May looked at the excited ladies. She was worried. There were so many cases of female JMCs getting tricked. Why couldn't they wake up? Don't worry. We will keep our eyes sharp. The beautiful female soldier knew what Lady May was worried about. But, they still thought that they were able to meet the man of their dreams. Lady May knew that her persuasions were useless now, so she sighed and let them do what they wanted. Soon, the female soldier finished dressing themselves up. They went to the canteen together, which looked entirely different. It had been cleaned up and the tables had been rearranged. Each mecha clan was assigned to a table or an area. The JMC female soldiers were the attendants for this welcoming dinner. They would serve the officers their foods and drinks. Many officers were already seated at the cafeteria. They were either resting in their seats or chatting with the person beside them. When the JMCs walked in, their eyes lit up. Although they might not have any untoward thoughts about these women, it was still only natural for them to admire beautiful ladies. A bunch of young junior officers around 30 years old were sitting at a table near the stage, saw the female soldiers entering, and instantly got excited. "Brother Zhou, the woman you like came too," a fair young man said to the handsome man he was sitting next to. He was the person that had been chasing Lady May. His name was Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen turned and saw Lady May's cold face. He was elated. The moment he entered this base, he was entranced by this cold and arrogant lady. However, no matter what he did, she didn't fall for him. This just perked his desire to conquer her even more. Until now, he didn't know if he really liked her or he just wanted to satisfy his desires. He stood up immediately and walked towards the JMCs. The people around him followed behind him. "Lady May, long time no see." Zhou Chen shouted with a bright smile. The female soldiers beside Lady May pushed her forward, so Lady May had no choice but to reply, "Major Zhou, we just met yesterday." "Lady May, seeing you after only such a short time felt like an eternity. Don't you feel the same?" Zhou Chen had a flirtatious expression as he spoke. "Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. I just know that it has only been 16 hours since we last met." Lady May said coldly. She didn't want to give Zhou Chen anything to work with. She becomes very irritated every time Zhou Chen shows up with that kind of expression on his face. Zhou Chen's smile instantly froze up. Lady May gestured the female soldier beside her, preparing to go around Zhou Chen. She didn't have any thoughts of continuing to speak with him, causing him to lose his dignity in front of his posse. The officers around them saw this scene and began to laugh softly. These privileged and arrogant people like Zhou Chen had irritated and angered many people. The piercing laughter was a clear indication of mockery and making fun of him. Bam! A hand suddenly grabbed onto Lady May's wrist. Zhou Chen, who was the owner of the hand, had a cold expression on his face. He said slowly, "Lady May, I've already asked you out for 3 months, shouldn't you give me an answer already?" If there weren't other officers around, he wouldn't care if Lady May continued to play around with him. However, now that they were seen in public, his ego did not allow himself to be stepped on by a common female soldier. Lady May flung his hand off of her wrist. "Major Zhou, I had already told you very clearly 3 months ago. We are not happening." Afterwards, she led her friends, who were scared, and prepared to leave. "Ah!" Lady May suddenly cried out in pain. It turns out her hand was grabbed by him once again. However, this time, he didn't hold back and made it painful for her. "Lady May, you should understand that I will not take no for an answer. I've already given you respect. If you don't comply, I'm going to be very angry." Zhou Chen didn't allow anyone to reject him in public, especially if it was an average and powerless female soldier. "Do you not understand the words coming out of my mouth? I don't like you, please let go of my hand." Lady May had hardened personality. How could she give in to this person? Even if she was to be expelled by the military, she still wanted to leave with her dignity. "You should have come quietly when you had the chance. Little Wu, Amo, take her to my room." Zhou Chen tossed Lady May towards the 2 people behind him and gestured them to take her away. "Let go of me, let go." Lady May kicked and punched the 2 officers who tried to drag her away. In her mind she knew that if she didn't save herself now, she would be ruined. Although the regulations of the military was strict, it was only in divisions during normal times. However, on the front lines of a battlefield, there were a lot of shady things happening. For some bases, they even neglect occasions when soldiers assault female soldiers in order to quell the killing intent and anxiousness from the battlefield. The female soldiers that came with Lady May were all dumbstruck. They saw Zhou Chen's cold expression, and didn't dare to say anything. The officers around them all frowned. Some wanted to make a move but were stopped by those around them. Offending a privileged individual for a normal JMC was not worth it. In the end, most of the people in Base 013 were all just commoners. These junior officers all climbed the ranks one by one. Once they offend these people, they could predict that their futures would be completely destroyed. Captain. The Evil Wind mecha team had entered just then and saw this scene. They all had angry expressions on their faces. One of them asked the leader, Yen 3, whether they should make a move. Others might be afraid of these privileged individuals, but it didn't mean those from Evil Wind were afraid of them. They had some power in this base, so if the higher-ups were to punish them, they would need enough reason to do so. They also had the right to go to court and use their merits to ask the disciplinary committee to conduct an investigation. Even if they couldn't leave without a scratch, they would still give the privileged individuals a hard time. Right as Yen 3 was about to nod, he saw a few familiar silhouettes. He smirked and said, "Don't make a move just yet, 250 Ace Mecha Clan is here." He wanted to see how would the people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan deal with this problem. What's happening? Luo Chao and Han Shuya were the first to arrive. They saw a female soldier fighting for her life to get away from two junior officers who were trying to drag her away, and they asked in confusion. The junior officers from 250 Mecha Clan's logistics division all shook their heads. They had also just arrived and didn't know what was happening. Lady May saw that there were female officers at the door and immediately had an idea. She shouted loudly, "Help me! Please help me!" She was not going to give up until the very last moment. "Hey, let her go!" Han Shuya couldn't bear to see what was happening. No matter what had happened or whether that female soldier was in the right or wrong, she still wanted to stop it and ask about the situation since she saw it. Little Wu saw Han Shuya's young and elegant beauty and instantly had a thought, "Wow, when did our base get such high-quality girls? How about it? Do you want to come with me?" Han Shuya frowned. What is with this base? Why were all of these people so creepy and like to take advantage of women? Did you not understand what I said? I told you let her go. Han Shuya's impression of these two people instantly went into the negatives. She originally only wanted to ask for the reason of the issue, but now she decided that no matter what, she was going to take care of this issue. Looking the creepy looks the two senior captains gave her, she knew they weren't nice people. "Heh, a first lieutenant dares to order us to let someone go." Amo laughed coldly, "Has your superiors never taught you about ranks?" No, he really hadn't. Han Shuya said with a smile. The mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan were all senior colonels or lieutenant colonels. Even her childhood friends were all majors, even the lowest rank were senior captains. Thus, she didn't care too much about this senior captain who stood in front of her. Han Shuya's words made Amo's expression change instantly. This was the first time someone disrespected him in public. He suddenly had an evil thought. If that was the case, then he should have this woman with Lady May. He suddenly went to grab Han Shuya. Han Shuya's eyes sharpened and threw her fist towards him. Bam! The sound of punches being thrown could be heard. Ah! A pained shout followed after the punching sound. Amo held his right hand with a pale expression on his face. He looked at the woman who had broken his hand with a sinister look. He didn't think that she would have that much strength, wounding him in one hit. What happened? The activity around them angered Zhou Chen, who had already calmed down. He walked over and asked in a cold tone. Elder brother Zhou, this woman actually dares to meddle with your affairs. Amo saw Zhou Chen come over and instantly told him about it. Zhou Chen's eyes looked towards Han Shuya and also saw the beautiful Luo Chao, who was behind Han Shuya. Together Lady Mei, who was although somewhat flustered, the three different beauties made him salivate in his mouth. He couldn't help but lick his lips and softly say, I didn't think that the base would have two more beauties. Very nice. Very nice.